well. Hello, hello. Oh god, this chair is gonna fucking break one of these days, I swear. Yo. It has begun. Okay. Sorry, there is another one that I said I would get to that I am trying to put on here. Okay, so I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 that I have on here for tonight. The grunting voices. You're like, immediately drops in viewers. Right, is in order. Okay, so we have a couple different themes that are coming up tonight, actually. And we go. I want to start out with a couple that I think are. So one of them is by Jack Whale, who I know is a creator over on the DMs Guild. I have seen some of Jack's work in the past. I haven't actually seen Jack's adventure writing, so I'm stoked to see what we get there. Yo. Alright. Fathomless bounty. Alright. So, oh man. Sorry, I had to stretch. We had dinner and I just got like miserably full off that, so I was like, well, I can't get on stream until like that's chilled out. And then everything gets chilled out. I get some coffee, go outside for a second, and I walk outside and there's just 2 cats fighting, like within a minute of me walking out there, and I was like, oh, okay, well, this is just gonna be this energy tonight, huh? So, Fathomless Bounty, what do we got here, man? Alright, so this is, like I said, by Jack Whale. Rivers are flowing backwards. 1 month ago, the flow of the rivers in the Duchy of Reshisle began to ebb. Before long, it became apparent that this was no natural occurrence, and before long, the rivers began to crawl their way upstream at increasing pace. Down a second. Alright. Hundreds of millions of gallons of water are vanishing into the hills with each passing day, and local natural philosophers from the city of Reese predict that within a matter of weeks, all the water in the rivers and lakes will be gone. After that, only the gods can say what will become of the ocean, and all its salt rushing through the towns and farmland. Alright, hang on, I'll look at what's really happening here in a second. Hooks. Number 1, I already think it's a good hook. Rivers are flowing backwards. Yes, that's weird. Do something very, very simple with, like, hey, something you're used to seeing in nature suddenly behaving completely in reverse, like just doing the opposite, right? Trees are all growing underground, I guess. That's weird. There's a volcano imploding, I guess. Oh god, give me another one, chat. Like, it's raining up, like it's raining from the ground. Wind is actually, I was trying to think. Rivers flowing backwards does happen in real life. Well, yeah. But like this happening in this kind of an occurrence and causing this kind of a drought, kind of cool. I like the premise, right? Now, hooks. Every soul in Reshisle fears what is transpiring up in the mountains. The adventure can begin just about anywhere in the region, though some of the suggested hooks. Okay, man, that dinner, woo! The Soviet nature of Russia screws with you. I think that works. I think you got that format right, kid. I'm not sure, but I think that might be correct. uh, Natural philosophers seek to learn the source of unpresented phenomena. The quest can open with a party being summoned to the study of a renowned scientist to discuss the journey over tea and biscuits. Duke Puggum the Second of Reshile is willing to pay gold and land holdings to any who can prevent the region from being decimated by salt poisoning and drought. Yeah. The quest can begin with a party hearing the Duke's promise of a town crier. Okay, from a town crier or a bulletin board. The waters have madmen of faith declaring that the end times have come. The quest can begin with such a madman hollering to the characters that the rivers spell the end of days before hurling themselves into the rapids. A knight of Reshile, Ilium of the Knight of Wolves, begs the characters to find his love and fellow knight Bolton, the Knight of Kingfishers. The Knight of Kingfish. Oh, Kingfisher's is it a bug or a type of fish? Can't remember. Bolton was last seen leaving to follow where the rivers ill flowed. I was thinking of a quick... Oh, it's a bird? Oh, okay. Okay. The quest can begin with the characters meeting Ilum and hearing his plight. Okay. So, we have a couple of... yes, go with the stuff that we know that works, right? These are very, standard trope. Yes, let's get you into it, right? I was curious... Faction-wise, factions may be listed at the end of this. Okay, so I was just curious faction-wise because tends to be sometimes one of the things that factions can help you do is come up with hooks that aren't just sort of like, this is the objective, let me get them to the objective, and maybe they'll have something a little bit different in there, right? Like, if there's a separate faction, maybe they come up with another, like, hey, we actually... we got one of our guys stuck in there. If you could help us get him out, kinds of things like that. So what's really happening? Azor, Prince of Oceans and Rivers, son to the ailing King Fluminous, has come to the material world seeking offerings to secure his ascension. When he arrived, he found Magnac, the temple built to worship his father, in ruins, and the people of his land having forgotten their ancient ties to the water world. He now seeks to reclaim the gifts of bounty his father bestowed upon this land eons ago by draining the rivers and oceans of the material world dry. Okay, so we have an elemental themed adventure here around the change of a natural nature pattern. I was going to say weather pattern, it's not exactly weather. So, okay, Magnac, Temple of the Ocean King. Nestled high up in the hills of Reshile, this crumbling temple of aged marble stands forlorn before a small reservoir. Small diamond-shaped holes dot the outer walls of the temple at regular intervals, each greedily guzzling water from the reservoir. Any who follow the backwards flowing rivers of Reshile will find the temple after only a few days' travel. Ceilings, unless stated otherwise, interior ceilings are 20 feet high. Prismarine lamp. Okay, there we go. I feel like we're going to get a Minecraft reference in here soon. The interior of the temple is dimly lit with a bluish hue by regularly spaced bioluminescent stones set into wall-mounted sconces. They are common to the water world. Cool. I almost would really love to snag one of these and see how long does it last. Water pipes. Water pipes run through the temple leading from Area 1 to Area 15. Each pipe is half-inch in diameter and is filled with fast-flowing water. Entering the pipes while transformed to fit in the pipes risks death. Okay, there we go. Now, let's see here. Why is it every time I get onto stream, that's whenever I get the messages on my phone. Yes, I saw Jack's random encounter table, and I was like, guys, this is a absolute total in vibe weird dungeon encounter table, right? Bazooka shrimp, coral hulks, a dire tube worm, flying swordfish, cobra crabs, droplet men. Yes, they're all weird. I love just going the simple. We're gonna do the fusion of two things. Awesome. Okay. What is a dire tube worm? I don't know. That sounds horrific. All right. A coral hulk. I immediately know, just that's a super evocative image, boom, right into my brain, right? Bazooka shrimp, some kind of Pokemon I'm expecting, right? A shrimp with just an arm cannon, Cobra crab. I don't know if it's a crab that has cobras for arms or a cobra face with crab pincers. Either way, yeah, hang on, let me see. Hey, Amanda. Hey, come tell me something real quick. No, I'm super curious what her thought on it is. Hey, can you tell me something? Can you describe to me what is a cobra crab?
Crab?
Yeah, what is a cobra crab? What do you think of? What do you see?
I was gonna say, I was like, I don't know.
No,
so
yeah. Just what do you see?
A cobra. Either like a freaky cobra with like weird crab legs coming off of it. I don't really see like a crab body with like a hood or anything, or like a head. I don't know, some kind of naga with the like cobra hood and like creepy
like legs and stuff. See, that's what you want to do whenever you come up with one of these monsters. Is you see how like I had two descriptions and then Amanda's two were completely different than mine. Like
what did you say?
Oh, I was like, maybe it's a crab that has cobras for hands, or maybe it's a cobra face with like crab
like
claws,
or okay,
or
claws.
Whatever. But yeah, I'm like, that's what you would really want with like a that's what you would really want with these kind of weird sort of Gonzo-esque stat blocks like that. Is like, okay, what am I?
Description for
yeah,
it?
if I just tell you a name, what does that name immediately go like? Okay, what does that look like? And then I have fun picturing it.
Yeah, and then we picture completely different.
Just like the name. What does the name tell you right there? A coral hulk. I can tell you.
A coral hulk?
Yeah.
I just like think of like kind of like your shipwreck golem, like this big lumbering thing that's like made out of coral reef.
Right. Bazooka shrimp.
Bazooka shrimp?
Yeah.
I just think of those one shrimp. The
pistol shrimp?
Yeah,
yeah. Right. Yeah, flying swordfish.
Oh, cool.
See, like, this is why I really like...
I mean, I just see giant swordfish with, like, the teeny jump out of the water.
It's why I really like this, like, random encounter table, is they're evocative, just in the sense of, like...
men?
Huh? Yeah, droplet
Is it, like, literally raining men? Like...
Maybe.
Little droplets of tiny men, just...
We'll see here in a second. But yeah, I was just like, what's the... I love the, like, the what? The... Excuse me? Yeah.
I know, I was like,
yeah.
Is there a right or wrong answer to this?
Oh, man. Oh, hey, what up, Tin Can? Okay. Look, before okay, so yeah, this is a pistol shrimp. Kind of. Actually, it's a much bigger area. Boom. Half standard cone area savers. Okay. Save versus 2d6. This might need to be like save versus breath, since that seems to be what you're going with right here. Right? This encounter table makes you really want to overhaul you. Well, this has got a certain character to it, right? Jack probably went through and like studied some of the like kind of inspirations behind this jam to get an idea of not just what the format is, but also kind of the voice, right? Seeing what like some of the old school, especially with like old school essentials or like Troika. For some reason, this gives me Troika vibes or Into the Odd, where like the idea is to give you this like surface level like, oh wait, what? Oh, okay, like that's a vibe of that. I was talking maybe yesterday about familiar but strange, right? Take the familiar and make it strange some way. Just saying like bazooka shrimp is enough where I'm like, that's fucking hilarious. I'm like, yes, cobra crab. I don't know, the alliteration, whatever you want to say, aces. Random. I was gonna say, shows a serious understanding of the voice of. There we go. Okay. So some of these, so bazooka shrimp. Oh, woo, that's a big boy. Mid-level characters. Okay, so we're looking at 5th-ish. Okay. Depending on how many you get in, so 1. Okay, yeah, that's yeah. Even 28 health. If we're talking about like like 5th level characters, still this is gonna last a second, especially with AC as scale. That might as well be saying that this thing's actually getting like 6 per hit die to its health. Yeah, that's a big boy funny moment to refresh. Cobra crab, more like, oh, okay, here's your description. More like a millipede than either of its namesakes, this large scuttling arthropod possesses long eye stalks and snapping pincer-like mandibles coated with a slow-acting but deadly venom. Weird. I love it. I love it. Okay. Mandibles D8 poison. Damage per hour. Damage recovers. Okay. 5 each day. Oh, permanent damage. Okay, so this is going to be reducing probably your maximum health in a lot of systems. Okay, per hour until cured. Woof. I mean, 5th level? They've got ways to deal with that. But once cured, the permanent damage recovers by 5 each day until restored. Woo! Oh, oh, hang on. Okay. Oh, you're good. You're good. I just saw. I was looking at. I was trying to see if Kat or somebody was like trying to hop on. So okay. So the 1 permanent damage. That's a lot. Surprisingly, not being able to recover that is quite a bit. Oh, especially with 1d4. How much? They've got 20 health. And as chain. I kind of wonder if that might be a little too much. It sounds weird. I do like the idea of the permanent damage for... It's only per hour. Most of the time, if you're not done with, like, the dungeon within, like, 3 game hours, things are probably hitting a stall somewhere. Hey, what up, Krieg? How goes everything? We're good. We're good. Well, actually, hang on. I take a lot of that back. There's a good pro to this. This is getting them to push forward. Or we say that it's getting them to, like, get the fuck out of here, right? I think this is either going to be the thing that's telling the players you need to push on, or you need to get out of the dungeon and wait. So, like, that all depends, I think, on, like, what the party is going to want to do. Or I guess the way that the party is used to playing. How big is the... This is a big-ass dungeon. I already like the look of it. This already gives me This already gives me that old school Essentials layout vibe already. I don't know about this room. I want to see whatever the fuck this is, though. This looks like some kind of audience chamber. Maybe? This is a really cool map. Like, without knowing what all is in it, it's a very cool map. Go in here. Yes. Okay, so there's that's where you jaquazed it. And you can go here or here. Oh, interesting. Secret room? That might be what that is. Or maybe, I don't know, maybe the walls have, I haven't read the room descriptions just yet. Okay, and then we got the big circle for the, looks like the big revelation, there we go. I like this stat block. It's so funny. Whenever I saw the name, I was just like, yeah, this is one of those like great old school vibe kind of monsters. I'm a little, what's this, 50-50 on the Cobra Crab, because it feels like it will either cause the party to press on good intent, or back away and recover for a few days. Bad intent. There we go. But I love the idea. This is fun. The trapezoid shaped room is a classic. Yeah, how goes everything? I think we're gonna try to do 6 tonight. We're gonna see if we can make it through it. Coral Hulk. Okay, 5, 20 at scale. Okay, D8 and laceration. Round. Plus save versus. Save versus maybe hold? I would still spell out which save is being called for. It's a bit hard to intuit what you have in the stat blocks. Semi-amphibious. Okay, dire tube-worm. What is long mollusks that surround themselves in tube-shaped chitin? Their plume-like heads contain a mixture of digestive enzymes and a deadly paralytic poison. Okay, it can burrow through earth. Okay, say versus poison, right? Half on success, on fail, paralyzed for 1 round. Okay. Chain. These are some beefy boys. Like these, the ACs on all these are a little high. I think at this level you can deal with it pretty easily. Wait, move negligible. So it can't move? I'm curious. Oh, it can burrow through stone and earth at a rate of 5 feet per minute. I'd be curious what this meant right in here. I don't think Jack is actually awake right now. I forget what country Jack's in. Because I don't think that's what I put in the guide, is it? I don't. You might use none instead of or move speeds. Just as a thought there. It's pretty easy to make this thing just run away, though. I'm not sure how big the encounter with these 2d4. That's fine. I might even just make this 1 hit die. But yeah, it's all good. Dropletmen. Footmen and servants of King Flumnus and his family, these liquid humanoids with heads like water droplets are clad in ceremonial armor and robes. They carry gladius wrought from coral. Okay, sword, 1d8 or bubble v. Oh, the Pokemon influence is everywhere on this thing. Okay. The Bubble Beam 1d4, 1d4, 1d4. Okay. This might be better served as a slash. Like here, I'll write that down. There we go. You might use a slash instead of commas to indicate multiple attack instances. At least that's what they were doing with Basic Expert, and that's the way that most people are reading this stuff. Flying Swordfish, living like fish blades that soar out of the water and ready to strike and stab at foes. A nuisance alone, but deadly in number. Hit dice of 1, HP 4, double standard flight. Okay. So you can get how many of these? That can get taken out pretty cake. Yeah, that's not a huge ordeal. This is mostly just a flavor enemy. This is something that you slay real quick and just like, okay, that's weird, but it says a lot about the character of the dungeon. All good. I love this, the stat blocks that are in here. This is a lot of fun. I particularly stopped here to take a look at each one because I was like, I would love for other people in the jam to take a look at this and check out like how evocative these stat blocks are right here. This is the kind of voice of that, like, it's not gonzo, but it's just the weird, right? So instead of like kind of going for some bog standard stuff, maybe think of like, instead of kobolds, what's another enemy that like essentially uses the same stat block with a minor tweak, right? Those of you that have Vagabond have seen like the Nimit. The Nimit is just a stupid idea I have for a monster that like, it honestly, it was all inspired because I'm a huge fan of Zach Hadel, Psychic Pebbles, whatever. And whenever I heard him doing the Smiling Friends, I just knew like I have to have something with that voice, so I made those guys. Now, so we have our first floor. Okay, let me take a look at the layout. Layout is aces. Yes, thank you, thank you. So are these indicating anything different? So we do have secret passageways that are properly labeled. Very cool. Okay, the Area 1, the Lempler? What is this Dr. Seuss shit? Area 1, the Lempler. 2 staircases run parallel on either side of a backwards flowing stream that flows in reverse up a waterfall to a narrow channel above the main entrance archway. I don't want to drop all these D4 on... Damn it, that's exactly what I didn't want to do! See? Dice? Dice are a terrible fidget. Alright. 2 staircases run parallel on either side of a backwards flowing stream that flows in reverse of a waterfall to a narrow channel above the main entrance archway. A Lempler stands guard between the waterfall. I don't know what I picture, like some kind of a Lempler. Like, I get... What are those, like, yellow... What are those yellow banana things that are in the ocean? What are those called? Those, like, yellow banana-looking, like... They look... Maybe... Are they slugs? That are, like, only live in the ocean? Maybe... Yeah, maybe? Huh. Yeah, I think it's just like, I see it, I don't think of a sea cucumber, although a sea cucumber is immediately a hilarious base for an enemy. Stands guard behind the waterfall. It requests tribute from the prince, from travelers, and will let none pass without a fight. A waterfall partially obscures the view of the Lempler and the entrance to the temple, each of which become apparent when one reaches the top of the stairs. Encounter the Lempler is not immediately hostile and willingly shares information with the characters if asked. It requests tithe for the prince, but makes no demands. If the characters try to enter the temple, it warns them once, attacking if they don't leave. The Lempler fights to its last breath. Okay. So, The Lempler is a mighty snail knight. Hey, we were close. Lemplers were created by King Fluminous to serve him and his family. As honor guard, they are proud, noble, and unflinchingly loyal. This is so Pokemon coded. Like a night shrimp or a night snail. Yes, this is adorable. Yes, thank you. Okay, 40 hit points. Slam sword or scalding spray. Half standard cone area. Once each hour. Okay, 3d6 once each hour. That is a good bog standard. Yes, as none while prone. Thank you. I love seeing more people do stuff like this. Soft underbellies as a like knock it prone. This actually gives controllers something fun that they're not realizing that they're doing, where it's like, oh wait, it's got like a soft. Oh, okay, yeah. I love baked in silver bullets like that. This is I dig it a lot. Hall of Worship. Oh yeah, good Guardian. This is simple, clean, right? Something that's barring entry, on theme. Everything's on point. Good. Hall of Worship. A large 30-foot high chamber that once served as a public place of worship in ages past. 2d6 droplet men sit among the scattered marble pews here, looking up at a once great statue of a king. Murals line the east and west walls. Okay, so my recommendation here would be that if this is going to be different from the rest of the rooms, I would put this as maybe an important description instead of like up here in this. This is sort of a summary and overview as to what the elements will contain, right? This in here. Otherwise, if it's really like just a room description, I would try to move that out of this area in particular. This is like at a glance, this is the detail, right? It's a statue. Here, I'll write that down. I would leave the top area descriptors. Wow. There we go. Jeez, I don't know why I was fumbling over that. For as clean as possible, and move some of the fine details down to room elements for the here we go for at a glance sight reads. My personal take on that, yeah. Okay, so 2d6 droplet men see random encounters for statistics. How often do we roll? Yep, there we go. This is, I mean, Jack is really understanding the assignment here, you know. Boom. Cake, right? Whenever the character enters or returns to an area that lacks an encounter or that has an encounter they have already bested, roll a d6. On a roll of 1, roll on the random encounters table. Cake, we know that this works. This is simple, clean, mwah, just perfect, right? Statue. This 15-foot tall statue depicts the regal countenance of King Luminous, an aged monarch with hair of coral. Oh, cool. Already I'm like, sick. The statue is suffered only minor wear. Murals. Okay, so that's a specific of the statue. Okay, so it's king. So yes, I would like to actually know, like, at least if I was checking this one out, that's enough for me to go off of for like, let me take that inspiration and like go off on that, right? Let me take that and like spin my own whatever, because I don't know what the players are gonna ask. So like, I'm gonna just have this description here, and if they want to dig in further, sure, me as a DM, I'm not likely going to just tell them, like, it's King Fluminous. That, you know, if it was labeled or something, maybe that, yeah. But, like, it's a 15-foot tall statue of some sort of a regal, aquatic-looking being with a, you know, that, like, hair of coral, a crown of, like, just bleached-looking seawater, you know, something like that. I don't know, something weird. The statue has only suffered minor wear. Okay. So this kind of conveys that this has only been here for a little while, right? We tend to see things described in dungeons as, like, dusty and, like, ancient. So seeing something come along that's like, this seems fairly new. It's like, oh, Oh, they just popped in here, huh? Like, yeah. Murals with the east and west walls are covered with grand murals. The east murals depict a number of humans and a lone priest bowing before King Fullness, a young Prince Acre, and encourage an entourage of dropletmen, while the west mural is damaged beyond recognition. Okay. So the east mural is good, the west one is destroyed. Either it's a non-specific detail or it's hinting at something. This is the kind of thing that makes me feel like it's cluing me in on something that may be a secret somewhere else. So I'm gonna just like kind of lock that in mind, right? So that was the west mural. Okay. Encounter 2d6 droplet men. Watch the characters expectantly. If the characters don't show reverence to either of them or the statue of King Fulminus, they attack. They speak only the liquid language. Dude, we speak only water, fool. Just like. Okay, I'm losing my mind. Let's see here. Okay. Now, the King's Basin. A large silver basin of salt water sits atop a pedestal in the center of the room. Secret doors, the walls to the north, west, and east act as a hidden exit to this chamber. The mechanisms linked to the magic of the basin. This is Area 3. Oh. So they would just walk in here, and it would be like, wait, what? Okay. Etched into the rim of the basin are the following words. Make this sacred brine anew, and the king shall grant thee passage through. The basin can be removed from the pedestal. If manipulated, the water in the basin returns to normal salt water after 1 hour, provided the basin is atop its pedestal. Okay, so if it's removed, make it anew. So then you go and you get salt water. If manipulated, the water in the basin returns to normal salt water. Oh, you make it fresh water instead. Oh. Into soft water. Okay. Oh. Wait, what? That's cool. Okay. So, maybe this is a cultural difference here. Soft water in America means something specific. And that's like whenever the water, there's like no water pressure. And I don't know if that's what's being detailed here. Does anybody know of a different meaning for soft water? Hey, Amanda, do you know of a different meaning for soft water other than like no water pressure? Like with cooking? The water composition on the East Coast affects the taste of bread? Okay. Huh. Hang on, now I'm curious. Soft water? Free from harsh minerals that can damage your home and body. But Soft water has minerals removed, whereas hard water has too many minerals in it. Huh, interesting. Okay, I thought it was a water pressure thing. Huh. Okay. So, I kind of wonder how they would have the ability to tweak this on the fly. If they just put salt into it, right? Then yeah. This is a cool idea. I really do like this as like a passage opening. I like this. I wonder what... I wonder if it makes sense enough to where the players could manipulate this. You know what I mean? Like, could the players actually control, like, how do we make hard water? Right? What is that? You, like, grind up, like, a rock and then put it in there? And then you have hard water? Right. But, like, I guess how would you purify? I guess, like, you boil that. Well, I mean, I'm talking about, like, for D&D. The party's just carrying around a fucking Brita filter one. Okay. The drowning chamber is polluted, despoiled, or otherwise disrespected, such as perfectly being tipped out onto the floor, or if a creature attempts to remove the basin from the room. The floor of the chamber swings open like a trap door, dropping every creature into the chamber below. This trap door resets after 1 hour. The drowning chamber. Where's this? 10. Oh, this right here? I'm just going to follow this thread real quick. Filled with 2 feet of dark brackish water? Water partially breaks the fall. Oh, because there's a water weird there. Okay. Very cool. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Secret door. Okay, that should probably still be marked with the secret. I would just double check on that. Unclimbable without magic. Okay, the secret door leading to this room can be easily opened from this side. Okay. So they dropped them here. There's a water weird, right? I kind of wonder how easy I would make it to get out of here. Like, so there's the stairs that lead to it, but maybe put those, like, maybe put the stairs or put a platform on that, right? So where, like, people can witness this stuff. The water weird doesn't escape or do whatever. And, maybe something like that. I do like the idea, though. Hey, look, if they desecrate this thing, the temple punishes them. Like, cool. Yes. Yes. Like, I mean, because everyone's going to be like, well, I think my pee has a lot of minerals in it, and then they're going to try to pee in the thing, and then, yeah. Hall of Worship goes back down to there. Cool. All right. Font of Blessings, a holy chamber, which the priests of the waters would wash and drink on a font, blessed with King Fulminus himself. Spiral staircase to the west wall. Font is it's infinite holy water. No matter how much water is removed from the font, it always fills to the perfect surface tension and never spills. A creature that drinks from the font is cured of one disease, one curse, disease, or poison afflicting them. Cobra crabs from earlier. Gotcha. But that must be from the font, and they can only gain it once per day. Loses its curative effects, but still counts as holy water. Set aside. Okay. Perfect. Awesome. Yes. Set around the edges of the font are a number of sapphires. You might just put their value here. That's like the only thing I would be like, that right there, right? That's awesome. Cool. And that is they give the blessing, then they get the yes. Okay, so they do something to make soft water. They make it absolutely pure, and then it gets them over here. I dig it. I like it. I really do. 6 is probably going to be a little bit more hazardous because it's hard water. And because... Oh, I dig this. Because of the way that this is arranged, they could walk in here, and if this one opened up like this, they would just assume, yep, that's the stairway to go down because that's the one right in front of us. Not even thinking that manipulating the water could potentially do something else. That is very cool. Because it's like, well, they made the offering of fresh water. Yeah, sure, they get through here. But if they have the thought to tweak it somehow, like, just like, okay, well, yeah, it's purified water, but is it like pure, right? If they have that thought, it rewards it, right? And I love the fact that it is like open, this is the way you go down. That's very apparent. Was there a clue in that this could have other answers? Okay. I would kind of wonder if there's like maybe another way it could clue in that there would be other answers to this. Could be the just shape of the room maybe is one. Yeah, just kind of on a thought there. Font of Blessings, sick. Staircase goes down. 2 near identical murals. Depict each. Okay, they depict the ocean and its depths, growing deeper as the characters ascend. That's cool. At the very bottom of the stairs, the eastern mural depicts an open clamshell in which a young blue-skinned baby rests. Okay. The characters recognize the baby as Acre, as depicted in the mural in Area 1. Area 8. Bishop of Waves. Oh, it looks like he might have just forgotten to like put the name of that area right there. Okay, that goes back there. All right. Room of Reverence. 6 statues reading. Paul flank a red carpet that leads down a spiral staircase, or toward a spiral staircase. Depicts a different member of the family. One of the king himself, another of his queen, his brother, one of his 2 sisters, and the last of his teenage son, Acre. The characters recognize Fluminous and Acre from the statue and murals in Area 1, or Acre from the mural in Area 5. Hidden Chalice. If the characters bow before the king. The pedestal rises from the center of the room, atop which is an empty silver chalice. Holds a minor magical enchantment, enhancing the taste of any liquid poured into it. Yes, thank you. Common magic item. Just very small little oomph. Secret relating to this room can be spotted and easily over. Okay, from its side. Kingfisher's Grave, Area 7. Okay. Littered with broken tiles and rubble, as much as this landing is collapsed, an armor-clad corpse lies amidst the rubble. If the characters make a significant amount of noise in this room, it alerts the corpse in Area 8. Or alerts the monster in Area 8. I'm reading too far ahead. Monster in Area 8 is what? The Bishop of Waves? Okay, let's attack all the characters that Prince Acre all the material world's water for himself in order to ensure his claim to the ocean's throne. The characters locate the Knacklance? A sphere of salt forged by King Fluminous to show good faith to his people, which likely rests somewhere in the temple. Okay. So it alerts... Is that a mislabel? Maybe it's 12 or 11. I think that might be 12 or 11, but because this doesn't seem like this is a monster. Let me go to 12 real quick. The siren emerges from the water and begins to sing, so it alerts her. Maybe, what's in 11? Den of the Whisper Worm. Okay. Maybe it's this right here. Maybe it should alert them in area 11 and 12. The ceiling of this room is partially fallen in, filling the room with a labyrinth of rubble. Lurking amidst the rubble is the whisper worm. Rusted metal and bits of tarnished jewelry are visible poking out of the detritus. A difficult terrain. The whisper worm hides amidst the rubble and is unaffected by the difficult terrain. If alerted to the presence of unstealthy characters, it remains hidden and tries to use its whispering madness to sow discord among the characters before going in to kill. The whisper worm has made its den here for decades, and only recently has it been driven to this chamber by Acre and the Drovletmen, all of whom are immune to its madness. Okay. Hair on my mouth. The necklace. Okay, lies atop some of the rubble here, but collecting it alerts the whisper worm. Buried under the rubble in this room are 2d6 pieces of lost jewelry from the whisper room's previous meals, which can be found after 5 minutes of searching. Okay. Typically, it tends to be about 10 minutes for all the VX derivative stuff, but like that's no biggie. Okay, might put a value on that right there. The whisper worm. Okay, we got a mini boss. Oh no, a large worm that sports a humanoid face. It speaks in maddening tongues which induce hallucinations and insanity in those that hear it. 1d6 and lightheaded for 1 hour. Save versus poison, there we go. So, okay, so it's 1d6 damage for the poison and lightheaded for an hour. And he whispers, I can only speak in tongues. Those that hear the words must savor his madness or experience vivid hallucinations that cause them to act in random ways. Okay. I dig the horror behind this. I like just the weird of it. So we have... This is a nice, like... Okay, so where's the... Yeah, the necklace. Here we go. +2 bonus to attack and damage. It deals 1d6 bonus damage to creatures made from water or from the water world. It has 3 charges and regains 1d3 charges per day. Spend 1 charge to cast Destroy Water. Cake. Cake. Mid-level magic item. +2 bonus to attack. It's a lance. Interesting. You don't see enough magic lances, I feel. It's always swords. It's like swords and hammers. We don't get enough axes. We don't get enough lances. We don't get enough glaives, halberds. Give me that shit, right? A magic lance with a +2 bonus to attack and damage. Sick. Very cake. It's made of salt, too. And enchanted salt and encrusted with sapphires. Oh, it was made by King Flumnus as a show of faith to mortals. But now they had a means to kill him. Okay. So we have a lot of fun interactions going on in this one. Blessings. I'm looking for... Do we have a setback? Drowning Chamber is kind of a funny trap. We do have a lot of interactions going on. That is a pretty fun trick idea in here. Cool encounter. Crumbling amphitheater. Yeah. Oh, I was so right. Oh, I was so right on that. I was gonna say glaives. You want more magic? Yeah, absolutely right. This tiered pentagonal amphitheater is largely fallen away from the western edge. Its lowest level filled with 4.5 feet of water. The siren hides in the pool. You've got a siren in the middle of a theater. Great. You know, you could even go like the because of the theater, the tiers, the whatever we want to say, right? So you do have the interesting elevation going on with the terrain for this potential encounter, and you could do the acoustics in here actually cause... Wait, is it a kiss? Oh, wait, I thought it was a song. Yeah, there we go. You could even do, like, because of the good acoustics in this room, something doofy like that. Is this used against one? It's those that hear it must save versus charm. The good acoustics cause a -2 penalty to this check. It's something like that. Just as because this is also mid-level. Siren is a hit die 6. Oh, it can stun. Drown on 3 failures. Ooh. Ooh. Oh, hey, what up, Fred? I'm a beast with the editing and analysis. Thanks, man. Huh. Alright, I'm taking a look. Do they not have the siren in here? H-I-J-K-L-M-N. Nope. This just got me curious. Ow. H. No, what was this in? All right. To be an expert? No, it's not in the basics. I know that there was a Kelpie in White Plume. There's not one in Search of the Unknown. I'm just curious what the old Siren had, because that feels a little harsh, but I mean, then again, we had insta-death poison too. The Drowning Kiss can be, I think, overcome kind of easily here with the ally using their action if they think to do that, you know? And can otherwise do nothing. Ooh, yeah, that's... Ooh. I like it. It's, okay. Isle of Dread has a Kelpie. Yeah, White Plume Mountain also has a Kelpie. I was trying to find a Siren, and without digging through all my damn books, I was just curious how the mechanic worked in, like, Classic. If this is in Beck Me, I've got Rules Cyclopedia somewhere. Oh shit, here we go. Ha ha ha! Monsters. H. No Siren in here. Mermaid? Medusa. Merman. Yeah, the only other thing I can think of is like maybe a nymph. Nope. I had no idea they had a Knuckle Levy in the Rules Cyclopedia. That's cool. Oh, that's sick. We gotta put that in Vagabond. Woo. Do I want to AD&T first edition or second edition monster manual? Wait, do I want one? Or are you saying that's what you're looking through? If it's an offer, haha. You know it. This has been the hard thing, is actually getting a hold of the monster manuals for these games. It's not really a super hard to get a hold of like a player's handbook or like the rules cyclopedia. The monster manuals are hard. You can look at I think the second edition monster manual has a kind of a slightly bigger roster, and I want to say that they actually have a siren over there, but I don't remember. I was really curious if they all had this kind of an effect. But I mean, the stat block works. It was just I was curious if it was a port or if this was a different kind of mechanic that Jack was using here. Okay, Prince Acre. Whoa, big boy, huh? Geyser. Double standard sphere area. 46. Okay. Failure curses with 9-0 attacks until cured. Ooh. Okay. Oh, that's not even the dad. That's the prince, right? Does he have minions with him? Okay, if the characters adhere to his haughty arrogance, who agreed Hero World's water belongs to him, they may be able to gain an element of surprise. Otherwise, he attacks the moment the characters make their opposition clear. Okay, Mother of Pearl Crown is worth a fortune to the right buyer, but can be returned to the water world for a far greater reward from King Fluminous too. Oh, so King Fluminous is not the big bad one. Ooh. Jack, this is aces, man. What is the diamond-shaped channels out of this room, pouring a steady torrent of water towards a great glimmering pool in its center. Once Acre has left the material world or is dead, the water instead magically flows up and out from the portal toward the channels in the slow, steady stream. Okay. If Prince Acre flees through the portal in Area 15 or is killed, his control for the waters of the material world ends, and the water begins flowing from the portal as per normal. Acre continues to set through the material world's water, and over the coming months, all the fresh water in Marshall is stolen, leaving only salt and brine to poison the farmland in the region. So, Jack. Fucking bravo. Dude. My guy understood the assignment, has turned in a hell of a dungeon. This is a very cool, slick, everything adhered to the prompts. Like, the fact that most of my critiques were, like, I mean, essentially just, like, maybe some formatting decisions. Most of the stuff that I was suggesting were, like, kind of stuff that gets resolved in playtest, you know? There's some stuff that we'll see that maybe this doesn't quite work out or whatever, or in the hands of an editor looking for some kind of inconsistencies with the format. In general, though, this is aces, man. This is very, very, very well done. Hell yeah, man. Good fucking shit right here. Glad to see it. Hell yeah. Yo, you can get a bravo. Yeah, I mean, I know Jack's been doing content creation for a little while too. I like the dungeon layouts. I think that maybe the map could have some areas that are a little bit more clear. Typically, we indicate secrets with an S, you know. I know that you did this in Dungeon Scroll, or at least I'm willing to bet that's what it was in. So maybe some, you know, indicators for entrances, things like that would be a little bit more helpful. Yeah, dude, this one's sick. Very, very sick. Good job. I dig this a lot. I like the voice that's coming through. This is a basic insert water elemental dungeon, very in theme with aquatics and all that good shit. Yeah, man, bravo. I don't know really what more to add to that, other than your next step is probably going to be, you know, the layout and polishing for printing and everything, if that's the direction you wanted to go with it. But hell yeah. Okay. So with that one, I wanted to take a look at a weird one. And this one was submitted by another YouTuber named Blanco. And whenever I show you guys the map, wow, there's a lot. Oh, how long is this one? Okay, we will probably be doing a brief. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Okay. All right, let's see what's going on with this one. Okay, so the abandoned city of Phenomenal Polis? Anal Polis? Is that what we're going with here? We have two different spellings, but this one is... This one's got that in there, man. And the city handout I got... So this is the city handout, where it feels like he kind of made one of those like children's car rugs kind of thing. I am interested to see what's going on with this. Okay, it's intentionally hard to pronounce. Just like many aspects of the city, the name is badly thought out. Just say phenomenal and then Polis, Phenomenal Polis, directly afterwards. Yeah, especially with this spelling of it, you gotta watch out for that, right? Now, reminds you of South Park, yeah. Phenom Anal Polyps, that'll work, yeah. The abandoned city of wonder and amazement has forsaken for 6 years. Originally, wait. This is a city of wonder and amazement? Really? Okay. There is a siren in the Monster Manual for AT&T, like, no drowning mechanics. Okay. So it's the AD&D second edition Monster Manual. So is that just like the Monstrous Manual? I was curious because there's also a lot of system neutral derivative stuff that goes off of second edition as well. Sorry, just real quick. I was very curious about this. Because mostly because like charming and frightening have always been handled in such like bizarre ways from edition to edition. Failed to load the PDF. Damn it. Oh, come on. All this stuff's been entered into the public record, alright? We're not distributing. Someone else is the one that got in trouble for this. Yeah, go after them, wizards or whoever. Actually, wait, since it's all entered into the public record because Gygax sued Arneson or what the hell ever. No, that's a siren. There is a difference on that. Oh, yeah. Huh, okay. Yeah, I don't know. Cool idea, though, for, like, a different take on, like, whatever this fantastical hot woman, like, race is for any games, right? It seems like no matter what, there's always, like, these kinds of fantasy, like, I mean, this is always a fantasy trope. Even they did this with, like, Futurama, where it was, like, the group goes to some society where it's, like, completely, I mean, come on, it's, like, you insert your Hustler article into the middle of your D&D campaign. Oh, it's all sexy women. Oh, what do you know? And like, this is actually kind of a cool, interesting take on an alt that isn't just like big warrior women. It's like, okay, cool. What are you? Tropical, human-like females, home in any aquatic environments, skin temperature lightly green. 6 or 7. Ooh. Innate magic. Okay. I'll have to look into them later. You want your hot women and men, no discrimination. Hey, right? Hot women, hot men, hot cat boys. All right. Now, originally conceived as a showcase of the wonders of a technology, it was meant to be a fully functional, habitable planned city with citizens living in luxury amongst a showcase of phenomenal projects. During the first day of celebration, a massive upheaval took place and not a single survivor escaped the city. Wild stories of mechanical wonders gone amok have died down, and some have started to wonder if it might be safe to explore the ruins. Some say that a one-of-a-kind crystal can still be found deep within the city. Okay. Exploring more than one numbered area past C1 initiates a cumulative 20% chance that Safety Sam will encounter the player as they move around the city streets. This encounter resets once an interaction has occurred, and will initiate again once the characters have moved between the numbered areas twice. Wait, okay. Chance resets once an interaction has occurred, and will initiate once again after the characters move between numbered areas twice. A loud noise will increase the chance of interaction. Okay, so Safety Sam. Yeah, let's look at Safety Sam's stat block real quick. 12-foot tall humanoid shaped. Oh boy. For those watching the VOD, note that there was no mention of Catboys in the chat when Taron said that. Hey, my Freudian has been slipping for. Yeah, my Sigmund Freud is wearing grease-soaked shoes in my chats. All right. The automaton and metal conveyance are both painted white. A 30-foot cube on 4 wheels. It is literally a children's rug that they're on. The automaton and metal conveyance are both painted white, but the back end of the cube is going to discolor and corrode. A horrific stench rises from the box. The fellback liquid drops from the roads as it rolls past. A small automaton flows 20 feet behind, cleaning up and leaving the street spotless. You can see through the windows that are 3 inches wide and 3 feet long. Wait. You can see through thin windows that are 3 inches wide and 3 feet long. Oh, wait. I'm confused by that metric here. Or like that measurement here. I'm not sure exactly what that means. Is it a really tiny slit that's like... The double doors seem to be strangely hinged inward like a gnomish finger trap. It's meant for things to be put in and not be taken out. There's no apparent lock or opening latch. Inside is what might have been a delightful waiting room with tables and chairs. It's now 75% full of rotten and desiccated corpses in various states of decay. Most of them appear to be forest animals, such as bears and deer. However, there are several humanoid corpses in various stages of decay as well. Several of the bodies hold valuable weapons, gems, and coins worth roughly 1,000 gold pieces. Okay. Simple as Amazon unlimited sentience, however, years of extended stimulus have evolved his intelligence matrix to a malevolent personality that takes a sadistic joy in strictly following the original programming guidelines. It will follow simple commands by anyone who has an employee keycard or one of the living brains from the hospital. However, no existing keycard allows a user to shut down Sam or override his primary programming. If an employee keycard is placed in the timeout cart, that keycard will be flagged as null and will no longer function as a keycard. Sam will always look out for any flimsy excuse to punish any minor transgression and offers no help or directions to anyone. Will linger within earshot of visitors for several minutes, hoping to find an excuse to entrap someone. he has like, he had this idea for like an oppressive Securitron bot, right? And went very whole hog on that. So like, this feels like this would be fun as a like Fallout style thing. Like, you know, you go weird wasteland style. Yeah, this feels like this would be perfect for like that kind of genre. Just off of this right up here. Is this the command statement without possessing an employee keycard more than twice? Okay, so there should probably be there will probably be employee keycards up in here. It says anything negative about Phenomenopolis more than twice, regardless of employee keycard. Okay, this is doofy. This is funny. I think that it could be a little trimmed down, you know. I like I like the doofy, weird wasteland vibes a lot. This wasn't all, by the way, this also wasn't forcing anybody to like stick to a specific genre at all. I think Sam's interactions, triggers might be a bit overwritten and cause some tracking issues for the GM. Okay. Bunch of quotes. Very goofy. What's his stat block like? Yeah, this should be a Fallout kind of vibe with this one. Flying snake, acid snail. As standard. Yep, there we go. Woo! What level is this written for? I was curious about that. Okay, so there we're getting into the areas. So the area layout, you know, going with a key, because this is still written without really breaking up and labeling the information. Okay, to break up and label your information for an easier sight read. And yeah, they'll do that. Boo. The bolding is good. We're getting an idea as to like what is in here. This should be bolded right here. Hidden trapdoor. One sec. Orange is being squeezed by a cute depiction of a non-Euclidean monster. There's a series of signs and drinking bowls set up in the front window of this store. 54 health potions, probably bold that. Still remains scattered on this. Okay. Locked with 300 gold coins, also bold that. And a spare ethereal battery hidden under a chair, also bold that. UC1, which is like, okay, yeah, breaking that up and kind of like making sure that that passages, transitions, all that stuff is laid out, you know. Here's the thing with labeling like this makes it incredibly easy to sight read this. I know which passageway, north, right? Cool. This also helps for like people that don't want to do like a dungeon map, they just want to do theater of the mind. The thing that I kind of developed here, it was just sort of building off of what Johan Nor was doing in Into the Odd and Merkborg, getting specific with the dungeon passages. This is going north, south, this goes this direction, or whatever. This helps to visualize the space for the GM and makes it way easier for them to just kind of like, you know, evoke that space. Tell the players like, hey, this needs to go in this direction or whatever. Labeling, bolding the magic items, the important stuff that's in the room. I feel like if it's important enough to get a description, something needs to indicate why, right? So like, if it's something they can interact with, and we're not talking very specific, there are shelves in here with books. Do the books have anything in them? No. So then like we say that they're bookshelves. Like there's bookshelves lining the walls. That's it. We don't need to get into the like, on these bookshelves is a book on how to seduce goblins. Something like that. You don't need to get that into the specifics. Just like, unless it's important, you just leave it as a room detail, you know. But also, if it does call it out, and if I say like, you all are in a library, the one thing that everyone's immediately going to want to do is look for a book that has a lever, a hidden switch, some kind of a mechanism that will like go through to a secret room or whatever. So like, you know, also kind of consider what are people going to want to do whenever they see your room description, right? Because if you give too much, they're going to spend a lot of time just sort of like futzing with everything. And if not everything that you describe has an interaction, it could just feel like dead ends. Like they're just kind of poking, prodding at nothing really. So kind of going up from the top, the outskirts are filled with wild scrublands. Nature has taken the first steps in reclaiming the roads to the city. However, there's a clear boundary where the plants and dirt have been meticulously cleared away. Something or someone is still keeping the city streets clean and tidy. This could probably be up in a meta description of like the entire area, like the environment. I guess maybe up in here somewhere. At the main entrance stands a large sign that has a massive blackened hole straight through it. It now reads, "Well, me." Oh, that's funny. A battered, weather-worn automaton, roughly fashioned to look like a bard, stands at a street corner playing a distorted harpsichord tune. The automaton has very little to say other than "Welcome to the city of wonder and amazement. Welcome to Phenomeноpolis." And memory corrupted lines 10 through 4,000. Dude, this should be a Fallout adventure. I like very little lifting, like very little like whatever you want, right? We say that this, if you went with like this is a wasteland themed BX derivative adventure or something like that, hey, super slick. Hey, if you wind up with more time than you thought, could you cover the short preview image of your dungeon? Sure, yeah. Okay. An ethereal battery within its chassis powering rudimentary speech. Okay. So it has an ethereal battery. So these are things that I am assuming the ethereal battery is a thing that we might want for other shit. Maybe to power other robots that are here, right? Something like that. I would also bold, ethereal battery. This is the weather-worn automaton, roughly fashioned to look like a bard. Okay. Let me... Hang on a second. Let me do something real quick. This is going to take maybe a minute. I'm going to make a copy of this. Because I think this needs a slight layout tweak. This is going to take a little bit of work, but we're not going to do the entire work on this. Okay. See that? Sure. It's all good to keep your text and everything the way that you would want it to. I'm just kind of doing this to kind of keep it consistent throughout. Having a Futura-like font is also very much Fallout-y. This should be update this to match. Right? Okay. You just don't want it to count as a full critique of my thing. If you only ever get one, you'll probably have it ready for review by tomorrow. Oh, I mean, there's like 40 people that are doing this thing, and I'm kind of just... If someone wants some help, I try to do what I can. Okay. I can't promise that everybody gets a critique, but, there's... I made announcements about it a couple times, and I kind of go with whoever was available. Okay, notes. Here we go. I'm only really doing this so that I can show... Okay, kind of what I mean by kind of getting closer to the format here. Okay. So first off, I'm still going to make this 2 columns because we would like it to be as printer friendly as possible. Let's see this. Mutations, items of note. Okay, so then we have our maps, right? Okay. I would do, there we go, already, because we make it 2 columns right here, right? We're saving about, I don't know, maybe 5 pages, maybe? I don't know for sure, making a rough estimate. Bestiary. Let the space before kind of do that for you. Ooh, the table, you probably, go. Okay, these are quotes, right? So maybe make those, right? Instead of a dash, be sure to put in a colon, right? Things like that. This needs to be, why does it do this? What's that? Google. Your tabs with bulleted lists have never been good. There we go. Say we'll try to, chase anyone who does yada yada yada, right? Starts as a limited automaton with limited sentience. Large 25K. There we go. We're looking at trying to save space. We're trying to save space so that if somebody prints this out, they don't suddenly get a tome in their hand to run a one shot, right? So here we go. Because I think we had 13 pages whenever this was, right? Most likely, based off of the map structure and everything, could probably get this under 10. Okay, so there's an encounter there, right? And part of the reason why we do the symbols is to give people a heads up. Like, yeah, okay, well, here's this encounter right here. Let's clue them into what's going on, Okay, absolutely no poison. I will tell you for sure, you got this is definitely evoking the Fallout humor. That reads well me. Okay. Mostly to collapse and ruins. Okay. So this is a room description. Okay. That's like a general area description, I guess is what we would say. Area description. Various buildings can be seen beyond the entrance. Here, I'll zoom up on this so that you guys can see what's going on here. Various buildings can be seen beyond the entrance. Most seem to have collapsed, and these ruins contrast wildly with the immaculate paved stone roads and alleyways. There we go. Outskirts are filled with wild scrublands, and nature is taking the city. However, there's a clear boundary. Right, we're showing these over here. We want to make sure that our area descriptions, this is just a general idea of the description of the city. The city general descriptions or general details. Okay. This note right here, it feels like this wants to be handled as a random encounter on your table that you could have escalating, 1d6 roll. Okay, so started as a roll of 1, roll it up to a 2, right? So instead of a cumulative 20% chance, just have it as a d6. I keep referring back to the d6 because I think some people really prefer percentile die because they like seeing very clean exact chance and they like the minutia. That's a preference thing. Okay, water-worn automaton fashion look like a bard, stands at the street corner and plays a harpsichord tune. Okay, so we have some of our room elements, right? So we'll do this for right now. We have an encounter. We're just gonna say this. Encounter automaton. Here, let's do that. Go. The automaton has very little to say other than welcome to the city of wonder and amazement. Okay, we're gonna do this. Right. Go over here. Go over here. I thought. Wait. Aha. That's what I mangled. Right? Okay. Automaton. This automaton has very little to say other than welcome to the city of wonder and amazement. Welcome to Phenomenalopolis and memory crafted lines. You know, so let's also do this because this is being spoken. Make it clear that that's a thing that would be being spoken, and it also has the benefit of saving us some line space on there, right? Ethereal battery. Bold that, and I would describe that somewhere else to clue that in. Okay, 4 standing buildings with an eyesight R, and then this would be our, where else could we go, right? These linger here are a large automaton, and we'll eventually sweep them up and enter a central city garbage chute area. Okay. So this could be another encounter, maybe? Right, so we say like X. Let's just say bard automaton, right? This cleaning automaton looked like it was kind of a monster, like kind of a big boy. All right, so already just by doing that and kind of distributing our information, right? We've cleaned this up a lot to where now this still feels like it's kind of hitting the thematic, the vibes, right? The main entrance stands alone. You could probably just say at the. This is at the main entrance. You could just say like, I guess at the entrance stands a. Looking at ways to kind of like reduce word count. Again, this helps just for printing and yeah. At the entrance stands a large sign that has massive blackened hole straight through it. It now reads, well, okay. City entrance. Like this. I don't know. I was just thinking I was being cute. Massive charred. Charred might be a little bit better than blackened here because charred insinuates like maybe something was blasted through it and it actually like caught fire. The heat was that intense, you know? Has burned through it. Something like that, right? Okay. there. Or you say automaton. What you could do. Something like that. Okay, distorted harpsichord tune. And what I would do is try to keep the formatting consistent like this. Because whenever it's a big group like that, and we have a bit of a point crawl happening in here, the 5-room dungeon structure is a little hard to get point for point on that. But I would say breaking up your information like this and focusing on cleanup is going to be really, really big for that. I'm going to send a version of this. Aaron's VOD edit. Okay. I'm gonna send a version of this over just so like you can take a look at it and make your own decisions. And if you want to, you can totally just like make a copy of that, do your thing. Here, I've shown some suggestions for layout on stream, and here's the link for my tweet. Okay. Go. I highly recommend doing a thorough editing pass with a focus on clarity, conciseness, and reducing your page count. The difficult thing with point crawls can be, well, I think that he has an idea here for this as a point crawl that may not specifically be, dictating word for word to the prompt. Oh shit! Just discovered your channel and you're obsessed. Oh, thanks. Your RPG reviews are top. Thank you. You're looking into starting a Dragonbane game and I seem to like it. Yeah, I adore Dragonbane. That is, well, number one, super thank you. But yeah, Dragonbane had a huge influence on my own system. Vagabond. And yeah, I adore what Freely was able to achieve with that thing. I think what I would like to do, I would like to see this get an editing pass where there's a focus on reducing the word count. Also focusing on conveying the information a little bit more clear. Moving around some of the information to make sure that like what's in these area descriptions is like short to the point, bing bang boom, right? What's in here? Okay, there's a Bard automaton. What does it do? What does it have, right? And then like kind of let the GM fill that in with whatever they would like to do. Right? Something like this. And then you have like your passageways, whatever this would wind up being. So there's 4 buildings within eyesight. You might even be able to say like as a point crawl, like just give them the map and say, hey, they can go to any of these buildings. Each is within like a 5-minute walk of the other. Pretty cake, right? Yeah, that's as of right now. That's kind of where I would suggest this needs to focus on more than getting into any of the like nitty gritty of analyzing it for right now. Once that's handled, I'd love to take another look at it. But yeah, man, number one, if you show this as your map, this is going to be fun. People are going to look at this and be like, yes, weird. Sure, we're here for that. I also think that if you did decide to go like full on Fallout with it, it'd be fun to see It'd be fun to see some dungeons submitted that aren't just, you know, fantasy, 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 you know. Yeah, man. That's kind of what I have to say for right now. And I hope that's helpful. I know that like I didn't get super deep into it, but I really think that this needs to get the reduction passed before we do a real big round on that. Let me see. Yeah, because then we have like building maps, and I think this could take up quite a bit of time. But yeah, I'd love to see what you wind up making happen in this, because it's the prompt itself is super super funny. Here, let's see that. Then these kinds of tables don't really need to be this big. Like 8. Come on. I hate when it does that. Sample mutations table. The layout on this I would probably tweak to like it needs a header, it needs the table description, and then label D10 roll over here, the effect over here, right? There's what we can intuit, and then there's just like, is there any reason why we need to make it kind of like divert away from something? Divert away from the format that other people have been using really effectively for a while. Yeah. Oh, and then I gotta go up here and do this? No, wait, this? Son of a bitch. Right? Here? Thank you. Okay. That was gonna bug me unless I fix that. So we have the bestiary right here. The bestiary looks all fine. Health ring corruption. Mutation table. I would... Yeah, that's fine. There's a lot thrown in on this one. A lot thrown in on it. And I would say that it should probably lose some lines and just focus on delivering the punch as effectively as possible. And that's kind of where I'd be at with that one. We had Winston that was in here, who I'd like to get to before I totally go on my break, because it sounds like this would be a pretty short one. Winston, can you tell me who you are over in Discord? Oh. Winston. Still around? Maybe? Maybe? Winston! Anybody? Bueller? Bueller! Wasn't in critiques, it was just a preview and game discussion. Okay, so Kraken 777. Okay. Right. He's the guy who's playing with no hunger. Yeah, I just didn't. I mean, I didn't know the username to the. I didn't know the username to the name over here. Okay. So this looks to be a Merkborg stylized thing. Okay. So are you gonna make this for a 4-fold, or is that just like you decided to go for that? I'm just kind of curious, because I like the way that can break stuff up. High Alchemist Kuthar. 2 decades ago, Kuthar encountered Tlaxel Lee, one of the exotic formaldehyde beasts. He struck a deal with it. He would make sure that it would never go hungry or be hunted ever again. In exchange, the beast would provide the formaldehyde it produces. The alchemists worked tirelessly to build the foundations for a sanctuary for the beast. The alchemist invited the beast to see the progress on its new sanctuary and was elated at the progress. The Kuthar would belay laxaudily, sealing him away from the cistern foundation forever to be a slave. Now, with a cheap and permanent source of formaldehyde, Kuthar set out on his true ambitions. He would embalm the corpses of the poor for profit and use the funds to further his studies and amass followers who find approval in his research and gaining his amass followers who find. Why do I keep doing that? That's so weird. I keep like skipping a line as I'm like reading through it. Yeah, this would be page 1 of it. Gotcha. Or 1 page of it rather. Okay. With every fruit Horvi blank, his research Kuther's okay. Oh, gotcha. Gain power to improve on. Okay, so this is a yes. All right, so this is a denizen for the gotcha. Okay, they value knowledge, addicted to the gratitude of Kuthar, the existence of desires to have purpose, to belong. Okay. Its kind were created long ago as a method for asymmetrical warfare. Formaldehyde beasts poison the water supplies of ecosystems to have their collapse in order to eat from the corpses created by the ruin they've wrought. Now, imprisoned in the cistern, it routinely sings a song of lament through the ventilation system in desperation. It longs for its old nomadic and catastrophic lifestyle. Desires freedom in the... Okay, so the conflict is basically this guy likes having this thing caged up because it gets these guys to like this dude over here and gives him a supply of formaldehyde. Awesome. Keep this thing in prison. That's how I gain power, right? And helps me improve on my experiments. I need to keep this thing closed up. This thing wants out of here. Wants this guy dead, right? This thing wants freedom. This thing wants this thing to stay caged up. These guys are just like, oh, awesome. You're so cool, Mr. Kuthar. You give us all, right? So these guys could be swayed either one way or the other, I'm sure, in some way. One of the things that I would look at doing, just kind of as I was reading through this right here, is it feels like there's a couple sentences that felt a little bit redundant. Or whenever I say redundant, I don't mean the entire sentence. Sorry. Repetitive might be a better word. Where it was like, where was this? I know it just stood out a time or two. 3 decades ago, Kuthar encountered one of these. Okay, he struck a deal with it. He would make sure that it would never go hungry or be hunted ever again. In exchange, the beast would provide the formaldehyde it produces. Cool. We've got a clean... I almost went to just a paragraph break right here. The alchemists worked tirelessly to build the foundations for a sanctuary for the beast. The alchemists invited the beast... Oh, okay, right here. So we have like... The alchemists worked tirelessly to build a foundation and a sanctuary for the beast. The alchemists invited the beast to see the progress on his new sanctuary. So, like, that sentence right there, I might maybe try to think of a way to rearrange that to where it just doesn't feel like the alchemist, the beast. It just kind of reads a little bit more, like, clear, right? One of the things I would do is add play. Sorry. All right, hang on. Let me know when you're back in. Because I need coffee anyways. Everything good? Unreal timing, yeah. That's hilarious. Well, thank you for the support. Oh. How are we all doing? Is it really that long? How long are the ads on YouTube now? We got you back? Are you back amongst the living, or are you still stuck in adpocalypse? Uh-oh. Is he gone? Anybody? We still have you? How is everyone doing, though? Well, you're here. Hey, welcome, Dr. Smith. Just caught up. Okay. There we go. So, yeah, I would just kind of look at some spots where you get a little bit repetitive about, like, the alchemist, right? Maybe try to think of, like, ways in which that would, like, flow a little bit more naturally. One of the things I always recommend to everybody that you do, whenever you put something to paper for, like, game text, read it aloud to yourself. Because it can make all the sense in the world whenever you write it out and it's like, yeah, okay, I put the information down, got it. And then if, like, things don't really click, like, for some people, they're like, this seemed kind of weird to parse. I always read something aloud to myself 2 or 3 times before I'm like, all right, this is ready for public. Yep, it makes sense. Except whenever it comes to, like, Vagabond, because it's a massive game and it, you know. So I try to read stuff aloud to myself. This is actually the best part of playtesting, if I'm being real here. Playtesting is where errors come out more than anywhere else. Because the way that something is interpreted could also lead you to be making some other editing decisions and everything. It's not any kind of a ding whatsoever. It's just a, like, yeah, you might check this out. I like the layout. I think that this is fun. This is definitely fitting the Borg, like, style. One of the things that I would say that you might kind of consider is that this one in particular does eat up your page. This eats up a lot of real estate right here. It's cool looking. It is cool looking. But even Merkborg has gone for the more condensed down questing stuff, right? It's also pretty setting agnostic. Okay. Yeah, I think, like, I would try to aim for, like, I still try to get information out as clean as I can. Whenever it comes to quests, right? I try to get that information out there, like, as clean as possible. Whenever it comes to, like, bestiaries or, you know, character options, this is where I think you can, like, kind of get a little bit more, like, art booky with it, right? The way that they do with Merkborg. Or if the layout does complement, like, what is happening with the book, right? There is a book, I want to say it's just called the Dungeon Book, the Dungeon Black Book or something, where it was a bunch of Merkborg adventures, and the layout was actually, like, part of the dungeon, and it was really interesting. Where, like, the words were getting laid out like corridor, and, like, the corridor itself, the word was the map, corridor, room, and then description was, like, this block of text up over in here, right? I thought that was fun, but in the end, I was also like, I would never want to run this because it just looks confusing as fuck. But, I mean, yeah, it was a cool idea to see. But yeah, so, like, the layout decision, this is fine. Like, this totally works. I just sometimes worry about whenever we get so far into the, like, this feels very cool and on theme, and, like, where are we potentially hurting our accessibility? Mostly gonna be medical supplies trash. Ah, gotcha. Yeah, I mean, without really, like, seeing the rest of the dungeon, like, what do I think about this? I mean, yeah, your denizens, this is all good. Like, I have enough to where I know essentially what the faction feel is going to be like for this. Very clean desires, all that. I also think that maybe you could get a little bit more experimental with the layout if the text isn't particularly dense, right? If there isn't a ton of text on the pages, then maybe you could get a bit more, like, weird with it. One of the other ones that's coming up kind of did that, where they're doing the, like, text in the room sort of layout. So that's another option. But yeah, I guess from reading that one, that's kind of what I thought. But I I am going to take a quick break because I've been reviewing these for a second now. And my back hurts. Okay. I need to stretch. So I'll be back here in a bit. We're going to wrap up a few more dungeons and call that a night, peeps. So, be back in, what would it be? I don't know, 5, 10? I'll see you guys then. Oh, jump scare. This chair is gonna kill me. Okay. What do we got up? I think we got a train. Unless it was somebody in chat. Is Axiom Dober in chat? Wait, hang on. Chat. Sound off. Andy, you're here? All right. Cool. We'll hop on that one then. Okay. That way you can get to bed and all that if you need to. Hey, what up, Phoenix? All right. Ale of the Wizard Green. Guys are cloudy with a chance of ooze. First off, you already get points for it being an ooze-themed dungeon. I am a sucker for oozes for some reason. I don't know why. Maybe it's a slime girl weakness or something. All right, so an absurd event. Yeah, all right, we're getting points. We're getting points. You're appealing to everything about me. All right. Environmental catastrophe was assigned for the 2020. Hey. All right. Real quick, I was looking for maybe leveling. Oh. Yeah, labeled like the maps from OSE stuff. Okay. Very easy to intuit. Interesting. Okay, so it's an island. Okay, barn. I'm just trying to see if I understand. Servant quarters, okay. Inside the sunken tower. Deep water, shallow water, cliffside on the other direction, okay. Routes. Okay, open doors, gotcha. This is in the area 6, which is the fetid fountain. Okay, I was just double checking. You're back. Let's review some shit. Could you tell me real quick what the level for this one is? Like mid, early. If I'm just looking at the stat blocks real quick. HP. Okay, hit die 6. So maybe a lower level one. Yeah, probably a lower level one. Which good. I love being able to throw that stuff. Oh, okay. I would kind of default to just saying like 4, maybe 4.5. I mean, you're using 4.5 here. A lot of times we kind of default to 4 for the multiplication for the hit dice, but like that's yeah. I don't worry too much about that. So I'm gonna assume. D4 bandits, water weird, okay. Ochre jelly. Wave deposits and ochre jelly on board. Oh, I like this a lot. Okay. You got your numbers or what? No, you're fine. Yeah, this gets resolved. Yeah. I will say, kind of looking at this from a glance, HP 45 ACS chain. 2d6. This is 2, average of 7 damage attacks if both hit consume. Hold each round. Reduce speed to 0 and take 1d6 damage. This is a mean, nasty ass. Looks like a combination of a couple different oozes, which very cool. Now, for oozes, tends to be their hit points might be a little bit bigger, but we try to keep their AC down kind of lower-ish. It's moving at 1 time standard, which is more than we're kind of used to seeing for oozes, but like it's all good. If both hit consume, each turn savors madness. After 3 failures, the creature is charmed. Okay, so the thing I'm looking at here with this stat block is, you see how this says psychic pressure? So is this just like a latent effect? Because the way that this almost reads right now, because this doesn't have like a specific target, right? It just almost feels like this creature right here needs to save versus madness. And I don't believe that's, I don't believe that's what you're trying to do with that. So I would just say each turn, what is the targeted thing, You don't like that it's action passive without labeling it. Yeah. Like there's that too. Takes half damage from non-magical sources. Fire feeding of damage by fire, and instead gains 1 hit die and grows plus D4 to melee. So there's a little bit of tracking with that. And I get the like growth, very fun idea, right? You were considering cutting the psychic pressure entirely for your comments on the previous streams about tracking. Yeah. I would cut the psychic pressure. If you want to keep this lower level, the thing that I would recommend, cut this. Ken, you've run a lot more like basic and Beckme and stuff than I have. Do you want to get in chat? Because I'd love to hear your thoughts on this. Specifically whenever it comes to monsters, like my vision on it is mostly coded by the way that I look at like Vagabond's damage structure. So if there's something else I'm not considering, all right, sweet. Yo. Hey, okay, so are you looking at the same one I am? Or are you just looking at
the verdant ooze? Well, I'm looking at the stream and stream sniping you.
Okay. So, so from what I'm looking at here right now, hit dice of 10. I think for early levels, like this is scary already.
It's no joke. I'm not gonna say it's too much. But it's no joke. Like this is meant to be. I'm assuming like I
The boss.
I don't know if you've done the rest of this or not yet, but it looks like the boss encounter.
Yeah.
Like this is no joke. But fun so far from what I can see, aside from the psychic pressure thing, which even if it was kept needs some more clarification, and then if it's cut, no worries.
Yeah. What do you think about the fire feeding?
I'm actually okay with the fire feeding because you literally could just represent how it's growing by just DM just stacking D4s in front of them.
Sure.
And just remembering that the D4 is there, because that's all it is just the 1 HD. It does add a little bit of extra math, but if you just count the number of D4s ahead of you, I don't know if you need to say HD versus HP, but I mean, whatever. It's not that much tracking. And it's circumstantial because it's by fire.
Well, so my thing for this would be it should probably be the HP instead, because as this reads right now, it's this is adding to cumulative hit dice that this creature has. And how are those removed, right? Like how would this creature lose those extra hit dice? Because then if this wizard knew this, it would just sit this boy in a bonfire until it grows to take over the world.
And
right?
I can't really in most of the systems, I can't think of a reason why the hit dice would matter versus the hit points. There's not very many circumstances. Like it's very, very rare where the hit dice would matter.
It's easy to reference, I would say, but yeah. Sorry.
Plus, I mean, most people are going to figure out that the hit points is going to be a 4.5. You might get the occasional person being like, well, what do I add on hit points?
Right.
Might just be easier to say hit points.
Yeah, it'll like fluctuate depending on system to system. Like, I mean, for Vagabond, I use 4.5 because that seems to be the most compatible with a lot. You might just do the hit dice here because most people who are going to be looking for system neutral content know exactly what to do with that.
Cause less tracking. So gaining the hit die, all that it's really doing is technically healing it by 4.5 hit points, really.
Yeah. Because
you're not going to worry about healing its maximum. So why don't you just heal it and then not have to worry about tracking anything after that point?
Yeah. It instead regains hit points equal to a roll of one of its hit dice.
Yeah.
Or something
mathematically, it works out to the same. It's gaining 4.5 on average. So you give it like, I don't know, like a D6 or something if you want, or whatever.
Yeah. Save versus hold or reduce speed to 0 and take 1d6 damage. This should probably have a I guess it says reduce speed to 0. Might need to say for the round right there, but I know most people are going to intuit that as for the round. It says if ingested by the ooze right here, because this is a special property in here. If hit by both consume, you don't need to worry about including this right here because this is a special property of this attack, right? Or at least that's my takeaway on that, right?
From what I'm reading, it looks like the consume doesn't happen unless it hits with both.
Right.
Yeah.
That's what I mean. So like it says here, if ingested by the ooze. And so now
you're saying to cut that part. Yeah.
Cut that. Cut that. That's a typo. Gotcha.
The triggering circumstance is already in the stat block.
Yep. You have the trigger. This is like the resolution. You have the trigger, there's the resolution, and now there's the effect, right? So this is suddenly a new trigger that's getting thrown in here. And that's, yeah. But, okay, so we have like a gnarly ooze boss. Let's go back up here. All right, so history. Twisted agricultural experiments on the Isle of the Wizard Green have yielded explosive agricultural growth, but the oozy acidic runoff has collapsed the region's fisheries. Angry villagers hired saboteurs to destroy the wizard's operation, but their actions have made matters worse. The monster in the wizard's sunken tower is on the verge of breaking loose. Eleanor the Wizard Green. The wizard and entrepreneur Eleanor imprisoned the verdant ooze and is using its cells to create a powerful fertilizer. Eleanor hopes to revolutionize farming forever, but the recent sabotage has catastrophically destabilized the verdant ooze's holding cell. Eleanor is trying and failing to avert disaster. The verdant ooze is a gluttonous abomination captured by Eleanor and imprisoned in her sunken tower. It feeds on heat and its nutrient-rich exudate, something that poops out, spurs rapid, spontaneous biological growth. So it's just a hungry dude. Elias Thunderfoot. Elias and his revolutionaries were hired by the villages. He has an underdeveloped sense of justice and believes that Eleanor deserves death for destroying the village economies. They set off an explosion in Eleanor's tower and are executing servants while setting fire to the fields. Unknown to his allies, Elias was killed and colonized by a psychic ooze during the raid. Oh, okay. I really like the setup here right now. So we have this three opposing denizens that we understand, right? Sorry. Hey, I have no idea what to base monsters, slaves, / stats should be based off of in the reference document because it seems to base stuff off you playing D&D. What do I do? It bases you playing stuff off of like basic expert. So like yes, D&D, but not 5e, right? If you look over at the so either look in basic expert or like old school essentials, but like the fighter class saving throws and everything, that's a pretty common table that you'll be able to find pretty much anywhere if you just kind of Google that. Do you know of a very specific place where else they could find that, Ked?
I don't know. I have a lot of physical books. Online. I don't know, like where you mentioned. Basically, just Google it.
Yeah. Look at basic expert.
Because there's a mixture of some of it being open source, some of it being freely available.
Yeah. This is all entered into. Well, I say public domain. It's entered into public record. So it's not that you have the well, you do and you don't have the right to copy and paste it, but like so you don't even have to have the money for it. No, you just it's available online. As a part of a correct me if I'm wrong in this, Ked. So like as a part of a lawsuit for Gary Gygax against Dave Arneson, he had to enter all of that stuff into the public record.
It's messy. It's very messy because you can't copyright schematics, or like numbers, equations, stuff like that. That doesn't mean they can't try to sue you for it. So it's a risk, but technically you're not supposed to be able, like if it comes to like mechanics and rulings and stuff, you can't really copyright it, but that is a risk you take if you want to try and futz with that.
Yeah, I haven't really personally heard of them ever going after anybody, but I'm just, letting you know. Hey, I'm looking for, Creative Commons based off of yada, yada, yada. It's so funny to see that constantly come up on all these D&D sites now where they're like, yeah, now we're going with Creative Commons, not the OGL. And I'm like, man, 2023 was a wild year, huh? I was trying to find, so here, I'm just going to find basic D&D Molve. Here we go. Okay. This is available like everywhere because, if it seems like, oh, why do I see all this stuff on a bunch of like legal like websites and stuff? It's because of this. So you can find all the stuff available online, and the page that you're looking for. Oh god, this blue is atrocious on the screen. Yeah, these scans are terrible. Saving throws B26. So 24, 26. Bingo bango. So start out with this. If you feel the need to like find something a little bit higher level, can I toss the link somewhere in the Discord?
You have a stalker behind you.
Oh. Absolutely. Okay, cool. Tag is required to post on this channel. Software layout resource. This is a. Sure, we'll say that. Okay. Now, getting back to this because they were asking for some help with their thing. Now, all right. So, hooks. We have a couple different factions in here. With the hooks, we have 2 provided. Mysterious magic, raw magic seeps from the earth in the wizard's sunken tower. Okay, I like the idea of, since you're going with a little bit more of like an environmental impact thing here, you could also go with a list like that, right? Say that like druids know in the circles or something like that. Whatever. Hired help. They were hired to ruin the wizard's experiments. Yep. I mean, money is also a driver. That it's always a motivating factor for any adventure. Farmers, the wizard's servant that tend to the fields, are loyal, but they don't want to die. They are used to extreme conditions here and have many safe places for when the acid rain comes. Oozekin. These creatures yearn to rejoin the verdant ooze. Some are traditional ooze monsters, while others have reanimated corpses. These Oozekin are not just resistant to fire, they consume it. While uninterested in long chases, they still try to consume nearby creatures. Revolutionaries. The revolutionaries are setting the fields ablaze and executing the wizard's servants. Their ooze-controlled leader wants to free the verdant ooze and take revenge on Eleanor. Okay, so let me think here. I love the idea of the things being resistant to fire. Like, we want to go with that, right? Like, absolutely. If these things know that they get stronger with fire, that's where I would get a little bit worried about the like, oh, well, why don't they just go and hop in the fire, right? Because like hitting them with you might even say like magical fire makes them grow, because that way it's specifically tied to spells.
I don't know. I kind of like the way it is. I like the imagery of the fact that these people are burning the fields to stop the bad stuff, and it's only making the bad stuff worse. But because people blind panic and they keep doing it because like, this is going to make it better.
Yeah,
it's kind of funny.
I do love the like, dumb hillbilly thinking they're gonna fix everything kind of a thing. Just like, hey, we gotta stop these ooze people from getting out of this tower, right? Great. I love that. And they're the ones that fuck everything up, and they're like, who would have known it was the fire that we're using? Hilarious. I do like the secret scheme kind of going on here with the psychic ooze that is now directing them to set. I get where this is all kind of coming from.
And that's just a background narrative. It doesn't look like it has to have a mechanical thing.
No.
And how often you're going to be using like physical fire attacks or like regular mundane fire attacks as the player party?
I feel like I see people like hitting shit with torches all the time.
Torches is about the only instance that you're going to see. And then the first time they do it and they realize, oh shit, this thing likes fire. One, that's going to make you wary of the torches. What if the thing starts jumping on your torches and stuff? Suddenly you're in an area where like you don't want light sources.
Yeah.
Which I think could be an interesting thing.
Yeah, then my recommendation on that would be just to make sure that these things can't heal or grow above the cap, right? Like their max.
It's another reason I think healing over a hit dice increase is a better thing, because then there's a maximum.
Yeah, there would be a max indicated. And the additional D4 to melee is already so scary that like I think that this might even just need to be, if damaged by fire, it regains this health and deals an extra D4 this round. You know, like
Yeah.
I just woof, that could get really out of control and kind of hard to track. But you know, plus with it doing 2d6 for an early level adventure, um, this is a lot of damage on a first level character. And in some of these system neutral systems, we're talking like I mean in Into the Odd, um so in Into the Odd, the way that this would work is it does the 2d6, which some characters in Into the Odd have like one hit point, and
Yeah.
then it starts subtracting it from their strength. So then that character starts to really take a deep dive.
I mean, even like basic and stuff like that. Like if you're like a spellcaster, I mean, you started with a D4. Like that's it. That's what you
Yeah.
got. Like,
There's another system actually that like really piqued my interest that has an interesting death mechanic that I think we're going to start to see some people adopt. Ked, have you heard of Fave?
no.
It's a knave hack.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. I know
Yeah.
Knave. Fave?
Yeah. I pulled this up the other day because so this is by one of the guys that was a part of Funhouse. Yeah, it was like one of their like editing or directors or something like that. It was his name Dave Dave Unfortunate Schneider, I think. I pulled it up, downloaded it because it's totally free to check out. And like holy hell, if I think that this is a natural good progression from Knave, where the interesting death mechanic on this one to me is that whenever you get reduced to 0 hit points, any additional damage you take starts to reduce your maximum hit points. And you die when your maximum hit points hit 0. So if you get reduced to 0 health, yeah, right? And it's really intuitive. You get reduced to 0 health, you get knocked unconscious. Now you're on the ground. And only then, if you take any other damage, that starts to reduce from your maximum health. And if you recover health, okay, but like the reduction to your maximum health represents, you know, injuries, wounds, whatever you took over the yeah. I thought that was so brilliant and simple and clean.
I like it, but it does involve an extra category of tracking because I'm assuming you can restore your maximum health at some point.
Yeah, I think Mouse Ritter is an Into the Odd hack, and I'm pretty sure Mouse Ritter just does the same thing that Into the Odd does. But I'm saying that, and I haven't super gone through that rulebook, so I could be totally wrong there. And if it is from Mouse Ritter, it's sick. Like, cool. Then yeah, Mouse Ritter's got a lot of cool shit going on for it.
I still want to do a playtest sometime of Crown and Skull because that has like really different health mechanics.
Yeah.
Like, because you lose access to your skills and equipment instead of like a hit point value.
Yeah. What was the other one I saw where it was like you start losing item slots? Like once you're injured, you start losing these spots because that can like affect. You were also slotting in your magic into these item slots. Like I know this spell, so this goes here. And while that's a little bit like what, you know, I get it though. I know why they did it.
It's neat, although I do worry about easy death spirals out of it.
Yeah. So the whole reason I kind of got into it with that, the 2d6 is already pretty big.
Yeah.
If you went with like a d8 per, like d8, if both hit this other effect, I still think this is doing pretty good as a boss. Like, yeah. The swing is a little bit, well, okay, so the average is going to be lower, and the swing of the dice is also going to be lower. And if you're going to stick this with early level, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, Ked, but like, I feel like 2d6 is going to fucking slam.
It's a lot. It's a lot every round. And then you can get the consume on top of that.
Yeah.
Taking an extra 2d6, that is a lot of damage. That is ultra deadly.
That kills a lot of characters in Vagabond at first level. I know that much. Like already.
a lot of basics and stuff like that. That's 2d6 could be an instant down, even for a warrior.
Yeah,
2d6 could theoretically be an instant down.
exactly. So I would probably tone that down, maybe bring that down to a D8 die. Yeah, but let's go up here and just get into the top of it. So your guardian looks to be crossing the lake. A few geographical island features are well known. Okay, so cliffside, the island slopes northward to a 50-foot bluff with greenstones and farms, beach, low-lying sandy beach with a dock, Isle River outlets, rivers flow from the current K, obscure view on 60 feet, low-lying fog. Okay. Deep water, okay, choppy water, shallow water. Curious about, is the random aquatic encounters, is there supposed to be something happening in the deep water, or do you really need this right here? Is kind of my thought. Like, I don't know that you need the first room, because it's not really mechanically doing much of anything, right? I mean, does that, do you agree with that, Ken?
Yeah, I don't. Unless, because it only connects to the shallow water, doesn't connect to, like, there's no like back entrance you can connect to from it or anything like that. So it like is the deep water where they're starting from? I didn't see the beginning part. Are they coming in from a boat or from land?
I'm assuming a boat. Yeah, I mean, so I guess we would just assume, crossing the lake, probably a boat, right?
Yeah, I don't see, unless there's something they got to go back out there for, which there's nothing indicated here. I don't see a need for the deep water.
Yeah,
because they're not going to be spending any time there.
This is just kind of like the approach. Here, I'll go back up here. Isle of the Wizard Green. Your area 1 would likely be cut entirely, as there doesn't appear to
originally. So you originally had it because you were thinking of adding extra movement from the deep water, but then you didn't. Yeah, if it's just leading to the shallow water area, it's not needed.
Okay, I also need to write your 2d6 plus a potential 1d6 and 1d4 is a death sentence. I'm just gonna put that. That's killing a majority of first and second level players.
And then the consume was, I think, another 2d6.
I thought it was just an extra 1d6. Am I misremembering that? Oh, it is 2d6. No, you're right. And or each round save or take 1d6 damage. This is killing every first level player. Every first level character.
If you hit with 2 attacks, you're taking base almost like a fireball's worth of damage as like a low level character. That's chunky.
Yeah. Plus 1d6 and 1d4 is a death sentence. Honestly, just having the consume effect is enough. Like, if you wanted to keep this as like a boss kind of a feel, I would do this as 2 1d8 attacks. If both hit, consume, and the consume deals an extra 1d6. And that is already so big. As at early levels, especially because like most of them might be kind of used to the feeling of oozes moving a little bit slower than this. Most people are definitely not used to oozes having this high of an AC. I would look at like toning that kind of stuff down. You could get rid of the psychic pressure, and this thing is still really scary. Really, really scary.
Oh yeah, and if it's moving at a full speed as an ooze, so you can't outrun it, then yeah.
Not without just like constantly dashing. It's like
it reminds me of that thing I just saw the other day of Todd Kendrick posting, give gelatinous cubes a movement of 60 feet and a dash action as a bonus action and watch your player's horror.
It's like, well, Sure, I guess you could. Let's see how that plays. Like, that's a great question. Yeah. I would just, kind of bring it down just a bit. Because it feels like it's also kind of combined a bit with like the owlbear, the classic owlbear of like hit, hug.
Yeah.
And what you definitely don't make it any scarier than an owlbear. Like it's not at low level.
Because if this is for like 1 to 3, like the 3, they'll be able to survive a bit longer. If there's like still like level 1 or even 2 when they get to that ooze, they're gonna have a time.
Yeah.
Which isn't always a bad thing. That's the purpose of like some of these older editions or simpler editions is like there's a little bit of like skill involved from the player's aspect. You do have to play a certain way sometimes to survive this shit.
Yeah. Gelatinous cubes raining from the sky was actually the original idea for the adventure, but it's too scary. Yeah, one of my first videos I did on YouTube was, I think it was just called like the Slime Storm. I think it's either privated or unlisted or what the hell ever since then. But it was I had this idea about, I think it was from Dragon Quest, where like slimes like rain down from the sky like acid rain. I think that's a really fun idea, but I mean the spawning of like God knows how many oozes that would be, like, but yeah, raining down gelatinous cubes from the sky, hilarious idea. I would love to play that scenario out so bad.
I'll do it in a Cypher game because that's actually very easy to do in Cypher.
So the shallow water, 10-foot deep, streaming lurid green water, crashing white caps, driven by shoreward wind, floating acid-pocked fish corpses and debris. Okay, so we've got some overbolding happening now, I feel like.
Yeah, the floating acid-pocked fish corpses and debris is good narrative, but it's not like a mechanical like trigger or anything. I don't think that needs to be bolded personally. I would definitely keep it because that is great imagery and it gives hints that, hey, bad stuff's around here.
I also think you got a little bit specific on this 10 feet deep. It's shallow water, right? Younger Taron liked to. That's where that comes from. It is from Terraria.
Oh,
thank you.
And you did like the king slime with it or whatever.
Yep. That's 100% where I got that from. It's so funny because I did that video and I like wrote out the encounter and everything, and I was like, yeah, and then like there should be a king slime, and now that you're saying it, I'm like, that was literally just the Terraria thing, huh? Well, yeah.
There you go. Good pick, Winston.
Yeah. Your latest fuck, what's been going on? Oh yeah, we're still just doing the dungeon critiques and stuff. So, and Ken, feel free to correct me if I'm like, wrong on this, but I think by the mere fact that you can just say like shallow water,
shallow water is the preferred way. Because some of them, depending, once again, this is supposed to be system agnostic or whatever, right? Some of them actually have rules specifically for it to be shallower water, although 10 feet deep doesn't. You might want to be careful with the word shallow water because some of them actually have mechanics for shallow water, which to them means like waist high.
Yeah, or like no higher than like knee height.
Yeah, it basically means that like, if you ever tried to run at like the edge of the beach or whatever, and you're like slosh, like that's the type of thing. Some of them have mechanics for shallow water, so be careful with that one. If you're wanting it to still be over their head, technically a lot of those still count that as deep water.
Deep water, yeah. That's what I'd count it as in Vagabond. If it's any higher than half your body, then it's difficult terrain. You're essentially effectively swimming at that point.
Yeah.
So I would maybe, instead of calling it shallow water, call it your coastline. And do you or don't you want it to be walkable, right? 10 feet is not what comes to mind narratively when I hear shallow water. Yeah. So I would kind of maybe figure that out. Steaming. What an interesting evocative term to use for a coastline. It's
I like it.
steaming.
Like in the early morning, because there's already fog everywhere, right? And then early morning, you get that like the drifting, like steam coming off the lake or whatever. Which I'm just surrounded by lakes. I see all the time, and I love that imagery.
Having the lurid green water, and then having toxic water as your warning here, I would keep whatever you put up in here. Make sure that it's the same bolded keyword that's down here, so they know exactly what that's referring to. So this would need to be either lurid green water or toxic water, and then put toxic water up in here. Having the crashing whitecaps driven by shoreward wind. Ken was saying it's evocative. I personally, since it doesn't have a mechanical weight to it, I try to trim out as much of that stuff as I can. And if the floating acid-pocked fish corpses, if these don't really have an indication as to what they are down here, don't bold that either, or the debris.
My thing is, you should only be bolding it if it is a specific called system mechanic, or it's referencing another mechanic or block within the text. Don't like steaming, for example, like that's just a narrative descriptive word that shouldn't be bolded. Like you've got a lot of things bolded here that just look like descriptive words that you probably don't need to.
Yeah, agreed. Encounters. Oozes dissolved in the water, congealed on surfaces. On each turn, roll a d6. On a 1, roll a 1d6 on the encounter table. Okay. So are you... Each turn. So we're still talking about... We're going to be talking about a dungeon turn here. And that would be every 10 minutes, I would assume.
Yeah, I would assume, because so it depends on people's experience on this. So for those that are for older editions or basics or anything like that, a round was a whole last minute and a turn was 10 rounds.
Here's what I think you could do on this. Say that the approach to the approach to the island is like, how far is the coastline from this island, right? If it's like 300 feet, okay. Well, let's say if it's 300 feet away, every 60 feet that they row through these lurid waters, there's a chance for a random encounter. This makes it to where there might be like one random encounter as they're on their way up here. Save versus breath or be swept overboard. Now I see where your the shoreward wind might be kind of kicking in. Okay.
How much time are they going to spend here?
Yeah.
Like, this is just the intro. Like, they're like, are they even going to be spending enough time here to even roll for the random encounter once? Because they're just rowing towards the beach and then probably never looking back, right?
Yeah, I think a distance thing would be the way to handle this, where like for every 50 feet or every 60 feet, however you want to handle that, that they're doing this, there's a roll of d6. On a roll of 1 of these things occurs. And, the wave deposits 1 ochre jelly on board. Awesome. I love that idea. That you're in a little rowboat and a ochre jelly is like right in the middle of you all. Okay, that's awesome. A water weird just comes up and attacks the boat. 1d4 bandits random PC's boat, trying to steal it as theirs falls to pieces.
That's awesome.
That's hilarious.
I almost don't know if I'd even track the distance, because at this point we're using it as a point crawl. You're not really measuring it anyways. It's just the area.
Yeah, I guess that's fair.
Maybe just have an encounter and it's just make it random. And then once they leave and if they come back to the area, you could roll again.
Yeah.
But like they approach, they have this random shit that happens and then they leave.
Yeah, I actually think that you're right there, where it's like, this should be a scripted encounter, not a random encounter. I think a scripted encounter is the way to handle this right here.
I mean, you can still roll randomly from maybe this chart, but I wouldn't roll the d6 to see if it happens. I would just, like they approach and shit happens right away. Cool. Not bad for that.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Because otherwise, if nothing happened, like if there's a chance nothing happened in that area, I mean, the area might as well have not existed.
Do you also, Andy? Do you have a random encounter table for the dungeon proper anywhere? If that, I mean, if it's not a thing that you want to do, you know, but I didn't see one. And that's something that I think, like, with something like this, you might consider, unless it is just that heavy on encounters that, like, you don't really want to do that. You don't have one for the dungeon proper, but do you think it needs it? There's quite a few monsters scattered around. So part of the reason why random encounter tables are usually provided is to prevent players from just, like, sitting around and camping out in the dungeon after they beat a room. Because, like, you still want to give it the living, breathing kind of a feel, right? And this is another thing with, like, sort of the old school style play, where things are supposed to, like, sort of naturally emerge and kind of surprise the DM as much as they surprise the players. So, like, you don't, that's not saying, like, if you don't do that, it's wrong, but, like, it's a thing that kind of,
there's other ways to put urgency in it as well, incorporating some sort of doom clock or a sense of urgency, because you know something is building up, like some fire under their asses to get them to keep going, basically.
Basically, a reason why I think that this is also kind of getting popular resurgence right now. A lot of the people that are kind of in the demographic of currently playing, TTRPGs grew up on a lot of video games where it wasn't necessarily, like, really urgent for you to keep moving forward. Zelda and Skyrim made it to where, like, if you needed a moment of peace in the middle of a dungeon, you could eat, 100 wheels of cheese and do whatever. And what this has caused is there's some people who, after, like, something has happened, they're going to look at a way to try to replenish themselves to full health. So, this is also a preventative measure for, like, are people just going to kind of try to game the game in a way?
There's other ways around it as well. Like in, I've got the box set for Dragon Mountain. I don't know if you've ever seen that one. So it's basically a mega dungeon, mostly kobolds. The entire thing's pretty much entirely kobolds. But the thing is if you take a rest anywhere because you've been screwing around with the different clans of kobolds till now, that's fine. Nothing's going to attack you outright because that's not the kobold way. But there's going to be way more traps because the kobolds have had time to prepare. So the way forward is way harder. The more you rest, the more traps they have.
Right. Yeah, I do like that. Like, the enemies are just going to be smarter about it later on, Yeah, you're having countbacks on, now you're having flashbacks on your countdown missions in the 90s and early 2000s. Yeah. One of the like my favorite types of, like, urgency measures in any video game is the escape from Zebes in Super Metroid. I mean, this is kind of bog standard for a lot of Metroid games, but Super Metroid, I think, had the best one. Where, like, Samus goes there, defeats some big major badass, and now the planet's gonna blow up, and now you've got to get out of there, right? I don't know of too many dungeon crawls that have really captured that extremely well, because usually you guys just sort of, like, drop the curtain whenever the boss is defeated, and you're not really worried about getting back out of it. At some point, I will be making that dungeon where after you beat the boss, the whole thematic of it should be you beat the boss, and now suddenly you turn to leave, and the dungeon is worse. Like, I love that idea of kind of subverting the format in a way, for where it's like we got out of one dungeon, and suddenly now it's like, oh shit.
Yeah, anything you can do, especially since these are supposed to be like these 5-room dungeons, like you're trying to bang them out quick, right? Like,
yeah.
So you don't want players to be like, oh, I'm going to spend time crafting and resting, and no, like shit's happening.
Yep.
One time I ran, like, it was a one shot. I knew we had limited time, so I started at 0 volume. I had to, like, the Super Mario Brothers, like the running out of time music, and every minute I'd, like, increase the volume by 1%.
Psychological warfare. People are just like, you guys, wait, sorry, you guys hear that? Oh my god, what? Like the Sonic drowning music.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think that like random encounters, like I think not only do they make your dungeon feel more vibrant and alive, they keep things random for the GM. There's also the reaction rolls that come into play that make it to where like if you think that it's just the D6 roll for the table, it's a D6 roll and then a 2D6 roll for the reaction. That reaction is also pretty important because it's like, okay, well it's D4 bandits, but this time these guys are hostile. Oh, okay. This time these guys are, let me just do one here. Oh, those ones are also hostile. Okay. Oh, those ones are actually amiable, right? These guys are like, what's going on here? Maybe they're trying to get out, right? Now they're like, oh my god, they're scared over in a corner like, dude, do you guys know the way out here? We've been like, our buddy Greg just got eaten by a bunch of slimes. Like, you know, something like that. That reaction roll can go. It takes your random encounter table and blows it out to trillion fold. Yeah. So green tinged black sand squelches on step. What a word! Squelches.
I hate and love that word. So thank you.
Yeah. What is that noise? I'm like. Black sand, by the way, is just such a cool imagery.
I like the green tinged black
sand.
Like, we got original Xbox vibes on this stand.
Yeah, it's like matte black sand. Squelches on step. Great descriptions here. But
I hate the word squelching. Don't remove it. Keep it.
I would also not bold that. And by the way, I think you were basing this off of I think you said as much. Where is it? Halls of the Blood King. Right here by Diogo Nogueira. Because the way that you formatted this is bolding a lot of the items and stuff that are in here, basically everything that's in the description. However, this was at least the way I feel, this is kind of an early approach to the format that they were building out, and they have since moved away from this and into the one that I indicated in the system neutral guide, where you really only bold stuff if it has a specific thing in the meta tags. Even Diogo Nogueira's next one. Yep, Diogo Nogueira has one in Adventure Anthology 2. Yeah, you've been referencing Halls of the Blood King. You love the book. It is an awesome, awesome dungeon.
In that beach, really the only thing I would bold in that opening paragraph is the 30-foot high walls and open door.
Yeah. So here's Diogo Nogueira has another one, Cathedral of Crimson Death. That's in this book right here, Adventure Anthology 2. And if you look, and I was doing my highlighting to kind of study this. See, filthy hall, sniffing hat, reeks of grease and rot. A long wooden table is flanked along wooden benches. These all actually have interactions that are like within the like meta tags and stuff. So I would try to go for that, because otherwise bolding it at random kind of feels like, wait, what should I pay attention to? Try to focus on the things that you want to draw that attention to, you know. Let me see. Working on your own system where there are no short rests but brace rests for the ambushes. Takes time for guards to bust down the improvised barricade. Somebody finds you. Yeah, I had toyed around the idea of like a round rest in Vagabond for a second. Because Vagabond has scaling health with level, I kind of opted out of it. I think that there's enough of a safety cushion there. But you know, yeah, very cool. You'll definitely, yeah, I highly, highly recommend it. Mostly because like I'm kind of looking at this at what I need to focus on as I'm reading through here, right? And I would kind of just really like to get clean and simple. And also, oh, sorry. Okay.
The other problem is if too much is bolded, it's the whole like drawing a white polar bear on a white piece of paper in a snowstorm situation. Yes. Like if everything is bolded, I don't know what I'm supposed to be focusing on.
Mm-hmm. Cobblestone paths go around 30-foot walls into an open door. This is fine. The crashing waves, acidic. And that's going back over to here. I would just continue to list this anytime that this is an issue. Just go on ahead and have it up here instead of like reference back to this one over here. Whenever it's room elements, especially with traps and stuff, I don't mind it at all. Because to me as a GM, if I'm reading a bunch of other stuff and this is saying like, see this other thing over here, that's one failure point where I could just simply forget it.
Mm-hmm.
You know? Otherwise, like what big blocks of text, like stat blocks and stuff, don't reproduce that. Reproduce the tiny. I can sacrifice 2 lines of text to give a good reminder. You know. 1d6 green slimes form and 1d4 are swept away by waves. Oh, each round 1d4 form and 1d4 are swept away by waves. Green slimes in the water.
Well,
So
pretty chaotic how many slimes you have. It's a little bit of tracking, and you got to make a decision which ones are getting swept away. Like, are they the hurt ones, the not hurt ones?
yeah. Plus, I think depending on the systems, like green slimes just don't move. So the fact that they're already within the water, if you put like the water effectively functions as a massive patch of green slime, then like you're in a pretty good spot. And like I don't think you need the like generating creature thing. It's already terrifying. If someone was like, we have to go to an island where the entire outer coastline is a giant green slime, I'm like, holy fuck, what? That's already so scary. That's already enough where I'm like, I don't know that we need to get into the nuance of during this encounter, this is what happens right here, you know, et cetera, et cetera. Valuable and useful wreckage. So are you leaving this, I guess you're leaving this up to like kind of interpretation? Or maybe you haven't like added in on this quite yet. Cause I don't know, what do you think, Ked?
I mean, because you're trying to match this to multiple variations of the system, I mean, indicating that it's valuable, aka like a type of treasure or something, leaving it open may not be the worst idea, because if you say like 20 gold pieces, that can have a dramatically different effect depending on what you're running this in. But if you just say you find valuable treasure, the GM could adjust that.
If it's something specific, you know, then like it should probably be indicated at the very least. You didn't know how to make it truly neutral without approaching it that way. So like I tried to go off silver standard because it just makes more sense for my brain. I think it's a lot more intuitive. But I can do the adjustments on the fly if I see that something is in gold standard, right? So
the problem is even the gold standard's a bit different between like certain like
right,
like back me basic, like the OSR products. So
Warhammer.
Yeah. So I actually think just stating if something is like, you know, interesting, shiny, very valuable, super valuable, like the giving descriptive words to kind of get a guideline, like how much you should be shoving at them, it may be better than some numerical values for that.
I can get behind that idea. Valuable and useful wreckage. So like you might put like
you could put examples maybe.
I might put examples like a random roll and try to avoid some of the like aspects of this is exactly how valuable it is. If they do find like a storehouse of wreckage or something, you need random rolls. Maybe give them a D66 table, or honestly a D10 table is fine. There is a really good example of how this was really well executed is in Temple of a Thousand Swords by Brad Kerr. Ked played through this one. No, you only played through it once. That's right. But there's a very, very funny table where because it's a Temple of 1,000 Swords, the way that Brad Kerr was like getting that idea across is that literally there's swords everywhere, and that if the players find it, they're searching around for one, and you need a really weird one. He provided a D100 table of just bizarre properties for swords. Right.
Yeah.
Like, there's a double sword, 2 blades taped on the same end, then a triple sword, star-shaped, geode sword, which is one I think you got, Ked.
I think we got something nearly useless like that, but interesting nevertheless.
Yeah. Sarah's group got an egg sword, which was hilarious. There's a rattlesnake sword, soap sword, egg
now
sword.
I wouldn't go that far for like the 5-room dungeon thing where you'd keep it simple. Like just give a couple of examples, but
maybe a D20 roll. Maybe you might even well just do like a D10. These are not going to come up all that often. Even whenever you're provided with something like that, I find that the amount of players who will sit there and loot Goblin are vastly outnumbered by the amount of players that are going to push that person forward. Like, always. Or that person tends to have the common sense of, I'm not going to annoy everyone at the table by just sitting here and gaming the game, Plus, these are usually like a one-of roll. That's what's in this room. Sure. You imagine the pressure would... Oh, sorry.
No, I was reading what he put there, and that's why he had the increasing green slimes amount.
Maybe. Here. I'll give you something that kind of gives you both. Okay. They can break open these chests that have the valuables and stuff in there, but each time they do, roll a d6. On a roll of 1, the contents are actually like an ochre jelly or something like that. Right.
That's about what I was suggest as well. Just make the actual searching of the valuable wreckage a trigger.
Yeah. Cliffside approach, 50-foot cliff, ooze covered, glass greenhouse on top of overfilled with huge plants. Okay, ablaze, 20-foot tall crops nearby, cobblestone paths leading. Okay, so the Diogo Nogueira influence is definitely showing, because I can already feel there's this chaos happening as you approach. And I felt like that's a lot of what happened with Blood King, where, it's not necessarily the chaos of it, but it's there is, you have walked in the middle of some shit. Some real major shit. And I love that. I love that it's there's not a wait and a build up and the quiet and whatever. No, it's full on amps are at 11. The chaos is here.
It gives a sense of a living world too. Like something's already happening. You just happen to have been thrown into it. So I like that. That's a very, very good way of a show don't tell situation. You didn't say why the crops are on fire at that moment, just that there are crops on fire.
Yeah. I also, and I guess give me your vibes on this, Ked. So whenever you have the encounter in here, be sure that the encounter is made clear that the great oozes are in this room. But also, so whenever it comes to a scripted encounter, I'm going to keep pressing. Don't put random rolls in a scripted encounter. This is adding a bit of work on the GM. That scripted rolls, I tend to put only. I try to leave only over here into the random encounter thing, and this is a thing that I'm actually changing in Wet Dreams for the upcoming Vagabond update. As I've studied through a bunch more of this stuff, I tend to find that everything that's in the room is only really rolled randomly whenever the players are interacting with it. But beforehand, they tend to stay pretty clear to, let's put this many creatures in this room,
That's the way I do it. Oddly enough, I don't do it for balance reasons. I do it for pacing reasons.
Yes.
If you know how much they're fighting, you'd roughly know how long that's going to take. And you know whether to start making things snappier and skipping bits or adding bits or doing what you need to do to adjust the pacing as the GM.
Yeah. The greenhouse, the servants are hiding. Real Eleanor is bound by anti-magic shackles below a hidden hatch. In the fields, 2d6 stunned gray oozes. are bloated, overstuffed from feeding on fire. Do you have the Great Ooze stat block, or did you just defer to what the system had? I think you just deferred. Good call. Good. Okay.
Yeah.
This is are bloated, overstuffed from feeding on fire. You might put like they can't move for 1d6 hours, or sorry, like they can't move for like 1 hour after first being encountered, or something like that. Corpses, 2d4. Okay. So corpses wouldn't necessarily be a secret here. That may just be an element that you have, because yes, necromancers are going to be here in the party. They're going to see this and go, "Thank you." They're like, "Yes, I can actually do shit this game."
Also, I mean, it doesn't really affect things too much, but is there a reason there's a random number of dead servants? Like, is there a certain number of servants you're trying to save here? Or can you just say there are numerous servant corpses?
Yeah, because now see that we've got 4 different rolls that we're having to make to determine how many people are where, and where. The secret was intended to be that they were executed. Yeah, but the way that this is laid out, you could put like corpses and then like have that as an element up in here, right? There's corpses that are here. If examined, refer to, or like, if successfully examined or something like that, that's a secret, right? You can hide that in there, but have that as a separate tag. You agree that switching to specific numbers is clear. I think that this is the cake way to do it. I'm gonna
less rolling as well. I know, like, it's fun to roll dice, but if you enter a scene and the GM has to like roll for like 4 different things,
yeah, I don't think this is a fun roll.
Yeah,
like, yeah, I don't think that this is a really, really fun roll to be making as a GM, to see like how many are there here. Whenever it comes to a random encounter, it's like, oh, yeah, that's a part of it. We want to see how many there are because of the intent of that roll. And it's a one-time thing. Now we have a 4-time thing here. It's so helpful. That's why I'm trying to do this kind of thing. Yeah. See, so here's an observation here, I guess. All right, so this is in another one of these OSE things. See how, oh god, 5 skeletal arms, right? They don't really refer to a random roll for an encounter down in here. It's pretty clear. 4 skeletons, right? So I would aim to do something more like that instead.
Yeah.
Now, okay, so moving on from there. Oh yeah. Here I need to keep reminding myself to do these notes. Okay, so simplify and reduce encounters.
I'll have the washroom while you do that. Be right back.
Oh yeah. No, you're good. Provide flat numbers for scripted encounters. Don't include rolls in room elements. There we go. Don't include rolls in room elements for encounters. Yeah, pretty simple like that, right? Try to find as little reason to have a random roll as possible. Okay. Random encounter tables. This is where your random encounter, your encounter quantity should be random. Okay. Reason being, this is also helping out with sight readability. if a GM doesn't need to be determining a lot of things while they're just trying to run your dungeon, they're gonna feel much better about trying to run your dungeon. Just yeah. There's a thing with like certain preferences and whatnot for play, but this is a thing that I'm like, this is essentially universally true. Yeah, some people might want things to emerge to 1,000% and keep wanting things to just be constantly be randomly determined. For the most part, those people are playing Dungeon Crawl Classics, and you know, but this is the kind of thing that I would try to keep trimmed down in your room elements.
I'm back.
Hey, you missed my Dungeon Crawl Classics joke.
Well, it's not funny. It's from you.
Yeah, well, that explains the lack of sub growth, eh?
Oh, stop!
Ouch! No, my I am trying to get up above that fucking 20K so bad. It's like it hit like 19,100 and then was like, we're gonna crawl now.
Yeah. Hey, I'm still stuck in the low thousands, so
Which like doesn't make any fucking sense to me. Like you the production quality you put into your stuff is like, I mean, there's guys that are sitting at, you know, the 50,000 range that don't do nearly the level of quality of what you're doing.
I think it's because I don't pump them out as often, partly because I do tend to edit my videos a lot more, so it takes longer. Plus,
Well, but it's
life.
yeah, it also doesn't seem to be really like a big priority project for you.
Yeah.
Like it just doesn't seem to be like that's the thing that you're really trying to do, you know.
No, my YouTube's like, I don't focus on my YouTube. I happen to have a YouTube and I do stuff on it.
Yeah.
But that's not my primary focus.
That's kind of the way I've been like vibing with it here lately. I feel like YouTube has gotten way less stressful as I've been like, I just like making like game shit. Like that's fun to me, you know.
Yeah, YouTube I actually got more gumption to do YouTube once I no longer gave a shit.
Yeah. Yeah. It's funny how that works out, right? Where I can just be like, I'm not so worried about how this is doing in the metrics, and I'm just like, if people want to watch, they'll fucking watch, and I think this is helpful. But you know, but anywho,
Dwarf goblins.
That being said, anyone watching, come subscribe to me, please.
Yeah. Straw. What?
Piglet.
Piglet. Okay. So I was like, is this person tricking me into a slur? What? All right. Hey, thank you so much for the subscription. Welcome.
It's okay. I could read it. I got 2 eyes.
Oh, there you go. Oh, all right. We're through it. Yeah. This is going to be one of those streams.
Low blow.
Yeah.
That's okay. I'm fat and stuff. You got jokes for me.
Does he use tags effectively with his video descriptions? And all the research that we've been doing as far as tags go, they make no difference.
I do add them, but I'm pretty sure they do nothing.
Most of the TTRPG YouTube that I know of just keeps putting Critical Role in all their tags.
Not like for me, my growth is partly because like I don't do any of the buzzwords. I don't do a lot of stuff for D&D. I do more like a lot of Cypher content, but I also do other like niche indie RPGs, and they aren't going to hit the metrics as if I do Pathfinder or D&D or like you had some growth. Like you're doing good shit here, but a lot of your growth was also by some like big things, the Critical Role.
Yes, best performing videos on my channel were okay. Yeah, if there's people that are like, wow, Taron, like your channel kind of sucked last year, which I'm like, I agree with you there, but people were watching slop and WotC hate, and that also encouraged people to make more of it. It's a vicious cycle, you know. If I'm like, well, I'd love to talk about these other games and everything, but
I don't want to do that. We've got channels that do that.
Yeah,
Discourse, for instance, love her to death. One of the greatest players,
hilarious at the table. And I think even Discourse knows that like they wallow in the mire.
Yeah, she said so. Yeah.
But yeah, to anybody that's like, you know, Discourse, man, like it's nothing but like a clickbait, and I'm like, kind of, but like once you actually get to know Discourse, dude, I have a hard time picking out some people I've played with online that make me lose my shit laughing like Discourse does. Holy fuck, what a great role player.
like in the superhero one shot that I ran, like when she played the HR representative,
Yes.
and the rest of you were actual superheroes. She was just an HR lady. The fact that she defended against someone attacking her by like being a fangirl over the person that's attacking her to the point where he got thrown off balance, like that's the best defense to an attack I've ever seen.
Yeah, the rando shit was, oh man, it was good, but it was like controlled chaos. I try to remember, she played a wheelbarrow toting bard in the vagabond demo that I ran with her, and her whole thing was just an obsession with clay tablets. But like somehow it became the mainstay fucking thing for the whole and that's the thing, is like some people just steal the show, and Discourse is one of those people that is like so good at fucking stealing the show.
Really
but also like not being a hog of the space. Yeah. Also, I did like the only good Candela Obscura review. I appreciate that. But I will say that like Justin Alexander also did a fan-fucking-tastic job with that review.
There were some other people that did decent reviews, but you got to admit yours was a tipping point. Like yours had to be in one of the first, like people are like, oh, that makes sense.
Well, because I mean, part of the shocker thing was like, I'm an outspokenly like progressive, or I'm an outspoken advocate for more progressive inclusion in TTRPGs. And whenever I am criticizing a progressive, like an attempt at progressive game design, and it just becomes nothing but like a shallow farce of like what progressive ideology even is or what it means. That's a lot more shocking than a right-wing shock jock going and saying woke, 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 woke for 50 minutes. If I'm the one that's out here going like, yeah, the way that they handled this, if I didn't know what woke garbage was before then, I definitely do now, is a way bigger thing than any one of the other like TTRPG grognards that's like, and I mean grognard not as in like just old school preference. I mean, we know who we're talking about in the TTRPG scene.
Yeah.
Yeah, if they're just shock, yeah, if they're just shock jocks that just keep on going like, there's like a brown person in here, what? Then like they're not gonna. That doesn't mean anything. I had valid critique of the system, and well, really the post production of it, the print production was, wow. Forgetting like your failure state, just.
Yeah.
Whoosh.
That's a big one. That's a big one. But I think, a lot of people's shock was the fact that you didn't fall prey to tribalism.
Yeah, no, it's, I mean, I've said plenty of times, I'm also critical of puritanical progressivism in this space because that's also out of control, but that's a whole other thing. We're doing a critique of a dungeon here.
All right, we finished our it wasn't about jazz this time, but we finished getting sidetracked.
Yeah. But I do appreciate the kind words from chat. Thank you. Hi, nothing subversive about your name. Don't.
Is it? I think it's just a reference to like the Three Little Pigs, isn't it?
Maybe
because there was like the the sticks, the straw, and the brick or the stone. Maybe.
Okay.
Or it's a porn video. I don't know.
I have some of these bizarre, like every once in a while there'll be someone brand new pop up in chat, and they'll just drop like their first. It's sort of random. Yeah, they'll drop like their first comment that just immediately makes me go like, "Oh fuck, what's in here right now?" Okay. So the tower ground level, in 2d4 rounds, acidic oozy rain falls. Each turn Saber's breath or take d4 damage. I would separate this to make sure that this is a known effect into the rooms in which it applies. Right? Because like if they're under like cover and they're able to like hide somewhere, then like this wouldn't apply to that area. And I don't know, in 2d4 rounds.
That's what I was wondering. Are you expecting them to be staying in initiative the entire dungeon? Because if there's exploration bits and they're like, I'm going to spend 5 minutes here.
So, like, if we're talking a dungeon round, and this is going to be every 10, or, okay, so 2d4? Okay,
so 2 to 8 minutes, basically.
In 5 rounds, so, like, in an hour, if we're going with dungeon round terminology, in an hour, there's going to be acidic oozy rain that falls down. And it's only dealing 1d4 damage. So this is a... Here's the deal. There's a mechanic that's tied in here, but it's not that much damage. And it's causing an element of tracking. Here's what here's what I would do with this. Okay. My suggestion on this would be this could help you with urgency. There's stormy thunder overhead, but it's not raining just yet, right? This way they know that there is a storm on the way. And if they run into some NPCs, those NPCs could be like, you better get the fuck inside, because, like, boy, when that storm starts down, you don't want to, you know.
This is almost the type of situation you'd want, like a doom clock mechanic or something.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it is that, like, progress clock element, right? Of, like, this is a bad thing that will happen, you know? Like, at this point, it starts raining acid, and this is that effect. You know? Full Screaming said, I don't know why you felt it was okay to include one thing and not the other. Yeah, you know, hey, I think the point got across. But also, sorry, I guess just to, like, kind of close that thing out with the Candela Obscura thing, I will say real quick, it does mean a lot, by the way, that Darrington Press reached out to me to get me one of the press copies of Daggerheart. Like, that was like, you know what? Big respect. Like, yeah, I was the guy that basically burned that game down. Like, I mean, there were bad reviews out there. Mine is the one that's pinging Google's SEO right now. And that's the one that's shaping a lot of opinion. And it means a lot that Darrington Press actually reached out to me to get me a copy. If nothing else, fucking huge respect to them for that. Because there's plenty of people in this industry that would be like, blacklist them entirely. Like, looking at WotC. Oh, is that even like a heavy take? No, everybody knows that shit. Yeah. Yeah. Anywho, we are trying to get on this. So maybe once they get into the tower, it starts raining. I did intend for it to be a pressure to find shelter and push ahead. You're right that it isn't a big threat. Yeah, like, especially if it's just 1d4 damage, save versus, and then they've got this, like, how often are they making that save, right? So, like, anything outside when this begins takes 1d4 damage.
To simplify it, having played in a lot of older editions and stuff like that, sometimes you don't get saves. Why don't you just make it 1 point of damage, no save, less tracking, less rolling? It just happens. Because there was plenty of times, like, if you know something's happening and you do something that causes the bad shit anyways, sometimes in basic or older editions or whatnot, the bad stuff just happens to you. Because your save was knowing that it's there and then, like, letting it happen anyways.
Yeah. I would say you might even say after 1 week of this acid rain, this continuous 1 week after this continuous acid rain, the buildings themselves start to deteriorate. So now there's another pressure on it, right? Like, if they do need to get away because it's like things are really that fucking rough, it's time to back out, you know? Yeah, especially when it's something that can't be dodged, but you have ways to avoid or endure it. Yes, it's an outside environmental effect. This, if it hits them, it's acid hitting them. So like even if it's just the one and it's continuous, but it's happening like I don't know, once every dungeon turn, so like once every 10 minutes, they're not going to want to stay out there. Especially low level characters.
This also gives you something I think a lot of adventures forget to include. It gives you a fail state that isn't just death.
Yep. Yeah, this thing could deteriorate, fall apart. The cage containing this thing could just like break, and now this gets out into the world. This stat block, if it were like continually growing or something like that, there's a couple stat blocks that I love for cataclysms, where I love how they evoke this idea of if this thing was allowed to be out in the world, it would ruin some shit. It's like Keter level anomalies on the SCP Foundation, and things like gas spores. Gas spores in D&D are a world-ending apocalypse, but like you don't hear them talked about enough. Let me go up here real quick. You know what I'm talking about, Ked?
Gas spores?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, one sec. Here we go. Yeah, talk about like this is probably the most overpowered creature for its CR. It's a CR half, but its description, oh my god. Gas spores, also known as Aniatha, are balloon-like toxic fungi that resemble beholders. A gas spore is a spherical floating sphere creature. It has a central false eye and 10 rhizome growths on its top, which resembles a beholder's central eye and eye stalks. The difference could only be noticed as one approached the gas spore. Being fungi, gas spores were non-intelligent creatures. Communities of gas spores existed peacefully in locations where food was sufficiently abundant. In the absence of food, gas spores hibernated and could remain in that state for centuries. The rhizome growths served as feeding organs for the gas spores, and they were used to extract lichen and mold from the walls, as well as leaves from trees and scum from the surface of ponds. Gas spores were hollow, and their interiors contained a large number of spores kept under high pressure. Gas spores that grew upon the corpses of dead beholders were known to carry the memories of their host. An infected humanoid could then access fragments of those memories. Although harmless when feeding, the danger posed by a gas spore lays in its reproductive cycle. The creature deposited its spores into the body of a warm-blooded and sufficiently large creature that's the size of a gnome or larger by merely touching it. The infestation killed the host within a day if left unchecked, after which several tiny gas spores emerged from the corpse, reaching maturity within 7 days. Mind flayers were usually ignored by gas spores. If you hit it with an attack, it releases the gas, releases the spores into you, all this other stuff. The thing is, if you hit one and you get infected with it, it doesn't kill you outright. It lets you walk around for a second. So it's just like a virus. Only this virus is like instant contagion, instant death within a week, and it spreads like fucking crazy. And this thing is meant to get hit and blow up and then just make more of itself. In combat, this is nothing, and that's the intent. It's afterwards that it's like, holy fucking shit, this thing is wild. Like, what the actual, I guess, geopolitical impact that a gas spore infestation has is world-ending. This is an apocalypse. Yeah. It's fucking nuts. Yeah, I don't see near enough people talk about that creature. It's fucking crazy. Okay. So, back on this. I just really like that for the verdant ooze, where it feels like if this thing gets out, that is big, bad news bears. You know, I love that idea of we need to be urgent because if we aren't, this is a thing that could get out. I think that could be really cool. In going further in through here, I want to take a look and find, can you tell me where your intended, so we can expect a lot of the interactions happening. This feels a bit more social, actually, than some of the other ones that we've had, which I dig. I super dig. Can you tell me where your trick or setback is? Because I'm interested to see what you're pulling off over there. One of the things I think I will do in a future version of this, check out the verdant door. All right, thank you. One of the things I think I'll do in a version of this in the future is I want to have like honorary awards, where the honorary awards are given out for like best trap, best unique new monster, and I would love to do one for best layout. And that's it's kind of iffy on that one, or like maybe an innovative, interesting layout, or best map maybe. But yeah, I would love to do a 3 like honorary thing, especially for traps.
One where like even if the entire package didn't get to where some of the other people did, they did like one thing like really really well that you want to recognize them for.
Yeah, just like an honorable mention for something that wasn't the gold winner. Yeah. Thick vines frame an ornate door. A carving depicts an ooze with bulging eyes looming behind a globe covered in vegetation. False door. This door is a trapped wall. Okay. Ooh, okay, so complex trap. This door is a trap for intruders intending to release the ooze. Pressure trap. A 10 by 10 square of 15-foot high oil slick metal bars burst from the floor. Save first breath to avoid them. I would say what happens if you don't pass the save, right? So like damage or whatever. That already sounds horrifying. Pulling handle. Okay, wait. So there's pressure trap, pulling handle, pulling vines. You know, what I really dig here is the idea that there are multiple different ways that you could attempt to open this door, and each one is just a trap. If they ignore this door entirely, so this would be a smoke and mirrors style trap. I've written like 2 of these in the past, and that's kind of what you've already got set right here, right? If they don't fuck with this thing, it doesn't do anything. This is a temptation trap because it, by all intents and purposes, looks like we want to fuck with that. So part of the pressure with this is some people feel that by doing a trap like this, that it's not really a trap. It is, and these are so much more effective. Like
it's the button in the middle of the room trap. Like it's one that fucks with them mentally more than anything.
Yeah, it's intended to be this is the door to the ooze, but it isn't. LOL. Yeah, like make this door. What else weird shit can you put on it? You know, like make it to where so it says complex trap. I would put like a different beat for like what separate things could happen. And like if they're gonna keep trying the levers and shit, and like maybe it's this combination over here. Does anybody have like a coin or something they can put in there? Whatever. It's funny. Like if they keep fucking with it, you know, and then they'll be like, nope, not dealing with this anymore. Let's go find a different way. It's just a funny beat, you know. You love that idea? Yeah, make it look overcomplicated, you know, to the point of like, not many people are going to realize we should stop screwing with this thing, and that's good.
Yeah.
That's great. By the time that they've hit every lever and seen all the interactions and what they would do, they're going to be like, this is just a fucking trap, isn't it? You know, like, that's still a hilarious moment, you know. To the people that it pisses off, you know, hey, it's a sense of humor, all right? You get one. I love the idea. So this is what I would call kind of the smoke and mirrors trap, you know. Now, the actual way that they get to it is... Sunken Tower entrance, so it's down here, right? Okay. That was 10. Okay, so that is just a... Yeah, that needs to look like a big, intricate door. You got it measured right in the center, right? And then, yeah, that's the one that people are going to immediately intuit. This is the thing that we need to go to. We need to go forward which is this direction. Yeah. I like it. I like that. I think if you kind of apply the principles we've already kind of talked about here, where simplify, reduce, a lot of this stuff you're already very familiar with the format. That's very clear. The high praise I think I can really give you here is I think you are extremely far along. This is about what I'll call about like an 80 to 90% done kind of a thing. The fact that you were saying like, well, this is really inspired by Halls of the Blood King by Diogo Nogueira. As someone that's read through and analyzed that thing like 2 or 3 times now, I agree with you because like the thing is, you did the really difficult thing it is for some creators to do, especially whenever they just jump in and like try to iterate on a thing, and that is you understood the tone and the voice and like kind of the style of that, right? That's the hard thing to do. It's easy to just say like, okay, well there was a room right here, so I need to put something like that right here and just do the copy paste thing. But to actually understand the voice and like the sense of kind of whimsy and humor that comes with it is a whole other analytical mindset. And you did that on this. And so like really fantastic job with that. Ked, did you have anything you were wanting to add on that?
For that point, no, not really. What you said is accurate. Once you remove some of the randomization that wasn't needed, it's already got some built-in decent pacing. It's already got a thing to give a sense of urgency with that storm situation. Like it's got excellent bones. It just needed some tweaks, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it just needs very, very slight tweaks. I assume actually from what was kind of given earlier about this character, Elias Thunderfoot, this hit die could probably get brought down to like 4, maybe 3. Because like as an NPC, I think so 5e players out there get used to a lot of games starting to crunch their health. Health and damage numbers are... I'm seeing this happen in a lot of TTRPGs in development right now. They're crunching down their numbers. Everyone's trying to squish down because a lot of systems have just gotten to a point of being so overblown that they're starting to become pretty difficult to run. Yeah. So I this feels like as a 5e character, and like if you see this at 2nd level, you're like, oh, this guy's nothing, right? But basic expert, this dude hits pretty goddamn hard. 2 as weapon, morale at 12. This guy's basically never retreating. Move is standard. AC is studded. Hit dice a 6. That guy's hitting pretty hard. Well, I say hitting pretty hard. This overall as a unit is kind of a chunk.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, two as weapon, like if he's got like a long sword or something like that, like that's like D8 or whatever. I mean that's a decent damage, all things considered, because this is supposed to be a low level, like I'm assuming 1 to 3 situation.
Yeah, VTM's health system is pretty good. I don't play vampire. I've got werewolf over there, but I haven't really given it the time quite yet.
I'm editions behind. I haven't played vampire since like the early 2000s. So I don't want to say, because I don't know how like modern vampire like may do it differently and stuff.
Yeah. That also kill like all Merkborg characters. Yes, that's also true. Yeah.
Oh yeah, for sure. More a lot of Merkborg characters have like a couple of health.
Yeah, they have like 8 maybe.
Yeah. Or if you look at any of the year 0 style engines, which some of them could be sort of compatible-ish, a lot of them literally only have a couple of health.
Yeah. Like I even think if I was to run it in Dragonbane, like what am I not getting out of this for Dragonbane's purposes? AC makes sense for the armor for Dragonbane. I can iterate on that. hit dice is we're going to lower this down at least for Dragonbane because the way that they calculate health is quite different. Saves don't really mean a whole lot in Dragonbane, if I'm recalling this correctly. Its attack as weapon. Oh, that's probably where it won't be compatible because it's not telling me a bonus or what it's trained with that.
Mhm.
So that might be a thing of like roll over, or sorry, roll under. No, wait, because it's Dragonbane's roll under too. Dragonbane is kind of a unique differentiator because it's not like, I mean, it's not VX derivative.
Yeah, it doesn't follow a lot of those. As much as I love Dragonbane, I think it's absolutely amazing. It doesn't follow those.
Yeah, it's a basic role playing derivative. The Chaosium basic role playing. You already own a Dragonbane box set, but nobody wants to play it with me. Rip. You got a suggestion for that, Ked? Because my only thought is FLGS organize something like that.
I imagine you still have Winston. You still probably have a lot of people around you. You'd be like, well, why don't we just play D&D? Yeah,
I'd like to play something different for a night.
Yeah. I mean, Dragonbane, like you go to any, like I go on like the RPG Reddits and stuff these days, and there's always people being like, hey, I want to like branch out. What's another good game that like is like similar enough? And back in the day, it used to be Pathfinder. It'd be like, oh, try that one. No, Dragonbane is the first one that is always mentioned these days. Like, if you can just get them to see that, and maybe they want to try it as a result, probably good idea.
Yeah.
Until Vagabond's released.
I think that's actually the perk that I would do as like a selling pitch with like Vagabond. Is it's like if some people are like, well, hey, what's the difference between like this and Dragonbane? Because I mean, Dragonbane's a huge inspiration on Vagabond.
Mm-hmm.
At least in like character generation, but otherwise like combat, the parry dodge thing has been a thing for since like the 70s. No, wait, sorry, since like the 80s.
Mm-hmm.
So like the main thing there is like, well, Dragonbane's not compatible with OSR material. This is, Plus, I just feel like the rollover stuff is so much more like intuitive to a lot of American crowds.
You want the big numbers. You want to see a bigger number, be happy, not a small number, be happy.
Oh, got plenty of people around you, and if I'm ever doing an interview for this in-person paid storytelling place is where I live.
Okay, cool.
Oh, okay.
Looks
like. Okay. So I think with that we got Fathomless Beauty out of the way. I want to take a look at this one, Jane and the Dealer by Abby Lettuce Puppy Naysgard. Sorry if I'm mispronouncing that.
Jane and the Dealer.
Some of you Swedish peeps gotta get easier to pronounce last names for us Americans over here already.
All right, Taron Poon.
All right. Now, Jane and the Dealer. So, this one feels like it was going to be sort of a westerny vibe. I could already see from the map. This is one that was actually going to be a point crawl. Oh, shit. Sorry. Somebody actually asked about the map as well. The map. One of the things I would recommend, the doors. So I experimented with something kind of similar to this, where I was like, maybe the passageway could be shown like this instead, because I felt like just white on black, like as a box, wasn't. It could get a little bit lost in the clutter. I would recommend just doing a white box. I know that you've got just essentially a bunch of shapes here. Communicating that information might be a little bit difficult. But you have your routes, and your routes are taking up a lot of information on here. So if you were to think, like, if I got rid of the green, and I get rid of the purple, and I'm just doing white boxes to where the, entries are, you're going to be fine. I would say go for something like that instead. Because this could be a little bit confusing to somebody that's never really seen that before. I don't think I've really seen something quite like that before. But more often than not, what I'm seeing is your points right here, your paths are actually eating up some clutter where they just kind of don't need to. But yeah. So, okay, this other one, Jane and the Dealer. Let me get that one. All right. So, System Neutral Scenario by Abby Lettuce Fluffy Naysguard for My Dungeon Jam. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Thank you for submitting something and signing up and doing all this. I think it's like the first of this kind. A game store specifically dedicated to in-person paid games. Maybe. I don't know of too many FLGSs that are doing a lot of that like paid DMing thing.
I hope you're in a really big city, because like to make that lucrative, that's gonna, for an like a physical location to have that, it's gonna have to have quite the player base.
Yeah, there's a place that does that out in, I want to say it's Sand Springs here in Oklahoma, called what's the arcade bar? What's that called? It's not the off. No, it's not the Max. What the hell is this place called?
We get a really cool place around us called the Ludology. That, does gaming and stuff, which I didn't know was a word, but they've got like the dictionary definition on like the front of the place.
Ludology.
Yeah.
Okay, so if people want to see the kind of place like here in Oklahoma, that's like, this is one of the kind of premier nerd spots here. So it's called the Waypoint Lounge. This place is ridiculous, and it's in the middle of a town that has a population of like, I think maybe 10,000. I think that this place is gorgeous, and they do have like paid D&D sessions and stuff that you can sign up for. I have tried in the past to talk to them about like, you want to set up like a TTRPG event and we'll do something different. Like we can get in a couple other games as well. Looking at like their tables and their setup. Come on, just show me like the goddamn like restaurant here. Because this bar is ridiculous. Let me find. No, show me like the dining room. You got food, you got drinks. Right, okay, services, summer camp, venue rentals. Maybe it's over here. God, the room to this is so cool. I promise it'll be worth it. Yeah, so they have a stage where people compete in like esports and stuff with like 5 separate like gaming rigs ready to go right here and on the opposing side of a stage, which like what? Like what the fuck?
That's crazy.
Yeah, you see these couches right here? Each one, there's like 8 of these different stations like this where it's a couch and like 2, single chairs where people can just hang out and play fucking Smash Brothers all the time. Like it's they have a video game console right here on this TV, and they're like people playing games, doing whatever. And there's multiple different areas where people can do that. The Waypoint is insane. The one that I go to, like here in Tulsa, is called Shuffles. I did a clip of there. I did a short on this. A little while back. Yeah, okay, so here we go. So this is Shuffles. This place has been like a second home for like 5 years. They have like over $80,000 in board games. And this was like at the opening time. That's during trivia. This was like the first year that they were opened. But yeah, this whole place is just ridiculous. And
I love places like that. Yeah.
Dude, that's Amanda making a drink right there. Yeah, this place was awesome. It's still around. It's just they don't do D&D in there anymore, because I'm going to tell this to everyone out there right now. D&D players, especially around Adventurers League, have a bad reputation. D&D players, well, really TTRPG players in general, if you go to a place like this and you don't tip your waiter or your waitress, never fucking come back. Never do that. If you just sit around in a restaurant and you're ordering water, and you're just like, I just want to play D&D. Oh, no, like you can do that at other locations. You come to a place like that because they're offering the board games and the experience of being there and whatnot. Honestly, because of how bad the D&D tables were, they made it to where you had to buy a game pass in order to game at Shuffles. Like, they had enough D&D tables that were sitting there for like 6+ hours and not getting anything from the menu.
Yeah, no bueno.
Yeah. They changed it to the Game Pass thing whenever 2 of the D&D tables started bringing their own food. Like, as the guy who was trying to organize that, whenever I heard that, I immediately cut it. I was like, nope, I've already had to talk with you guys about you all just ordering water and not tipping your waiters and shit. The moment that I heard about that, I was like, I was so gone. Tipping culture seems weird. This was 2018. These days, it's a different thing because the problem was not as bad now as it was back then. It's gotten way overblown in the age of DoorDash. Like, tipping culture got way worse lately. It was always bad, but it's worse now.
Even ignoring the tipping culture, at least order something from the kitchen. Like, support the business that you're sitting in. If you're just in there getting free water and you like using space, using electricity, like you're not helping the business.
Yeah. Especially whenever you're occupying a table at a restaurant for 6 hours. You're eating up hundreds of dollars in profits for that restaurant.
Lettuce Puppy, no one's arguing that. The only people that like tipping culture are like corporate owners.
No, it's a very late stage capitalism thing. I don't like it whatsoever. But it's the way in which the restaurant culture works right now. And this is the reason why they started going into the red, was because of D&D tables. And waiters just got kind of sick of that, you know. If you're going to a restaurant, you should order food. Otherwise, you're loitering. It's an FLGS, but it's a board game cafe. And at a board game cafe, you're going there to get the experience of like service and board games. Otherwise, you go to an FLGS where they don't care if you have a table.
And like, I don't know what it is about these places, but they sometimes have the best food. So order it. Like the Ludology place that we go to, I had like one of these, like it was like a Caesar wrap the other day. I didn't think it could taste that good. It blew my mind.
The chicken and waffles at Shuffles is pretty fucking baller. Yeah. Oh no, I didn't think you were arguing. No, it's just like, I know that there's a lot of people in my chat that are like from all over the place. So some people hear about like weird American shit and they're like, wait, you guys got mad at them for like not tipping, but tipping sucks anyways. And I'm like, well, yeah, but this was also at a time where it wasn't as out of control as it is now. But I also agree, it sucks. But these people were also in the wrong. But yeah. Okay, so Jane and the Dealer. From what I've seen, this feels like it's going to be a kind of a Western theme. The following content is mentioned and or implied throughout the scenario: hangings, judicial and extrajudicial, alcohol/drug use, gambling, invasive surgery, animal death, violence resulting in lifelong disability. Okay. So I know I had seen this whenever you showed the map over in the server, and it had mentioned, you had shown like one of the gang's like icons was a noose, and it's just like, here in America, that carries a way darker connotation to it. That is kind of like, how would you call it?
I wouldn't have thought about that.
Yeah. Well, you're also Canadian too. Like here in Oklahoma, it's way more of a like, that's typically always seen as a sign for like going and hanging black people publicly.
I never would have thought of, like, I think of a noose, I think of like, you know, just the random like cowboy being like hung for his criminal activity in a Western or something.
Yeah. And here it's more specifically about the lynching connotation. Just because I mean, hey, I live in Tulsa where like the Tulsa race massacre occurred. So like I feel like at times maybe I'm a little hyper vigilant on noticing this shit and maybe others aren't, and but because it's like a Western fantasy kind of a thing, you might even go with like what other magic can we use to like evoke this, right? Does it specifically have to be like hanging, or could it be firing squad? Having the content warning up here, it's fine. I actually think a lot more content creators and companies putting the content warning up, it's not that it says like you have free reign to do this. You still have to have good taste and everything. You're in Northern Cali. It hasn't occurred to me. So like,
I'm torn on this because for a lot of people, the hanging it's part of like the Western theme and the genre and stuff like that. And
yes, I understand that.
Yeah, it is for your connotations. It is like very regional. I don't see as big of an issue as long as you've got the content warning on it and you let them know that that's there.
The situation that comes to my mind is just, what if there's a black player at the table who winds up with their character getting hung? You know what I mean? Like
for all of my black friends, they'd probably laugh their asses off. But
well, I mean, it depends on your table, right? But yeah, that can be a tricky thing to navigate. I think you've got the content warning in here. And by the way, this is not me coming down on you or trying to lecture you or tell you I know the right answer or anything like that, right? TTRPG Twitter can absolutely chill, okay? What I'm just saying here is, like, I think the content warning here, if people aren't into that, they should be socially, aware, right? But yeah, it might just be a thing. Nobody's getting hanged in this scenario. It's just something that happened in the past and the story's written here. Okay. I think then that you might be able to work that out. Also, might just like pass this by one of your buddies that who is a POC, and be like, so there's this scenario. I didn't really think about this whenever I was like writing it, but there's somebody who brought it to my attention that like this might be a bit uncomfortable. What do you think?
This might just be because I'm Canadian. Like, it's good to pass it by. It's always good to check out the players. That's what session zeros or like the before session conversation is for and stuff. But like,
yeah.
Of all the POC like friends and people I know of and everything in the area, I can't see anyone personally having an issue with this. But also, this isn't a regional thing for me. So
I think it's way more charged here in the South. Well, I say the South, like South Midwest area, right? Like Oklahoma's more Midwest than South, honestly. Because here this is a thing that it doesn't happen exactly like it's not like this was just happening all the time or anything down here. But back then it was. I still know people who were like, there's still people alive today that were watching this stuff happen just on the public streets.
Yeah.
So it can, yeah. So just get a pass at that is what I would recommend. Anywho, but since you're not subjecting it to another player, this is just the kind of cases where I would really try to consult with somebody. If I felt like I really wanted to lean in with that idea, then go for it. Or, go for it by, what I mean by that is seek out somebody who might be able to give you that eye on it. TTRPG Twitter, I remember at times somebody complained about Johan Nor being a filthy capitalist. Glad I never made an account for it. Oh, man. Yeah, people shooting off rounds everywhere they can over there. It's wild. Yeah.
Twitter's dying anyways. The bots.
Yeah, I was like, to the people that have these I'm a big influencer on fucking Twitter. I'm like, oh, okay. You and here in about a year, it's gonna be just you and the porn bots swimming in your empire batch, huh?
Yeah.
Anyways, so the hook. You and your crew find yourselves approaching the outlaw town of Hangman's Drop, sent there by Mayor Jane Dayan of Arrowbrook. You're asked with taking out the leader of the News Kids gang and rescuing her kidnapped son. Soon, or as a reward, she'll pay you the sum of the ransom they demanded of her, or twice that if you can capture their leader and bring him in. Okay, so yeah, we are going very heavy Western on this, which awesome. One of my favorite thing right now about the dungeon crawl has not only been seeing all the crazy awesome stuff people have made, but the variety of genres people are hitting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm a big Western fan, so I'm definitely gonna enjoy at least seeing if people try to tackle the genre. Whether we'll see how good it is.
On Western stuff. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and sticking it to this format, you know.
Yeah.
There is actually another one that felt like it kind of hit on this vibe. The Crystal Frontier by Gus L, I want to say. The Crystal Frontier became like a whole like kind of favorite setting for old school essentials. And but yeah, it's got those Western vibes, showdown kind of. Yeah, I love that mix. I love fantasy genre crossover stuff. So yes, I'm stoked to see what you do with this. So the cast, I want to, before I get really looking at these, it seems as though you've thought a lot about the cast. The backdrop. So this is a crevasse. They sat blocks largely undead with a handful of okay, living members kicking around. So zombie Western stuff. Gotcha. Armed skeletons and zombies mixed in with a few for variety. Okay. Handful of the like they're gonna be yeah. You thought of Wild West but wands instead of guns. Yeah, wand slinger fantasy. A little bit of flavor. Okay, recharging then takes a little bit of blood. I love sticking to that. By the way, if you haven't picked this up yet, where is this? Where do I have this? Oh my god. Yes, here we go. Lettuce Puffy. Frontier Scum by Carl Druid. This feels like this is probably a bit like higher magic than what Frontier Scum would really be kind of like doing. But I mean, if you're into this for like, basic expert derivative system that does, Westerns really well, I love Frontier Scum. I don't know that there's another system out there that I think does Westerns better than that. This is where Ked cues in with Cypher.
Well, they haven't released their book for it yet, but they did their Kickstarter. It's called High Noon at Midnight.
Is it going to be Weird West?
It's Weird West, yeah. Actually, they're releasing a whole setting book as well, where it's like a mixture of Weird West and post-apocalyptic.
Yeah. There's a natural mix there. I mean, New Vegas was like, oh, this genre can slap. Like, God, that was such a good mix. You live and breathe Western content, but can't afford Frontier Scum. Otherwise, you design stuff for it. I'm pretty sure Carl Druid gives out some freebie, like PDFs and shit for it. But yeah. Okay. Now. So Hangman's Drop is a crevasse cut into the side of a great sandstone mesa. For the longest time, it was an informal site of execution, where many a would-be lawkeeper soaked their hands red in the name of order, justice, and their own thirst for blood. As the bodies piled below, fertilizing the sand and watering it with crimson, things began to grow. Cool, so there's like blood-grown plant life and vegetation and stuff. I like that as a decorator here. I will go up to the factions here in just a second. Encounter, okay. I think this means alert? Or like... Maybe? Here we go. Yes. Only active if the alarm is raised. Okay. So this only occurs if the alarm is raised. That's a clean way of handling that.
Mm-hmm. I prefer iconography for variable states like that over coloration, because you never know if people with color issues are going to be like, I didn't notice it because it was red or something. Like, you just never know.
Yeah, I agree with that. I also think that you could subvert that by offering a colorblind friendly version. But I get it. I know it's rough. Let me see. Where is the template posted, by the way? It's in the resources. Yeah, it's in the Discord server. Goes more into demonic stuff for the Western. Yeah, Western stuff with like demons and shit is also super cool.
Mm-hmm.
So okay, this is clean. So it says Jane and the dealer up here. However, that is not the location that this is the map for. That's the name of your adventure. So I would put the name of the map that this is for right here. Right? Name your map with the location, not the adventure title. There we go. Looking at... Okay. So I'm looking at your factions, and there's one thing in particular that I'm seeing that I don't think you need in here at all for the most part. And that is, the occupation is fine, but what I'll say is your occupation and your history, try to combine this into like a 2-sentence thing. Unless it's super, super necessary for like the entire adventure, try to keep this clean. Like, smash it, you know. There's a tendency with a lot of 5e writers to go into extreme depth into their dramatis persona. For what we're doing here, we're not really trying to draw people of a huge cast of characters for their adventures. We're trying to give them an interesting scenario, right? Your NPCs, like, you know, yeah, sure. Give them a name, give them the occupation. What are they here for? Bing, bang, boom, right? But whenever you start to get very specific into their history and their occupation, people will glaze over it. It's just, so you want to hit the things that they need to know. And the more often, I tend to find that if there's something that I've ever tried to like read and I've glazed over, I actually tried to take count of when it was that I lost my ambition to read the thing. And it was like usually within the 4th or 5th time that I got the feeling of like, oh wait, what was it? Oh yeah, wait, I skimmed. Okay, and then I just put the book down. So you have to get them in there and get that punch in and make them care about it, right? Real quick. So deliver this information as quick as you can. Remove purple prose. I generally find any prose that's purple is way low on utility. Sure, you're getting the flavor and you're getting the fluff, but like most people just want a thing to read. Like they want a thing to run. Sorry, there we go. Yeah. I mean, any thoughts on that, kid?
Yeah, basically, if this was like a full length, like multi-part adventure or something, then I mean, these aren't the worst. These are okay. Like they're actually shorter than you'd see in most 5e adventures. But the thing is this isn't. This is meant to be like a quick dungeon.
Yep.
So you really only need a few sentences. And the other thing is a lot of this stuff, like it's really cool. Like I'm looking at like sneering Jane Day in here. Violent figure for much of her life. Like it's got a like really cool stuff. The thing is doesn't matter to the dungeon, and are the players even going to find out about half of it? Because if they don't find out about it, it might as well have never existed anyways.
Yeah. Like, and so I think part of where this might have come from is thinking that this was the way to inspire GMs into like how they're going to roleplay this character out. And most GMs just kind of do their own thing anyways. Like,
yeah.
Personality, okay, so that's this right in here. And you know, the personality things kind of, you want to write a ambition. You want to write an ambition that gets this across. That's why I like seeing ambition text so much more than I like seeing personality text. You know, secrets.
I look at the history for Jane here. Really, you can condense almost the entirety of the history part to the fact that she needs assistance to walk. That whole thing about her being a violent vigilante and like, I mean, okay, the part about like maybe a part of her cheek being torn out as a physical description, that's cool, but surviving the infection, leaving her nerve damage, can hardly walk, blah blah blah, that all really can just be condensed to the point where she needs assistance.
Yeah. Let me see here.
You could really boil that down to like 1 or 2 sentences.
Yeah. So I guess I thought like here's what I'll do. One sec. Just to give an example as to like how, you know, I would kind of look at trying to edit this down, is what you've given here is a lot of meat, right? So this is the scrape off phase. Whenever I was like working on Vagabond all the way up until like February, this is everybody that's been in my chats for a while or like in my live streams always knows that everything gets to a point where everything got thrown at the wall, and then I go through and I'm scraping stuff off, right? Some people don't like that process because they start losing shit, and then they're like, "Oh no, that thing I really liked is gone." Oh what? And yeah, that's a whole fun thing to do.
I've had that in my own community too. I got rid of like an entire civilization basically, and they're like, "Where did they go?" And I'm like, "They weren't needed."
Yeah, yeah. See, I know King. I've seen King in here back whenever I was. I think whenever I was mostly doing 5e stuff, maybe. But yeah, so there's a point where you have a lot of great ideas, and like, here's everything that I like. And the thing that makes like artists really good at refining their craft is the recognition that like there's darlings you need to kill, right? Not everything you've written has got to make it into the final cut.
Yeah,
so
don't get married to your rough.
Yeah. So I would see here, like, okay, Mayor of Arrowbrook, formerly the local lawkeeper, self-appointed. I guess the self-appointed is okay, but like, formerly the local lawkeeper. How about like or former lawkeeper?
I didn't see you make a copy. I'm like, are you editing this shit?
No. Yeah, I absolutely make a copy like that. Jane was a violent vigilante for much of her life, at least until a spell slung by her quarry tore out a chunk of her mouth and teeth. Bears a scar from bears a facial scar, I guess maybe.
Yeah.
From a
violent past.
Yeah. Kind of leave that open ended, right? Where do they need that in there? I feel like the more vague you go with this, like, oh yeah. One of the long going jokes with every Vagabond stream, we'd be like, oh, what is Taron cutting today? Yep.
Yeah. It's
And
just like with rules. The more you put in, the less leeway a GM has. Same with narrative. The more you put in, the less leeway the GM has. If you just put a violent past, the GM can run with that. But if you put the specifics of what that violent past is, the GM has to remember what that is and stick to that story.
She can hardly walk or write unassisted. And there's a facial scar, and could say mobility. There's this facial scar from a violent past. Here we go. Her
Something about motor skills or something.
yeah, her violent past is shown with a facial scar and noticeable limp. I mean, you can leave it vague like that. That still gives people enough to work with there. Can let alone ride a horse or hunt outlaws. We're looking at cut, right?
Yeah.
Overindulgent mother of one. Cold-eyed mare. How about this? Cold-eyed mare of Arrowbrook, formerly lawkeeper. Her violent past is shown with a facial scar and noticeable limp. And then you could say this. Not despite this. That seems to imply that people
You
have a
can
limp.
even do it in the first sentence if you want to do the mother thing. Cold-eyed mare of Arrowbrook, former. You can get rid of the Lee. Former lawkeeper,
Yeah.
now mother of one.
Yeah, something like that. Boom! Look at that. See how much space we just cleaned up on the page, right? So we're looking at like where to keep like cutting, cleaning, right? Personality, once a stone-hearted mother of men, a hunter of men. That's kind of former lawkeeper. Got it right there, right? Soften with her tamer occupation. We can kind of infer that all up there. She expects obedience from those within her territory under threat of retribution by her enforcers. Cold-eyed kind of covers that as well. Maybe?
You want to keep something about the retribution of her enforcers. I feel that comes into play. Like she's got a gang under her or something.
Yeah. Only and mother of, let's just say Abel.
Yeah.
Wait, cold-eyed mare of Arrowbrook and Abel's mother. As a former lawkeeper. Oh wait. No, she was like a former. No, I was wrong with that. Here we go. Okay. She expects obedience with those. Okay. He takes full advantage of this privilege. That should be in his description, not hers. She knows the rant.
I would move the former lawkeeper actually to the beginning of the paragraph to keep it temporally correct. Because she started at that and then what became the mayor.
Yeah, chronology of that, all that. Yeah, I got you. Her violent past is shown with a facial scar and noticeable limp. She expects obedience of those within her territory under threat of retribution by her enforcers. Cool. Secret. She knows the ransom note is a fake, recognizes her son's handwriting, but she wants the leader of the news dead, so she's using it as a pretense to get her way. Okay. So.
That's pretty good.
That is good. I try to keep those M dashes like that without a space. She knows the ransom note is a fake. Recognizes her son's handwriting. She knows the ransom note is fake by her son's handwriting. Or by Abel's handwriting. Here we go.
Yeah, yeah, specifically name him.
However, she wants the leader of the news kids dead. So she's feigning ignorance. I was trying to figure out how to clip some of that just to get her way. And see, who's the leader of the news kids? Cassidy. She wants Cassidy dead. Cassidy Buchanan. There we go. Look at that. So now we have the whole dramatis persona kind of like cleaned up into one simple block right here. This is telling me everything that the old one was telling me. It's just not taking up as much of my page, right? This is, I guess we can call that 1. So 2, 3, 4, right? 4 sentences right here. 1, 2 pages, or 2 sentences on the secret. Cake, right?
Yeah.
We want to keep these concise, tight, clean. Figure out ways that you can deliver the point of what you're trying to convey as clean and clear as possible. You want laser focus on this. And I mean, like, you keep typing it instead of COVID, it's fucking you up. Again, I'm going to keep referencing this guy because, like, Skull Fungus is just, like, a huge, huge inspiration on this. Please. These are free, by the way. Skull Fungus is stuff you can go check out right now for absolutely free to get an idea as to what I'm talking about. These are laser focused, like, points right in here. That warm chamber I just showed, the floor down here is warm to the touch and somewhat moist. A scared goblin hides behind the stairway, prepared to scream in terror if anyone approaches with even a hint of a threatening aura. There's the stat block right there. Both mutter angrily when interacted with, and if not carefully opened, there's a 1 in 6 chance they'll try to bite a finger off. Like, okay, there's a situation that's right there. That's it, right? So I would try to aim for stuff that is clean, clean, clean like that. Okay, so the gate is set in a wind-torn palisade, 2 shrouded figures playing dice at a small table to the side and a guard tower rising from behind it. The tower guard sounds an alarm after 1 round of the party attacks. Things marked with a bell are only active if the alarm is raised. This right here should be a general description for your dungeon. Like, this should be like, if the guards are alert, an alarm blares. When the alarm blares, or the alarm is raised, or whatever, these situations occur, right? Other than that, like, you know, these encounters don't occur, but yeah.
It's not room specific. Like, the guards could be alerted by, like, wand fire somewhere else in the town. So yeah, it's good to have in general.
You talking about how great Skull Fungus is, but have you listened to that podcast yet? No, not yet. Day 3 of you reminded me of it. I got hair in my mouth. Why? Ked, if anything's gonna convince me to shave my head and have it as shiny as yours, it's gonna be the hair I get in my mouth. I like the alarm bell having a, like, particular, yes. That being a thing that things will trigger off of. Cool. 2 skeletons guard the gate. You see how this says 2 shrouded figures playing dice at a small table to the side of the guard tower? And the encounter itself is the thing that you are queuing off of right here? I would say, because this is what you've highlighted as, like, this is the important thing. Again, don't get purple with it. Just say 2 skeletons are playing dice at a small table to the side. And then you reference in your encounter 2 skeletons right here. Right? So that way they know, like, that's what the bold thing is referring to right here and how to operate that. The guard tower rising from behind it. So this says hazard. And I would say have this say guard tower. And then your passage, have that say gate. Right? And then it leads to area 2, the avenue. Right? Oh, later, Phoenix. Yeah, thanks for hanging out, man. Yeah, be sure your meta tags are all the same as the bold thing that you've had up here. And that's going to be way easier to read and parse through. The avenue. Oh, by the way, yeah, so they guard the gate. Third mans the guard tower. Is there a... Okay, so the guard tower is indicating that there's another one over here. This should probably say 3 skeletons are at the gate. 2 are playing dice at a small table. Another is manning the guard tower. There you go. A large saloon dominates the left. Okay, so this is number 2 right here. A large saloon dominates the left of the avenue. A strange skeletal amalgam arguing with itself out front. At the end of the boulevard stands a building akin to the Plantation Manor and a crop field beyond that. With Plantation Manor. A building akin to it. I don't see. Okay, so that's the encounter. Bit, Bertle, and Bootleather may challenge one of the players to a drinking contest. The party entertains them and they may offer to show them where the good stuff is kept and escort them to area number 4. Alright, so Bit, Bertle, and Bootleather, 2 men and their horse who died after getting run off a hangman's drop by their pursuers. When the Gravekeeper's friend brought them back from their skeleton souls and minds got scrambled.
That's awesome.
That's so fucked up and funny.
Even the horse got mixed in with it.
Yeah. You'd bring someone back from the dead and it's just like, oh, that is aces. That is so fucking good. What a great twist on skeletons. A lot, yeah. You missed it, you stepped away. There's a monster in here that is a skeleton that was reanimated, but it's the amalgam of 2 of the dudes and their horses that died together. They like crashed into each other, and because of the like chaos of a fusion of this mass or whatever, they got brought back as this weird skeletal amalgam. That's fucking great.
Half-ass Gravekeeper. Is this horse or human? Ah, good enough.
Yeah, right? That right there is fucking fantastic. What a great and absolutely memorable guardian. Holy fuck, that's good. 3 human arms, 2 torsos, and most of a horse. That's such a great line. 3 human arms, 2 torsos, and most of a horse. Oh, that's gold.
Get into stats. What level range is this supposed to be for?
That's a good question. I didn't see that. Oh shit, that was funny. Okay, let's look at a stat block. What was it? Bit, Brittle. Okay, so we got an owlbear, so I'm expecting at least 2nd or 3rd. Oh wait, no, that's from my system neutral guide.
Haven't figured a level range yet. Okay.
Okay. Bit, Brittle, and Bootleather as hide. Okay, run 2 times standard. Woof! Boy, oh yeah, because they're a horse. It's a horse thing. Triple spark sticks. Okay, so ooh, D4, 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 or trample. So this these are it's just like 2 skeletons firing off firecrackers on top of a fucked up horse. Look, if you wind up publishing this and this creature is not your fucking cover, God, this is so goddamn good.
I want to draw this shit.
This is so fucking funny. Just like going in there, popping off wands, and like it's just this. Yeah, this is a copy seller right here. This is such a hilarious and like, you want to talk about the Weird West vibes that you got going for this? This shit right here is it's such a charming, funny idea. This has to be your like cover monster. That's so good. Now for your level range, I mean, hit points, so 20 hit points. Triple Spark Stick. So this is remember, this is going to be 3 separate damage instances. D4, 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 or Trample. Standard range 6 shots for each wand. 1 action, take 1d4 damage to recharge each. Oh, it takes the damage to recharge it because of the blood required, right? But like, it's a skeleton, so is it bleeding?
And it's only going to fight them if the alarm's been raised. Otherwise, it's just a drinking contest. How that works with a skeleton, not entirely sure.
Yeah, that was in Bone Blackguards by Chance Dudenak. The part of the intent was like, you get into a drinking contest with skeletons, and the skeletons will always win because they can't get drunk. Like, it's just gonna go right through them, and then you're like, oh shit. Well,
something still need to be ironed out. Like, I'm not criticizing.
Oh, no,
the drinking. I'm saying for lettuce puppy. Like, I think the drinking contest with this amalgam people horse skeleton hybrid is
so fucking funny.
It's an image.
Yeah. That's so evocative, and yeah, I love that. The end of the boulevard, stay in the building akin to a plantation manor and a crop field beyond that. So if we could be a little bit more specific for where these are, right? Other than just the area names, right? Like Area 4, Area 6, Area 3, yada, yada, yada. If we say like Area 3, the plantation manor, Area 6, the crop field, right? Give me that like right in here so I know what you were referring to up here. And I can easily kind of chart where we're going here on the map, or at least, yeah. Then we keep going through the ribcage. That ain't fair. So that's one thing I would just make sure, stay consistent with labeling. How you label meta tag, with how you label metadata, the after symbol before colon. Okay. Make sure this corresponds to the bolded text and the summary. Okay. Honestly, that first encounter, or I say the second encounter, your guardian is absolutely tops. Super captured the theme. May want to consider what level you're going for here as to rein in I guess some of the numbers. Okay.
My only complaint with the stat block so far, and I'm not sure how I feel about it, because it's to evoke the 6 shooter in the wands, but it's three wands, each getting 6 shots that you're keeping track of for ammo, and then and then you get the action and take damage to recharge the wand for bit bridle and boot leather.
Yeah. I will say, for the most part, like, it's kind of, I don't know. Yeah, sorry.
I wonder if you have to track, like, if you even have to say that they're for each wand or anything, because, like, if they attack with the triple spark sticks, it's always going to be all 3 of them.
Well, I would say, like, while it's in their hands, right, and they can recharge it. They can recharge it by 1d4 damage. I think the idea that you had there was like it's a blood magic, wand, and the thing is with it recharging like that, this just becomes like, well, the GM has to track this element right here for a creature that I would just say this for the triple spark sticks. This is a way that the players could get a hold of this thing At that point, the triplet spark sticks, that is in their hands. And then that's when the charges need to kick in.
Yeah.
There's just not really a big need to like crack this right here. If anything, you can like hand wave it as the undead magic that was animating it is a part of giving that the charges, or was. But you don't need to go into extreme depth to explain that. And if you were to get rid of this right here, like, because it says standard range, this may need to say near somewhere in here, or like, you know, standard range. Yeah, I think I can infer enough from that. That's like what, 60 feet in D and like 5e. I mean, it's far in Vagabond. I think it's far in Shadow Dark. Pretty sure everybody else is just that's far. Like that's
Yeah.
in the scene. But I think what would that be? Like that might need to be added in right here. Just trying to remember. Manticore Spike Volley. Let me get the second 4 times. I didn't include that. Oh shit. Yeah, because it was at one. Oh, because it's at one target. That's right. Hmm. Shit. I should have included something about this in the guide. I'm gonna make a quick. Most people are gonna hand rule this. I know. But I'm gonna see what other people have kind of agreed upon there. Because for the most part, it's like, well, the weapon implies what this is doing.
Yeah.
But in some cases, that's I understand that's not really super clear. The table said standard range was 30 feet. Yeah. I'm just trying to make double like I'm trying to check myself on that. Man, it's crazy how rare things getting ranged attacks kind of is.
So one of my
Yeah.
reasonings also for the spark sticks things for bit bridle and boot leather is so it's 6 shots each, and then they would have to do a reload this. It's a single monster encounter most likely if this is the case. What do you think the likelihood of getting to round 7 or 8 is? Like, I don't even know if it would come into play. It's a lot of tracking for something that may not even trigger.
It just really doesn't. There's not really a huge reason to track it whenever it's in the hands of an enemy. Whenever it's in the hands of a players, though, that's a different story.
Yeah.
You know, like then they actually have restricted uses and things like that. And there's no problem with that. Everybody understands why you do that. Like, I don't think there's too many people that are going to really be pressing you for like, shouldn't this be covering this specific? No, nobody does. No. Sorry, I was just trying to see. Oh man. Because pretty much everybody I've ever seen just kind of goes with like, that's the range of the weapon. And there's not really a huge need to worry about all that. And I mean, because I know I do something specific for Vagabond, but I feel like I've read 80 different systems in the last year, and my brain is just overloaded. Yeah, I think even Merkborg is like presence. What was it?
I think a lot of systems these days, and even like updated versions of older systems, they just use like they generally have a range category description of some kind.
Yeah. Bony Knuckles. Yeah, and so many of the monsters in Merkborg are all just frontline, scream at you brawlers. All right. Okay. Well, looks like that's a little complicated. Got burnt out and had to take a break. Now you're trying to get back on over the saddle, and now you have to reread what I had already written. Okay. So I think you're fine going with the standard, double standard, whatever you want to say. Because for the most part, like, this is a wand that fires a volley. Yeah, it's all good. But yeah, the one action take d4 damage to recharge each. Again, the 6 shots, the tracking, and everything. Whenever it comes to practical play, not many DMs are really going to be watching that, you know. So yeah, there we go. A mummified barkeep. All right, this is area 3, the saloon. Right there. Okay. Oh, but yeah, you might still say like uses the triple spark sticks if the players get it or something, and maybe describe that later.
Well, he's got the triple spark sticks described earlier.
Oh, okay. There we go. 6 shot. Yes. Yep. Here you go. Yeah, and say that like in the hands of enemies, they don't require tracking, but like whenever the players get them, here's what they could get. You know.
I don't even think that needs to even be said, just like because it's labeled as an attack rather than having the equipment per se, because it doesn't say as a weapon. Unless you want to unless you just want to say as weapon and say spark sticks.
That's kind of clever.
But honestly, I don't see a need to even go into the explanation.
I agree with you though. Okay. Mummified barkeep. Thank you for more mummies. Actually, Western mummy adventure. Like, why have we never seen that before? Have we ever seen that before?
In a very odd location. Yes, I have seen a Western mummy.
Huh.
In the World of Darkness.
Oh, yeah.
Not only is there a Western mummy, there's a mummy that works at a McDonald's.
Oh, God damn it. No, wait, is Amanda still? Hey, Amanda? You might have gone to sleep. Fuck.
Pretty late.
Now I want McDonald's. Thanks, kid. Mummified barkeep and a handful of live serving folk keep the wily coyote running and thriving, despite its remote locale. As many come for the Dyson cards as do for the drinks and smokes, but rumor is only high rollers can join the real games. Okay. Ted, how do you handle gambling in... well, wait, okay. If your players want to join in on the... Thank you for covering this! If your players want to join in on the gambling and you want more meat to it than just rolling checks/tests/ what have you, give the game of King a try. The Bard's College YouTube channel has a video explaining the rules. You can also spice it up by allowing RP rolls to cheat, giving a player a reroll on their die, for example. Thank you.
That's perfect.
There you go.
Yeah.
Yep. Do it. Something simple. Yes. Yeah.
You don't have to reinvent the wheel when something's like I've seen that video. It's a decent, nice, straightforward system.
Like, yeah, I would even do like we're gonna play a hand of poker or something like that, and then just like openly cheat in front of each other, like just like, oh, okay, well, you got it. All right, cool. And then I'm just gonna see like, I saw that, did my guy see that, and then roll that at maybe whatever. And it's just it's something dumb, you know. Yeah, and those are all, that's all fun. Good, yes. Thank you for considering that. Smoky, dimly lit, crowded, empty, evacuated patrons and staff. Okay. Oh, if it's the alarm is raised. Yes, thank you. I like having it as the sub indented kind of like bullet like that.
Yeah, because you know it's the altered state.
Yeah.
If it's triggered.
Yeah, that's clever. Okay, I like that idea. You have a scrapped fighting ring betting minigame for a dungeon you never complete. Secret, one private booth at the back is perpetually closed for cleaning. A hatch hidden under the table leads to Area 8, the casino. The passage is guarded, and access to the casino is invite only. Thank you. Yes. Um. Other great thing. Thank you for not scripting any check to find this. Yes, a lot of players to interact with your environment. I find that whenever people start covering all their asses about like, well, if they don't find this really cool thing that I wrote, then like this feels like this was all for naught. No, this is you've made an environment. You have a fun idea in here about how they could get into this casino. Yes, keep this. This is awesome. Thank you. And that's exactly how I would want any secret described like that. If any, and if they gamble a lot, they're invited to the casino.
Yeah.
There you go. Cake. The closed for cleaning sign, by the way, and the fact that no one's actually cleaning it is enough of a secret to where they're like, the hell's over there? Like, what do you mean? There's nothing in there, you know. Pinquana is the mummified barkeep of the Wile E. Coyote. Keeps a dragon rod under the bar in case of and demands respect for his staff. Is this just a shotgun?
Yeah.
Standard. Yeah, it's a shotgun. Okay. So this is already like you're still working on this one for sure. Look, you're doing all the right things on this. I would still, focus on your meta tags, make sure that everything is unified. Mummified barkeep, that's the encounter you have right here, right? Even if you went like Pinquina, and in a handful of live serving folk, keep the Wile E. Coyote running and thriving. And then you put mummified barkeep of the Wile E. Coyote, right? Just so we don't have so many redundancies in the text occurring. This helps handle so much of your page float for you. Only high rollers can join the real games you might even say at the secret casino, and then refer to the casino and how they would enter it through something like this right here, right?
I really like the curse for stealing from the cash register. Because without having to spell out the mechanics, the curse basically describes it.
For each sun you see rise and wane, a year a day, you shall earn a pain. Taste the agony of an aeon's lash, until cursed debt repaid threefold in cash. I want to play this. Like, this is super fucking funny.
That's a great way in the game. You have explained the mechanics without it sounding like you've explained the mechanics.
Well, and like doing the curse, but also making it like Western theme, but still having the fucking return the slab or suffer my curse shit. Like, this is aces, all right? Like, you absolutely like knew the concept you were going for. Other than getting used to the format right here of like, hey, like system neutral, and because that's like the writing practice of this, right? Like that's part of the reason why we're doing all this right here. The writing practice is supposed to be getting people used to the system neutral format. And if you got stories to tell, like you've got an idea for something, I think that system neutral is the easiest way for you to do adventure writing. Like, if you have a concept, you have a scenario you want to get out there, this is such a cake way to do it. And this is why I was trying to get more people into writing like this. The fact that like this, I mean, that there's already so many fun ideas that people are throwing out there, like has already told me like this jam was a fucking awesome idea. So I think this is hilarious.
You gotta get on this and start getting them other rooms in, because this is an aces start. This is a very strong start.
Yes. God, this is such a fucking funny. The fact of the matter is, you are hitting every beat that you were trying to hit. Like everything on here, you're absolutely nailing the concept. Like everything's perfect here so far. Just adhering to the format and adhering to the format. I feel like there was another thing that I was saying. In either case, Yes, I am stoked to see what you wind up adding to the rest of this one. I already see an eyeless woman in bloodstains. Yes, thank you. Weird shit, undead gang. Yes. I'm down to see more. Whatever you wind up doing. Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, that was great. Okay, so I know I have 2 more listed on here. Let's see here. How long do I got you for, Ked?
I had a nap earlier after the funeral, so I'm not going to sleep for like 2 days.
Nice. I'm kind of in the same position, but like I definitely need to get up and stretch my legs out and everything. So I'm gonna take a 5.
All right.
Everybody in chat, y'all hang out. And sorry I can't play the music because Discord does weird things about wait, what can I leave you with here? Let's just do some dungeon synth. I'll leave you with dungeon synth in the background while I'm out. And then I'm gonna mute Ked so we don't get his chinchilla smacking his fucking bowl into the.
It's always at this time of night. He gets
Yeah.
antsy. All right. I'll be right back.
All right, man. See you in a sec.
C'était un endroit vide de toute vie et absolument désolé, où les charognes auraient pu compter fleurette aux démons. Les cieux d'un triste gris cadavre semblaient n'avoir jamais connu le soleil.
Well, hello. Alrighty. Oh, this has been a good one.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me see here. Next one I've got up is, let me see here. I knew that Axiom was in because I saw them typing a bit.
Hopefully no more clinking. I took Pickle's bowl away, although he looked at me like I slapped a puppy, so I'm upset.
Like, banana.
He's like, "Are you getting me food? I'm not getting you
Banana.
food." What?
Banana food, please. Dan. All right, so Axiom wrote the Luminary Leviathan, which looks to be trains, which I guess kind of fitting in with the theme that we had, going on last time. This one's by Axiom Delver, Canva assets and stuff, public domain art. So I'm stoked to see what you wind up doing with all that. Okay, works of fiction that influence this one. Bacano? I'm not familiar with that. Infinity Train, Galaxy Express 999, Indiana Jones, Snowpiercer. Honestly, underrated flick. Have you seen Snowpiercer, Ken?
I've seen the movie and the series.
Yeah, it's good.
Actually, the movie was pretty good. I actually really enjoyed the series as well, to be honest.
Yeah, I've only seen the movie. I haven't actually seen the series yet. Murder on the Orient Express, video games, Arcane, The Stone Circle, Uncharted 2, Juju Charles, Cerebos, Everon, Rising from the Last War, Horror on the Orient Express. Okay. Using this book. Okay, so let's see, Joseph Campbell. Each room is described in most prominent characteristics. Okay, so this is your guide right in here.
Yeah, I love Choo Choo Charles. I followed his project even before it launched, like from day one, and he's like the nicest dude.
Oh, that's what that. Oh, the horror.
Yeah, the scary train thing that follows you. Yeah.
Is that what this is gonna be? The train is the monster, the Luminary Leviathan. Okay. The train is a Magitech incarnate mixing science, technology, and mystical powers. If your setting doesn't allow for an equivalent, substitute it for a large ship instead. This is a microcosm of different cultures, social classes, ideas, and philosophies. Conflicts and clashes on its premises are not unheard of. Moving through, the train cars are linked in a consecutive fashion. Each car has an upper and lower deck connected freely with each other, as well as the neighboring train car decks and their respective level. Okay, the roof and undercarriage of each car are accessible, but not meant as a means of traversing the train. Okay, so that's just like saying, like, you can move on the outside of it if you want, but like, why?
Yeah.
Map, space, and distances. A point crawl map is used to represent the connections between train cars and decks. There are no gridded maps, but if you prefer them, you're welcome to find or create suitable ones of your own. Each deck space is abstracted from actual measurements. It is spacious enough to include all listed objects, NPCs, and interior elements. The space generally allows for unhindered movement inside. The synopsis. The Luminary Leviathan, Lumis Avarosa's masterpiece of engineering and occultism, cuts through the patchwork landscape like a silver knife. The miracle of machinery and magic's glory days are not in the past yet. The once gilded establishments and subtle geometric patterns of its design no longer still to show, but the dull steel, matted brass, and stained glass windows still make quite the statement. Too bad that Loomis can't recall what that statement was anymore. Unity, technological prowess, and for what the Grand Council meant for the Leviathan to be a swift and luxurious method of travel for dignitaries, fostering cultural exchange based on connection, innovation, and whatever buzzword soup they were slurping at the time. It was ridiculous then, as much as it is now, Loomis thought. Nevertheless, if you secured a ticket for Express and entered its velvet interior, the ride was bound to be unforgettable. Now, for the unlikely group squeezed between laundry and wilting produce in the third-class car, this would prove truer than they'd prefer. The game master's eyes only this internal has become disillusioned with okay. The eternal machinist of the luminary Leviathan has become disillusioned with his creation. Unbeknownst to anyone, he has anonymously sent special invitations to people struggling with their own personal demons. The envelopes contained a ticket, a piece of lodestone, and instructions on how to supercharge it. Once done, this would be a catalyst for a reality-bending, life-changing experience. The trick was that you could only do so within the Leviathan itself. Okay, supercharge it. Oh, supercharge the lodestone. Okay. Loomis knows that once each lodestone is activated, the Leviathan's true potential will be unlocked. What end and purpose not even a machinist is sure of, but he is determined to find out. Okay. Miracle Cure is on its way to the City of Glass. The military is transporting a super weapon. There is a card game tournament with prizes. Someone is smuggling exotic animals. 2 criminal families are negotiating a truce. A diva is giving her last concert on tour. Read the adventure and come up with a few more. All right. Okay. While journeying in a rear train car, the heroes are thrusted into an unexpected situation. Once it's been handled, they alone become aware of a dark force that gradually seizes control of the train, corrupting everything and everyone aboard. All right, so the PC goals are to stop the train takeover by the entity, search the cars, locate the lodestones, resolve any threat through skill or violence, find more about what's happening, question the scholar about the stones, confirm what you've learned, experiment, reverse the polarity of the flow, gather what you can at a place of power, decide on what to do with the lodestones, find out who the mastermind is behind all this, and if everything fails, find a safe way to disembark. What's the goal here? Bail. Clues shouldn't be tied to a specific place, nor should they be locked behind a skill check someone can fail. Hey, there you go. Pepper information in where you can. Examples that can be discovered here and there. They overhear staff gossip over a smoke break. A drunk wizard is having a fit of curses. Notice board, please help pinned on it. A machine ready. Okay, used out of purpose. You find someone's lost golden ticket. Okay, so there's a lot going on here, and I feel like I know a lot about the train itself now. Like I feel like, okay, I know that this is a magic train. Maybe a living, possibly sentient thing. I don't think that's absolutely true. But
it doesn't really say the train sentient. It just says that the person that created it, it's gone a little crazy.
Okay. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Okay. First class lifestyle pin, second class. Okay. Flips engine. Hey, there you go. There's a lot of the good descriptions, right? Okay, 0A. Wait, did you? You snuck in 2 rooms. Disqualified. Okay, so what I'm seeing right here is a bit of overcommitting to. Well, wait, no. Sorry, because this is just a generalized description of that outside area. Okay. Is there a way to tell if these things are occurring? Okay, so we're not totally done with this quite yet. Yeah. We still got lots and lots and lots on here. Let me see here, because I wanted to see what feedback you really wanted on this. Axiom. Also learned from my mistakes. I made a dungeon too big. Instead of starting small and expanding it out, you prepared 14 locations. Now you still need to add stuff from a lot of rooms, NPCs, and enemies. Yeah. But at what cost? Just cut. You could probably cut 5 of the cars. Maybe. I mean, I don't know exactly what you're trying to hit, but you have a lot of these doubled up. That to most people, if we're looking at like, okay, what are the big things that you have ready to go, right? For one thing, this train is fucking huge. Like, not in terms of length, in terms of height. A ballroom being in the top section of one of these trains means that this thing has got to be like, I mean, you call it a Leviathan. This must be a massive fucking train.
I mean, if they're going for Snowpiercer vibes, I mean, they were pretty big, like fucking cars.
Yeah.
Especially if it's you go
yeah.
with the series where there was like a multi-level ballroom / bar in one of the trains.
Yeah. Livestock pens, second class, postal car. Okay, so I can already see a couple of these that I might clip. Like second class, might clip something like that. Livestock pens, I could clip something like that. I'm looking for the stuff that is like kind of specific that we need to do. And if like the story and prompt that you have is if we need to start limiting our scope, because this is going to be another big deal about this project, is also knowing to limit your scope. Some people were asking for an extension on the deadline. This is a reason why I set the deadline. Because I wanted people to be able to achieve something and get it done. And you absolutely, after the jam, can expand this out and do what you want. Like, yeah, I cut this in like whatever. But as of right now, focus on what you need to get done for this, right? So if we have the deadline is Sunday and we're looking at, okay, well, there's some stuff in here that probably needs to get cut. I would start looking at like maybe taking out, how many cars do we have done now? 1, 2, 3, 4. You had 2 earlier, 5, 6, 7. Oh, that's not done. Okay. This is somewhat. 2. You are also throwing in a lot. You asked for a deadline of only 4 hours, good sir. Yeah, but we still need to have a deadline. So you're going in very, very hard on how many elements need to be in a room. You are accounting for, you need to simplify your room elements. Look at covering most cars with a broad scope of descriptions in a train characteristics header at the start of the adventure. Okay. We don't really need to know all this stuff about the light. Yeah, I mean, and with this right here, I would put like lighting and maybe just like lighting. We don't need to know the floor is covered with soft fabrics. Creaking coming from the snacks cart. We don't need that, right? This is all stuff that the DM can come up with, Hands off. If broken into, the deposit boxes puff potent sleeping gas and sound an alarm. Okay, so there looks like there would be a trap in here. Sound dampening runes is interesting. I like this idea. The deposit boxes hide shady stuff. Secret, the cursed items collector takes a cabin. Okay.
Guard, puzzle, clash, setback.
Oh, wait.
It sounds like there's a lot in each room.
Wait, are you doing are you putting this in every room? Guard, puzzle, clash, setback, twist?
It looks like it, yeah.
Oh, axiom. Wait. Oh, wait, Whoa, let's pull that back. Hang on. These are like beat paths in the dungeon, right? If you've been doing that, you've been basically making a dungeon in every single train car. And that's no, that's not what we do. Like,
Yeah, that's why the rooms are feeling busy.
yeah. Okay. Now I see why things are yeah, like Ken was saying. Now I see why things got busy. Okay. Let's reel this back. What the hell? Why did it do that? Computer, don't go open up tabs. The shit? I had my hands off my keyboard and my mouse, and my computer just randomly opened up a window. Don't know what the hell.
He's just opening random stuff.
It just opened up a random window, and I'm like, I'm streaming right now. Excuse me. Yeah, you made 15 5-room dungeons for the 5-room dungeon jam. Are you okay? All right. So the So you have done a lot of work on this already.
There's a lot of stuff, yeah.
I think I can already see how much stress you kind of put on yourself about blink twice if I'm feeling threatened. A little bit, yeah.
It's last second, but unfortunately you're gonna have to write down what are your key beats you need to do, and you're gonna have to restructure the train a bit to just be those beats.
Yeah.
Because once again, the point of like these like small dungeons is like basically, can you get them done for the most part in a night?
Yeah,
some of the longer ones, maybe a couple, but can you get them done fairly quickly?
And I have ran into this in the past whenever like I misunderstood an assignment in like college and worked like 10 times as hard as I needed to and stressed the fuck out about it only to find out I completely misunderstood.
And when I say get her done in the night, I don't mean write it in the night. I mean like
yeah, exactly.
I'm clarifying for anyone watching. I don't mean you have to make it in like 4 hours and be done, but yeah, you should be able to sit down with this without even having read it ahead of time. Sit down, play through it, get her done, and like you can play through it in like 4 hours or whatever.
Yeah. You have to go. You can't stay to listen. Yeah, so the VOD is going to be up tomorrow. So here's you'll 100 look through the stream again. No, you're good. You're good. You have overworked on this. And so like I guess for future Axiom, hey, how's it going? Let's see how we can pull your ass out of the fire on this, all right? So you've overworked a lot. You've come up with what you thought was 5-room structure for every room and not 5-room structure for the entire dungeon. Which is I cannot even imagine what you've been internally fighting off in your head for the last like couple days. Because this sounds like this was fucking scary. So simplify, reduce, simplify, reduce. So let's take a look at some of these rooms right here and see if I can give you like some suggestions here. Okay. In fact, because you've been working your ass off on this, let me try to show you using a copy what I even try to begin suggesting on this.
Because your premise is strong, your setup is strong. Like that first beginning part, you were heading in the right direction.
It's very clear you have an idea, right? That's the big deal. Accessible via a ladder, window, or a hatch. Okay. Access points to the cart at the beginning, middle, and end. Pressing copper. Okay, so I would start by, like, if this isn't really important, if this doesn't have a mechanic, I would start going through and just leap, right? Sorry, man. Stained glass windows, do these really have an impact? No, it's a description. There's a lot of, like, really, really colorful stuff going in on the description of this stuff, but I would start cutting this back. Safety rail and anchor points. If this doesn't really have a mechanical purpose, it should probably get cut, right? Cannot be used for car-to-car traversal. Okay. Undercarriages, grinding metal, and intertwined pipes. Letting off steam, maybe that's where you say the intertwined pipes, and I would, like, do this, right? 2 in 6 chance of letting a burst of hot gas within 5 feet. Or I guess here, nearby. Say verse. This would be like endure, or like dodge, I guess. So save for breath. Right.
And something like this, he's got, like, in the undercarriage, for instance, he has slick oil, he has the bursting pipes, he has the
Right.
undertakers. Like, I'm like, normally I say, like, more pots in the stove can keep things interesting in an encounter. The problem is if he's got this many pots on each single burner of this stove, so to speak, like, it's a lot. It's a lot.
Yeah. Yeah. Axiom, if you're reading this, I'd like to let you know if I had done what you did, I'd be fucking dead. What you did is incredible, terrifying, and worrying. Yeah. Wait, you know what he should do after the jam? He should use this as a basis for a mega dungeon. Yes. I'm not saying get rid of this at all. This is a beat for beat for beat. Like, if it's that big of a train that people are traversing on and everything, cool. Maybe there's a thing that you can do with that to, like, keep it with that sort of, like, mega dungeon feel. But I would say for this, simplify it to, like, 1 encounter per car, 1 encounter per something like this up here, right? Look at your trigger setback right around here, because you have set this on a train that feels. I was honestly like, how is Axiom going to get away from doing the, like, railroading on a literal railroad? Now I found out. So, trying to figure out how to, like, salvage some stuff from this for you, right? So, like, oil slick covers most everything. Visibility obscured by. So you're covering a ton of info here for a type of format that is very low simulation. I've said that quite a bit, and, like, I don't know that I've been, like, super clear on that, but Ked has run a lot of, like, more heavy simulation stuff. Could you give a good, like, definition for me, Ked?
But for simulationist gameplay,
Like, more heavy simulationist game.
Yeah. Like, there's plenty of them out there. Like, some older editions of D&D did a lot of that stuff. Traveler's a very well-known simulationist.
Traveler's like the extreme, I feel like.
Yeah. I mean, I don't play a lot of those games myself these days. It's too much for me. Shadowrun.
Shadowrun is, yes.
There was rules for me to calculate how much force by impact when I had a troll being hit by a bullet train, and there was rules to figure out the travel, like the distance and force by impact, and I'm like, why is this all a thing?
Right. So, like, in, like, heavy simulationist games, the rules are meant to, like, almost, like, 1-for-1, like, try to perfectly mirror an environment instead of abstracting it, right? So, like, oh yeah, Ron Miller, yeah, it's a game jam, but for making dungeons, yeah. So instead of giving the base level stuff of, like, what's mechanically really important, right? D&D 5e leans in a bit more on like more simulationist elements, but even still, I wouldn't say D&D is as like real heavy on that as something like, I mean, we were saying Traveler. Traveler is like you have specifics on like uh what like the quantum mechanics of interspace travel. Like
Yeah,
there's
Traveler
some
has
yeah,
entire books of just charts. Like,
yeah. Uh Slick oil covers almost everything. So whenever we start adding and considering like every single thing that could be a hazard, we start to get in a lot more on heavy simulationist ideas. So like slick oil covers almost everything. This to me implies that there's some kind of a check that you don't have listed here, and because it just seems like this is a kind of a game ender in a way. Well, like I'm trying to think of a situation in which this isn't just someone falls off the train and they get left out of the adventure, right? So I would almost just try to like avoid doing something like that because like if players want to repel on it, kind of let them do that, you know.
yeah.
The Undertaker's something lurks beneath. Um, if they're on these undercarriages, it should be scary, right? Like yeah, but like suddenly making it slick feels like if they want to be those action heroes, could we let them, right?
And here's the thing with I normally do say that having in an encounter having like the creatures and then maybe one or two environmental effects isn't always a bad thing, but if it's happening every single area, it's
Right.
starting to become staticky white noise at that point because it's constantly two or three things popping up. You got to have your contrast, just like in anything, like you say, like a comedy movie. If you're making jokes every second and you don't give yourself a second to not have that stuff, then it's not as funny anymore. Action movies, if it's always wall to wall action, it's kind of cool, but you get a little fatigue with it.
Yep.
So you need areas where it's not as busy, areas where there's only maybe one thing to deal with.
Yeah. Um. Okay. So if I'm formatting this room right here, right, I'm just going to take a look at your description and show you what I would start cutting. First off, creaking cracked floorboards, unless that's specific in like, you need to be able to track like anybody that's stealthing through here has a hard time. That's not really, it doesn't really add much. Train tracks lull everyone to sleep, unless there's specifically a magic trap in here that's lulling everyone to sleep. That just feels like it's flavored text. Um, this is well lit. Flickering oil lamps and faint runes. I would actually take something like this. Most all like maybe say up here room descriptions. Or like train characteristics, something like that. Details. Here we go. Most there we go. Most cars are lit by flickering oil lamps, faint runes, or yeah, oil lamp right there. Yeah, unless yeah, so I would say like most cars are lit by unless indicated. Yeah, let's do this. Unless indicated.
I know this isn't going to help a lot of people because some people are going to be like, what the fuck, nerd? But like, I have an engineering background and a programming background and stuff like that. I tend to think of these things as like, these are like your global variables that are going to stay true no matter what. And you treat each one of these areas as like a function, and the global variables will be true unless you're changing them to be a local variable.
Yeah.
For like the three people that understood that may help you.
Yeah. Sometimes you have to have that Ben Affleck romance to give Bruce Willis his time to shine. Okay, unless indicated, the train cars are lit by flickering lamps, faint runes, or how about similar minor magics? something like that, right?
Yeah.
Now, this is keeping with that over there. So the other thing I would start doing is start looking at what rooms you could possibly remove. And I think someone in chat had like the perfect idea. If you wanted to do this as like a mega dungeon, this is one of the coolest ideas for a mega dungeon I think I've ever seen. Because like so often I see mega dungeons and it's like it's a dwarf mine.
Yeah.
And like that's it, right? And like I'm sure it's fun, but I don't see a lot of like high concept mega dungeons. This is
Almost
a high
every
concept.
mega dungeon I've ever seen has been the exact same thing. You're in a mountain or deep in the mines.
Yeah. 3 people
Dwarf
getting
goblins.
that in a room. Oh, Night Owl 42. Hey, welcome, welcome. 3 people getting that in a stream. 10 people are watching. Oh, those are pretty good. Oh. Okay, unless indicated. Yeah, so we know that about light, right? I think for your difficult terrain, like what do you need to kind of chilling wind that winds that cut to the bone. This is flavor, right? Bad weather. Okay, rain, heavy rain, sleet, and or winds. But this isn't really having a mechanical impact.
No.
Right? So like cause a penalty to ranged attacks, I guess. And then they can interpret that in their system as like, what that would be. Heavy rain. Sure. Then we can do this, right? Cause a penalty to ranged attack checks. Cool. Incoming. Low bridges, dark tunnels, side post. I know that this is a class, huh?
Yeah, they're trying to instill the whole like, oh shit, and you got to duck real quick situation.
Like, here's my kind of like with that. This is a huge train. Like, if this thing is massive like this, it's kind of hard for me to think about like this thing would ever not just tear through a lot of the stuff it's going through, or it wouldn't have to be specially suited for very specific types of tracks. Yeah. Or you want to go with the cool fantasy thing, it doesn't need tracks. This is a train that just goes. And so unless it was like specially prepared, like, tunnels or something like that, this would require a massive amount of work to make happen. So I think you can go with the route of like, don't limit it to a railroad. It's like this train is just kind of going wherever it's going. I would just get rid of this right here.
Yeah.
Because that seems like that's going to be like randomly the GM is going to decide now this happens. Arcing residual engine energy from the discharges. Maybe only at the front. Otherwise, it just sounds kind of like this is a little bit of chaos. And it's almost too vague for me to really feel much of anything to it. Okay, back to the upper or lower deck. Okay, to the front or end of the train car. Secret arcane runes etched into the hull. What would this secret reveal? Would probably, if it's important enough to be down here, it needs to have weight, right? If it's a secret, it needs to reveal some kind of a secret. And I don't think that information is always a super fantastic secret. Last duel, a cornered or desperate being. Sabotage, a creature slowly damaging the hull. So these sound like potential encounters, not scripted encounters. And that,
you're not calling anything.
Yeah, that's what we're really trying to reference here. So as you can see, I don't really know what the arcane runes is gonna discuss. Maybe you can say that this is magic effect and put it up here in the train details. arcane runes.
And the due date's tomorrow,
Sunday. So
Sunday.
yeah, I guess kind of tomorrow.
Yeah.
Here I'm gonna do this. A barely protruding safety rail. Okay. So only focus on writing stuff up in here if it specifically has a mechanical impact. So the Undertakers, this might be a thing that you pull out and put somewhere else where you say random encounter roll if they're like underneath. 1 in D6 chance each turn, Undertakers get at the party or something like that, if you really want that. I'm gonna pull that out for now. Lower deck of the car, yes. Secret tubing for messages. This is a cute idea. But it sounds like you're asking yourself to you're basically setting yourself up to write a whole bunch of messages that the players might interact with once or twice.
The only time I would keep that, and like obviously like he has a lot of work, it still has to go into it, is if there was specifically a call in another area where a specific message is being sent back and forth. Because otherwise you could just say garbage messages, whatever. But if the PCs go underneath to intercept that message, but once again, that's something that would have to be set up in those rooms.
Yeah. Not accessible by PCs of size medium or larger. Yeah, I have also gotten into this space where I feel like the logic of what is happening is overriding my sensibilities for the practicality of that. So what I mean there is like, okay, well, this is a tiny space. What if they would potentially get in there? So I need to cover that. I need to cover my ass over there, right? So then I start coming up with like, aha, well, only small size PCs can get under there. Well, if that's the case, then like now the parties get split. Or the druid goes down there to go do something, and then they're split away. All this dangerous stuff happens. They might, so we're hitting a spot where this adventure can hit a stall because this undercarriage thing sounds like it's gotten so dangerous, and it is and all that, but like whenever we're running these for a game, we have to think about practically what happens, right? If they want to get under there, let's see what happens, right? Like let them get under there. Cannot be used for card-to-card traversal. You could probably cover that with your room elements by just it only allows you to get back up to this spot, right? Energy vents bursting with excess energy. We could say that this is the pipes, right? Burst of hot gas, save burst breath, or take 1d6 damage. Iron wheels in perpetual motion. Flavor text, we can infer that because it's a train. Energy vents bursting with excess energy could be. I think because of the pipes, you've got your hazard right there.
Yeah.
So if they try to go into the undercarriage, whenever I'm telling you how much we're going to wind up reducing from this for like what we're looking for with the prompt, it's like this right here. Like this is all we need to really know to run this kind of stuff, So here's what I think. I think you have a very cool concept, and I think that you honestly have the wherewithal to turn this into something really like a crazy mega dungeon, which could be cool. For you, for the purposes of all this, I would say go through and cut out anything you find. If you're like, think about this practically, crowded and stuffy, this is flavor text. It doesn't have a mechanical impact. We cut it. Some bunk beds along the wall. Does this have a mechanical impact anywhere? If it's just a description, we cut it. Circular common areas with barrel tables. This is a description. Cut it. Hung laundry and makeshift curtains divide the space. We cut it. An emergency exit partially obscured by luggage. Mind the gap collector for can collapse. Okay, so there's it might collapse. And if so, it off lets them into this undercarriage area, maybe? Like that's kind of cool as a possible thing. But then again, I think with the undercarriage area being this dangerous, you might even put like this is only climbable. No floor like this right here.
And okay, there's a lot of areas in this dungeon as well. Like I know, like obviously you don't have to stick with 5 rooms, but I'm wondering, like you're at 16 rooms right now.
Yeah.
Technically. You gotta be able to cut that down. Like whether you're cutting in a whole car or two, or even like if you can manage it, cut like an entire floor from the cars.
Yeah, if you cut it in half, like what are we getting that's evoking the feeling of like where yeah, here's the thing. Go through this and mark each room that you think this is important to have. Like this is conveying one of these 5-room dungeon beats. Mark it with an asterisk. And then be like, okay, this is what that's for, right? Everything else, I have said this, I don't know how many times on this channel. Always be prepared to kill your darlings. Okay? You gotta start killing some darlings on this in order to get it in for the deadline and everything.
Yeah.
But as me, people in chat, and Ked here have been saying, start out with this concept small and then take the idea and run with it as to what you want to make it as a huge mega dungeon. Because that's cool. But start with these basic principles first. You know, what was it? How do you get to Carnegie Hall? Practice, right? Like this is the practice right here. Maybe the fastest way of hacking this down is to keep 4 cars in the locomotive and then just pick one of the 5-room things from each one. Possibly. I think that like a thing to keep it to where it doesn't just feel like here's this room, here's this room, here's this room, here's this room. I actually kind of like the double car thing because that feels weird and different for a train. But maybe some of them should be like, 1 floor and then we have the ballroom. The ballroom, I mean, I feel like the ballroom should be huge. As someone who's played in a lot of ballrooms and a lot of theaters, you're going to want like high ceilings. I mean, that should be like the party car, right? So like 5 and 6, the ballroom and the gambling den. This is a really evocative space. This is your interactive space right here for a lot of cool shit. The dining room, maybe. Kitchen and cold storage, maybe. Maybe. Observation deck in first class, probably cut these. Military cargo bay, security and prison cell. Possibly there's a reason to have these, but it feels like now we're any train that would be carrying a bunch of prisoners most likely is not going to have a ballroom and gambling den. This implies right here that this is a luxury kind of a train. Yeah. And then these over here imply that this is being used for other purposes, yeah.
And you can really cut the second class as well, just have lower and upper class.
Yeah. Yep. Like, find ways to simplify, try to bring your train car count down to like maybe 10. I think you could. I don't think that this is a lost cause. Like you got a lot of work in here. You clearly have the ideas. I think you stressed yourself the fuck out.
Yeah.
So that's where I would start. And so tomorrow might feel a little bit stressful. But just, take a breather.
Well, some of the nice part is so he's got so much content in each room right now, but he has a lot of the rooms not done. You could just spread out the content you already have written.
Yeah.
Like some of these other rooms possibly.
That's the thing is you likely have already written that, right? Wait, Taron, you have to stop you right there. The train would have a prison for the same reason a cruise ship would. Well, I mean, but one that requires that huge size, that could just be that prison room is a part of the military cargo bay.
Yeah.
Right? Like, if they're like, well, someone got out of line, they go over here, right? Where all the military folk are going to be likely to guard it. Something like that.
Yeah, like a cruise ship will have maybe like an area, like a cell or two to put someone in, like a small brig. They're not going to have an actual prison. Whereas, like, these are like apartment building sized cars.
Yeah. Maybe also lower the idea of maybe it's not like sleeping quarters, right? Maybe that's only for staff that has sleeping quarters, and everybody else, they're on here for a party. You know, like they're on here to get on, party, go to their next destination, and then go home the next day. Like that, I mean, that, because we have one of those here in Oklahoma. There's a train that departs from Tulsa and goes to Oklahoma City, and you go there for like a show or whatever, and then you come back that same, night. And the whole time that you're going on the train, it's just like a party on the train. So like that stuff absolutely exists. Just handcuff the troublemaker to the wall in the lowest class car on the undercarriage on the train.
I can see where he was going. Like, it is the Snowpiercer thing where they're trying to fit. He's basically fitting a city on a train.
Yeah.
The problem is like
that's
you
out
need
of
to
the
design
scope.
Smaller. It's got to be smaller.
That is way out of the scope for this jam. But God, the concept is cool, and it sucks to have to say that this late. But like, yeah. God, I wish
a lot of work.
Yeah, I wish that this had been submitted for critique on like Wednesday, so we could make a pivot like then. God, dude, I'm sorry.
It's still doable. Don't think it's not doable.
At least it's not the thing of like you didn't write enough for this thing. You've written too much. So now it's just trim it back, Let's write a we're writing, what is it? Like we're doing flashcards. We're not developing like a whole Magic the Gathering release or anything like that. Yeah. I'm excited to see what you do with it though, because like even if it doesn't really make it for the jam, yeah, this is a happy little accident for later. Exactly.
Yeah.
I think that this could be a really, really cool mega dungeon, and I let me know if you make that happen, and I'm happy to take a look at it. Because that would be dope. I'd be so down to actually try that out. I'm a huge fan of the like big, massive spaces and weird, crazy shit. Yeah.
Yeah, because if you did this as a mega dungeon, like you could start doing crazy things like the crawl spaces in between the floors and like some cool stuff like that.
Mm-hmm. And with that, I've got the last one pulled up that I'm gonna do for the night because I need to eat, and also
McDonald's.
I think so. And I'm gonna get that ordered actually, because this last one won't take us super long. This is the Salt Mine Rescue by Aaron Botter.
Where are you? Oh, there it is.
What time is it? Yeah, it's 3:00 in the morning for me.
It is 4 for me.
It is 4. Wait, what are you doing up this late? Yeah, we are on Grim. Hey, what up, Josh?
What is Josh doing up this late?
Yeah, he gets up this early for work, I think.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I used to whenever I was doing whenever I was teaching, like it was not uncommon to wake up at 3:00 in the morning to be ready to be up at school by 6.
Ouch.
Yeah, you want to know why we should be paying teachers more? Shit like that right there, right? Food storage, staff quarters, and kitchen can all be one car easy. Ball and gambling floor in one car. Yeah, right?
Yeah.
You've completely reformatted your temple if I have time to look at it again for later on. It is 3:00 in the morning for me right now. Yeah, I know everybody really likes getting the critique and everything, but I also I've been looking at about 30 different dungeons in the last like 3 days,
It's your
including my own.
weekend?
Huh?
Josh, go sleep.
Oh God.
I say that as I should be asleep too, but whatever.
Yeah, dude, my sleep schedule is so screwed up right now. Well, plus, I'm kind of also getting this ready because I've got I'm doing an interview with Johan Noor for the jam.
Oh yeah.
And he's on Sweden time, and
Mm.
I think I'm gonna have to schedule that for like 10 o'clock at night. So, go. Sweet. Okay, let me get that ordered and then yeah. You're just gonna turn in yours after another set of edits tonight. Okay, right on. Well, yeah, I've got the prompts for how you do that and everything in the server and all that. But I mean, feel free. Like, there's still time. You know, you go back through it and all that.
Let it sit, have a little nap, and then come back to it just to make sure there's nothing else last second. You're like, oh, that was dumb.
Yeah.
I do that all the time.
Yep. Oh, I hate how they do this. Add $5 more to save on DoorDash. God, I hate this fucking app, but it's so necessary.
We've been ordering, I think, mostly through Uber Eats lately.
Oh yeah. Are you guys dealing up there with the surge in food prices because of DoorDash and Uber?
We have a surge in food prices for a lot of reasons.
Oh yeah, I forget. You guys have like a grocery store issue.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw Josiah was posting about that like a week or two ago and got like a weird amount of pushback on Twitter over it. Like not from normal people though. Like from complete like I mean it seems like food capitalists, which like what an odd yeah.
Yeah, it's borderline criminal, and depending on how it goes, maybe criminal. I don't know.
Yeah, it sounded like actually kind of criminal.
Yeah, they've like skyrocketed food products, saying that it's because of like demand after COVID and a hard time getting products. Meanwhile, they have the highest profits they've ever had by a lot. It's like, well, if you're struggling, why are your profits doubled?
Why is this store not eligible for Dash Pass? Oh, whatever. Okay, I'm hungry. Okay. So here's the cool thing with this one. We got a 1-page dungeon on this. Your wife and you are curious, what are my arm tattoos? They are F-holes from Gibson ES335. Yeah, Gibson ES335. Yeah, this has been like my favorite guitar since I was a kid. And I've owned 2 in my lifetime and gone through stages where I love the sound and then hate the sound and then love the sound and then hate the sound. Yeah, but specifically I pulled them off of. They stopped doing the outline on them. But yeah, it's from right. Yeah. Have I ever? It was funny. Do you? I guess this is before the time I knew you, Ken. Did I ever tell you about the time whenever like people suspected that I had a swastika tattooed on my right arm?
No, I have not heard this.
Oh my god! So right up here, I've got the Phi Sigma Kappa. Like whenever I was in college, I was in a fraternity. I am not really involved with
you Americans in your fraternities.
Yeah. And whenever I was in that fraternity, me and my pledge brothers got tattoos whenever we got initiated of the Phi Sig triple T's. So whenever you see this, you're gonna laugh your ass off at the fact that people were trying to say that I had a swastika tattooed on my arm because this is what the triple T's look like, and they were like, "Oh yeah, that Indestructoboy is a white supremacist. Just look at the swastika he's got." And it was this symbol. And I was like, huh, okay.
And, yeah, I mean, maybe it's a swastika of Helen Keller trying to do her best attempt at it.
But. Dude, that was the day, like, whenever that happened, so many of the like, I don't know, it was only like two dipshits that were really making a fuss about all that, but immediately it was like, you dumb motherfuckers, did you even look at what he's got tattooed there? Yeah, I just posted a video on it where I was like, so this is what that is that they're claiming is a swastika, and then these people like left the fucking TTRPG scene.
It's funny.
Yeah. But I'm sure they're out there trying to get real jobs now, so don't want to like say anything. Yeah, people be wild. Yeah. So, all right. So I'm a game designer, editor, streamer, musician, and also a guitarist. Yeah, my daytime gig is I'm a session guitarist. So like my degree's in jazz studies with an emphasis on guitar performance. Actually, like the reason why I wasn't streaming last week is because I was working the Tina Turner musical tour. I was playing that from Tuesday until Sunday. And I didn't get the call for that until I had this jam organized. And then I was like, well, universe, I guess we're just gonna throw everything, huh? Is that blackface dude? No, you don't understand. I'm a forest demon. Oh, it's ridiculous. Yeah. Okay, wait, where are they going to get this? Wow, they're going all the way. Oh, okay. Oh, whatever. It'll get here when it gets here. Okay, so we have the Salt Mine Rescue by Aaron Bonner up, and we have a one-page dungeon. So let's take a look. Now, Vortex Lake. Okay, so do we have the story? Okay, 20 years ago, an excavation above the mine gave in, and the mine was flooded, drowning most of the human miners. After that, gill gnomes were used for their ability to breathe underwater. While they cannot breathe air, luckily there was a magical plant called bubbleweed, enabling them to do so for a limited amount of time. Today, the mining activity has led to a brine pool emerging. It killed a lot of gill gnomes, turning them into salt zombies. It also blocked the entry to the Lumen Cave, removing access to the bubbleweed. They would need to breathe air and leave the water. Okay, so it's a one-page dungeon layout. This is the look of a salt zombie, and this is what bubbleweed looks like. Okay, I love the later Kink. Yeah, thanks for hanging out. I love the one-page dungeon format. I think the thing that is currently hurting this is it's a pretty busy, slightly italicized font.
Yeah.
I think if you went like, and this is always the problem with the layout on these one-page dungeons, because like I like the ideas so much of the one-page dungeon concept and everything, but unfortunately the text you've chosen or the font you've chosen is like it doesn't feel like it's fitting with everything. Another one-page dungeon I've seen, I know, like, here's another one. I keep mentioning Skullfungus here. One-page dungeon.
Yeah, the text with the type of serif that it has on it and the fact that it's a bit flowing isn't working for this. I'd almost want to go with a font that was just maybe a little thicker, but more almost like a hand printed feel to it to go with like the scratchy like art that goes with the rest of it.
Yeah. I've seen people handle one-page dungeons like, Wadabu was doing a lot of one-page dungeons. I've seen them handled like this, right? Very little information in a really, really concise package. Nate Trim did one. Is Nate? Bad Frog Bargain? Is that it? Is that the one I'm thinking of? Because the way that Nate Trim handled this was kind of interesting. No, I don't think it's this one. Crap. I just remember it was a red map, and the rooms had white text, and all the stuff to run it was in black on the outside. And I thought that was kind of cool. And I don't know where this one is. But yeah, with these one page dungeons, you really like how the number of miners you have scales the reward. Bloat does it really well, oddly given its name. Oh, you're right. You're right. Thank you. The Merkborg dungeon, Bloat Lord, or whatever that is.
Oh.
Bloat. Is it like. No, it's just called Bloat.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay, where. Can I open it, please? Wait, what? Where's the. Okay, heretic.
Can I get a bigger picture?
Yeah, no, I've got the. They have one on the official website. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so here's the way that they did this with Bloat. All right, Bloat is showing you like these descriptions are right next to the room, right? Looking over here at Salt Mine, like like this is above it. Although I feel like the problem I'm having is all the text is very clearly outside of the dungeon proper. I have seen people do it on the insides of them. The idea is fine, but I think this execution is just like, and this is so good right here. Like it's kind of hard to deny. The readability is perfect. Everything is like right next to what it needed to be. You can print this on a pamphlet, and it condenses all that information so well.
Yeah.
You sound like you were going to say something.
No, I think some sort of like in this case, because of everything being blended together, aside from fixing the font, I think some sort of a connecting arrow or line or something to show you what it's referencing, because it's not all in the same direction is needed for what they're doing, aside from like redoing the whole thing, which would be a shame at this point. Like something to indicate. Also, like I don't even know where to start. Like, where's which
I'm
is the first room?
I'm assuming up here, right? Like the Drowned Chef Bureau, and then they could see, there's an escalator. The escalator's broken and can't be used. There's a creature attacking anyone who uses the emergency ladders. The gill gnomes can only breathe underwater. Most of them should be at St. Annabelle's Chapel, which is above water. That should be down. Oh, right here. Okay, something to indicate the areas exactly that we're talking. Oh, and see, like now we have you have your stat box over here. This is good. Like yes, all good. You have your salt zombie right here, right? All good, all good. Here's the quest right here. So you have a big chunk over here, right? We're using that for that territory. Yeah, I would try to get the font to really fit the vibe, because the font and the vibe of like the drawings themselves is clashing. This feels almost like kind of like rustic pecan farm, Cracker Barrel style, like lighthearted. Whereas the images look so grunge and like punk in a way. It's rough, and the font itself isn't really complementing that. Plus with the font just being hard to read it too. Yeah. What? Okay. So Um, let me think. You think the text can be edited down in many places? There are so many reminders that gill gnomes can't breathe air, a bubble that it lets them breathe air.
Yeah, I have noticed that as well. Like right in that first room, if that is the first room, it says gill gnomes can only breathe underwater. We already know that from the other bits.
Get rid of that, right? It's
Same
exploding
thing in
drone.
St. Annibal's Chapel says same thing.
Yeah. At the bottom of a hut containing 7 bladders, or 7 air bladders, use anywhere for 1 hour of air. Okay. Breathing underwater like through gills with each breath. Yeah, I don't think you need to say like through gills. That's you're kind of relying on like, yeah, we've reinforced this earlier. These things breathe underwater. Anything that breathes this water would take this damage. Upper Lumen Cave, small natural cave with fresh water and glowing plants. Okay. All right, so partly flooded salt mine. They are trapped. Where are they trapped? Is it kind of scattered throughout?
So zombie floating drowned. I don't know. Trapped in a partly flooded salt mine. The owner is willing to pay 100 gold pieces per miner saved. Okay, so there's 7 in St. Annibal's Chapel.
Where do you see that? Oh, no miners.
Yeah. 7 and they can only breathe underwater, blah, blah, blah. There are 12 more miners trapped in Victoria's Drop.
I don't know why I was thinking they were like human miners. Right, gill gnome miner. Oh, God. Okay. I guess I just assumed dwarf miner. Gotcha. Okay. Okay, 3 off-duty gill gnomes. Worry about their colleagues. The gill gnomes are not hostile. Right. Okay.
Yeah, you're trying to help the gill gnomes. It's the salt zombies that you have issues with.
Okay, so the issue is getting them around because they're the ones that have to breathe water only. Okay. So, okay. Which, how are they breathing in the chapel? Okay, so first thoughts. This could benefit from a change of font. The current font choice clashes with the art style and hurts readability. CVOD. What were my thoughts there? Okay. I don't know that the one-page dungeon format is the right thing for this. Like, the information is on here. Like, the information's on there, but I feel like it's hard to read. The salt mine rescue right here could take up less space.
He's right. There's some stuff that doesn't make sense. Like the gnomes that can't breathe air are in an airlit or air chapel, and they can't get down to. And then the lower and upper lumen cave. Where's the lumen cave?
Down here.
Oh, I see. Oh, it's those 2 bits. Oh, okay, I think I understand now.
Yeah, so this stuff it's kind of hard to parse out because we're assuming based off of the position of these things that this is where these rooms are, right? So if we have a problem kind of reading it like that, then the thing that you would ideally be going for with a one-page dungeon like this is sight readability. Lowered text overall. You want to make it like crystal clear. Unlit wooden platforms connected by ladders. You could cut that right there. It's if it's dark, okay, you can say like all the underwater space or all the underground spaces are dark. Dimly lit. Okay, so this is dimly lit. Large room with dirty white walls, tall wooden structures in a small chapel. You don't have the space with the one-page format to do all this right here. Keep it cut, trimmed, concise, right? Yeah, and this is a part of the reason why I was kind of like making the guide was like I know that people were wanting to experiment with stuff, but my suggestion was always going to be stick to the prompt. So like go back, kind of work with the guide, try to stick to the prompt that's in there, and you could probably, I mean, do a textless version of this and still have it working out well keyed with within the prompt, like using this. Because another thing with this is that this dungeon isn't technically keyed. It doesn't tell me room indicators, which is why we're having a hard time kind of reading through that. Ken, if you want to get any thoughts, my McDonald's just showed up.
Yeah, sure. It's too much information being conveyed for this to be the one room, which is it's partly a shame because I'm really digging the style. I like the art. I kind of like the way like that's set up. It's very attractive to look at as far as like the little like the salt zombie and the gnome and everything. I love the way that that's being done. But it's too busy. It's too filled out. What are you saying? I think the Drowned Shaft Bureau blurb doesn't add much to the adventure. The space may be better used for the quest and explaining how gill goblins. Yeah, there's some inconsistencies, as you had mentioned. And getting the creatures that they can't breathe. Well, I think to get them out. I think you are supposed to be getting the weed from the upper lumen cave for 1 hour of breathing each. Oh, it's only for 1 hour and you're trying to... What are you supposed to do for them? I don't understand. You're just bringing them to the surface so they can live for an hour. So that is a very odd goal.
Yeah,
It's too busy. I like the art. I like the style it's going for, but for a one-page dungeon, there's too much here to be putting this in.
So cut back on details. Cut back on details and descriptions. Look out specifically for redundant text. Gill gnomes can't breathe air, right?
Yeah, so like it looks like you're trying to get them to the Vortex Lake. You probably have to get the weeds first so they can survive the trip up there.
Yeah.
But like, why are half of them in a temple up in an arid area? Like, where are the other ones?
So think about the conception of it, right? What's the intended goal? Why is it the intended goal? And sometimes with the weird ones where it's like, yeah, you get these things that can't breathe air up above the water. For why? I don't know. That's what they want to do. Okay, cool. Like, those kinds of quests are also fine if they're just like, whatever, they're weird little like gill gnomes that don't know any better. Okay, sure. Like, it's whatever. But yeah, I think your concept has kind of spun you into an area where there's a little bit of questions in the logic of what's happening. And that's where I'd like try to pull back. Pull back, see what you can do. Because you got the content in here to fill a 5-room dungeon. It's just currently not really hitting the prompt, right? Make sure it's keyed. That's a big part of it. Yeah, it's kind of hard to evaluate right now. Kind of beat for beat what all is going on. The setback, I'm guessing, is going to be getting up over into here and how they're going to get underwater and do that. But yeah. Maybe if you have some specific questions like tomorrow, we might be able to help out. But this is, I would really worry about this in its current state as just the one page. But yeah.
Yeah.
So I think with that, that is everything I wanted to hit tonight. And I've been streaming for a while. Ked, you know what to do.
Yeah, I am KedHup, QEDHUP. You can find me on any of the socials with KedHup. My YouTube being one of the main places to go. It'll have all my links for all the stuff there. Do all the RPG stuff, and my Void Home book, which is a sci-fi horror, is coming along pretty nicely. It is a heavily modified version of Cypher, but still close enough that it's compatible with most other Cypher products. So nice that way. And yeah, that's just what I've been doing lately. All that good stuff.
Thank you for joining me on this like super late one. And making me not feel like I'm a total loser for being up at 3 o'clock in the morning.
My sleep isn't, I don't have a schedule for it.
Yeah.
I only sleep a couple hours a day anyway. So
right on. Anyways, everybody, thank you all for hanging out. To everybody that came by, hey, thank you all for being here, and I hope everything was helpful. Apply it to your own practices and all that. Biggest lesson, I think I would say, to anybody who's stressing right now, read the assignment, right? Read the prompt. Stick to the prompt. I know that like whenever we're creators, there's a real drive to like we want to be creative, we want to break the mold, we want to do all that. I intentionally set restrictions on here. One of the best things that you can do as a creative to get better is to have restriction. Ked, like as an artist, sometimes some of the things that they tell you to do are like, you can only draw in charcoal for this one.
yeah.
You have to convey a rainbow in black and white.
I've worked in the corporate world before in actual design studios. Some of the stuff they ask you, it's like, all right, guess I'm going to make this work.
Mm-hmm. I'm very stoked because there's a lot of cool stuff. But to everybody who's stressing right now, go back through, read the prompt, see what we can make happen. But with that, I'm signing off. Thank you, Ked, for joining me. Thank you all for joining me here tonight. Everybody, stay safe, stay healthy, and I'll see you in the next one.